Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the Gryffindor common room, the burning fireplace seemed to be ignited by an inexplicable violent emotion and suddenly exploded into a string of sparks. The sparks flew everywhere, illuminating Ronald's livid face, and the anger on his face seemed to be ignited by the jumping flames. Harry held tightly in his hand the pieces of parchment that had been ejected from the goblet of fire, and unconsciously took a half-step back. Fluorescent green mucus was slowly oozing out from the edge of the paper that had Harry Potter written on it. Like an evil little snake, it slithered across the carpet, etching the word betrayer in Egyptian hieroglyphics. The handwriting seemed to carry a gloomy atmosphere, making the air around them become icy cold. 03-inch, how does it feel to cheat? The prefect badge on Ronald's chest glowed coldly in the light of the fire, just like his cold and hostile eyes at the moment. He kicked the chessboard over with one foot, and it hit the portrait of the fat lady with a clang. The lady in the portrait was so frightened that she screamed and lifted her skirt. The whole public room was instantly broken by the sudden chaos. Ronald's voice became increasingly high-pitched, full of accusations. The whole grade knows that you have an alchemist as a personal advisor. Hermione's chestnut curly hair seemed to be lifted up by an invisible force and suddenly exploded from behind the armchair. She looked anxious and shouted, "Shut up, Ronald. You clearly saw that night." "What do you see?" The Weasley twins' retractable ears 3.0 hang down from the chandelier like two strange black vines, with suspicious pink fluff clinging to the metal earlobes, making them look a bit funny and a little weird. Fred had a mocking smile on his face and said sarcastically, "Did you see our little Harry sneaking into the trophy room in the middle of the night? Or did you see him and the alchemist boy in the Forbidden Forest?" Before George could finish his sarcasm, he was interrupted by the petrification spell cast by Jixia. But the spell seemed to have hit the target unexpectedly and accidentally hit the chocolate frog that Neville had placed aside. The chocolate frog instantly became stiff, bounced to Ginny's feet like a cannonball, and exploded with a bang. The portrait of Dumbledore on the silver foil seemed to be injected with life and suddenly said, "Be careful of the cracks in the contract." The voice was low and mysterious, as if coming from far away, adding a weird atmosphere to the chaotic scene. Aris squatted in the shadow of the fireplace, like a black panther hiding in the darkness. The tip of the wand in his hand glowed with an imperceptible fluorescence, as faint as the dimmest star in the night sky. When the spell light gently swept across the slime on the carpet, the yellow-green liquid was like an awakened demon, instantly transforming into hundreds of scarabs, waving their tiny antennae and crawling quickly in Ronald's direction. Aris reacted very quickly and scattered alchemical powder. The scarabs instantly turned into smoke before they touched the tip of Ronald's shoe. In the smoke, the phantom of Crouch's office emerged faintly, and the house elf Winky was seen burning a bloody tea towel. Her movements were flustered and anxious, and she seemed to be destroying some important evidence. "Stop it!" Percy strode over like a dignified referee, the prefect badge on his chest almost poking Harry's nose. As the student union president, before he could even begin his long speech, he was drowned out by the sudden thunder outside the window. The rainstorm seemed to be dumped down by a giant hand, pouring down in an instant. The stained glass windows of the public room reflected strange and terrifying pictures under the heavy rain and strange green light. Harry couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere any longer. He pushed through the crowd and rushed towards the oak door. Ronald roared in anger, and Hermione tried to block the binding spell, chasing after him at the same time. "Do you think you can rely on Shafak's alchemical tricks? Petrify everyone." Hermione's spell, filled with anxiety and helplessness, flew out and hit the armor beside the door. The moment the armor was hit, the flying chainmail fragments flew everywhere like hidden weapons and one of the fragments scratched a bloody mark on Harry's neck. The bright red blood oozed out instantly. Aris was quick to catch a bloody iron ring. After a careful inspection, he found that the inside was engraved with the Durmstrang sail totem. When he looked up, he saw Hermione's tears condensed into ice crystals in the aftermath of the petrification spell. The ice crystals reflected Ronald's distorted face, like a mirror reflecting the broken relationship within Gryffindor at the moment. In the Forbidden Forest, rotten leaves washed by heavy rain gave off a sour and pungent mist which filled the woods, making people feel as if they were in a foggy hell. Harry stumbled and fell on the root of the beech tree. A wound on his palm was cut by the parchment fragment, and blood kept dripping. Where the blood dripped, fluorescent green slime suddenly came alive like a shark that smelled blood. It twisted its slender body, wrapped around Harry's wrist, and slowly climbed up his forearm. When Harry tried to wipe off the slime with his shirt, it seemed as if under a spell, and suddenly took the shape of Egyptian numbers 1 and 3. The numbers were exactly the same shape as the cracks on the base of the Goblet of Fire, as if telling some mysterious and ominous prophecy. Luminescent flashes. Aris's voice came from the bracken 10 steps away, like a whisper in the darkness. The light of the wand in his hand was deliberately kept very low, as if he did not want to disturb the mysterious forbidden forest of the moon. He was wearing dragon-skin boots, and wherever he stepped, the slime marks washed away by the rain were like fluorescent elves that had been awakened, glowing again. Aris' voice was calm and steady. The contracted blood of the house elves is mixed with the alchemical pollutants from the depths of the Black Lake. Harry seemed to have his inner pain touched, and hurriedly hid his bleeding palm, saying with a hint of stubbornness and resistance, "I don't need it. It doesn't matter whether you need it or not," Aris said, throwing the alchemical compass in his hand towards Harry, and the compass drew an arc in the air. The snake-shaped pointer on the dial is like a mad dancer, trembling wildly, as if sensing some powerful and evil force. "Hold it, if you still believe in my alchemy." When Harry hesitantly reached out his hand and touched the edge of the compass, the shrill wail of the Thestrals suddenly came from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The sound penetrated the layers of rain and trees. "It's creepy." At this moment, the dial glass seemed unable to withstand the huge pressure and exploded with a pop. The two saw a vision at the same time. In Durmstrang's cabin, Chief Crouch had a grim expression on his face, pressing a bloody gear into Crouch Jr.'s chest, and the 13th sacrifice was written in elf on the cabin wall. The bloody and cruel scene made Harry and Aris feel cold. The crisp sound of dead branches breaking came from the rainstorm, like the laughter of the devil. Aris reacted quickly, turned around, and scattered the alchemical powder towards the source of the sound. Fluorescent green smoke instantly spread out, and in the smoke, George's retractable ear 3.0 was like a wounded insect, twitching painfully in the mud. The administrator Filch screamed from the metal ear canal. Director Crouch, the detention record of the house elf. The illusion was suddenly interrupted, as if cut off by an invisible hand. Aris helped the staggering Harry up, and found half of an alchemical gear embedded in the gap between the tree roots that Harry was standing on. It was exactly the same part that Crouch used in the illusion. The Egyptian numbers on the surface of the gears were like hungry vampires, absorbing Harry 920's blood. As the blood absorbed the blood, a complete scarab totem gradually emerged. The totem emitted a strange light, as if telling a dusty secret. "What happened tonight?" Harry's voice was a little tired and confused. "I'll keep it a secret," Aris said, crushing the gears with force, but the slime was like a tenacious parasite, seeping into the alchemical mark through his fingers. But some cracks cannot be filled by secrets. There was a hint of worry in his eyes, as if he had foreseen the coming storm. When they returned to the castle, it was already early morning. The stone walls of the Gryffindor Tower seemed to be soaked in sadness, oozing out abnormal moisture, as if they were grieving for what had happened in the courtyard. Aris stopped in front of the fat lady's portrait and keenly discovered that there was fluorescent green slime on the edge of the frame. The slime was like an evil clue, calling him to uncover the secret behind it. When he wanted to take a sample, Retractable Ear 3.0 suddenly emerged from the eyes of the portrait, like a small snake emerging from the darkness. George's voice transmission was unusually serious. The third layer of filched drawer, the bloodstained parchment. In the common room, the traces of the previous dispute had been washed away by the heavy rain. Only on the carpet next to the fireplace, Hermione's ancient code of contracts was still spread out next to a bloodstain. Aris slowly turned the pages that were glued together by mucus, and half of the World Cup camp map fell out from the interlayer. The location of Crouch's tent was circled, and the unfinished cauldron array was drawn with elf blood. The alchemy array was like a mysterious puzzle, waiting to be solved. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound from the stairs. Hermione was wrapped in her dressing gown, trembling in the moonlight. The teacup in her hand was filled with suspicious fluorescent green liquid. Her voice was filled with fear and doubt. Dobby sent me a tranquilizer, but I detected. Before she could finish her words, the teacup seemed to be shattered by a powerful force and exploded with a bang. The liquid etched a warning in Egyptian hieroglyphics on the oak floor. The warning was like a curse from hell, exuding a gloomy atmosphere. The wails of the house elves penetrated the masonry of the castle, interweaving with the sound of the waves of the Black Lake, resonating into an eerie requiem, as if announcing the coming of a great disaster. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burned, as if it was ignited by 10 fires. In the moonlight, the brand cast an outline of the roots of the forbidden forest trees. There, the alchemical gear that Harry had crushed was slowly reorganizing in the slime, and the scarab in the center of the gear slowly opened its 12 compound eyes, which flashed with strange light, as if it was peeking at this world full of secrets and crises. The Forbidden Forest seemed like a mysterious, forgotten place. It was shrouded in dusk, and rotten leaves piled up on the wet ground, emitting bursts of sulfur smell, as if a terrible storm was brewing here. Aris followed Hagrid closely. The flickering light of the oil lamp swayed in the darkness, as if it would be swallowed up by the darkness at any time. With every step he took, Aris could feel a slight crisp sound under his feet. It turned out that pieces of fluorescent mushrooms were crushed by him. The fluorescent light flashed in the darkness like an illusory dream. Yaya's whimpering echoed in the humid air, sounding particularly dull. It seemed as if it also sensed the danger lurking deep in the forest. The copper bell around the hound's neck swayed with its steps, but the sound it made was not a clear ringing sound, but a clicking sound similar to the turning of alchemical gears. This strange sound added a bit of weirdness to the gloomy environment. "May Merlin bless you, and hope everything goes well," Hagrid muttered quietly as he used his trademark pink umbrella to push aside the cough that was blocking his way. At the moment when the tip of the umbrella touched the thorns, the sparks that burst out seemed to be cast by magic, igniting some magical moss hidden in the dark, emitting bursts of faint light, ripples. The blue-green flame spread rapidly along the path like a nimble snake, closing the hole in the square. Outside the cave, a pair of amber vertical pupils were staring at them coldly. They were the eyes of the Norwegian dragon Norbeta, and at this moment they were emitting a terrifying light. Shouts came from the front, and the whole forest was lit up by torches. Behind the Norwegian ridgeback, there were 3 other dragons being controlled by dragon trainers, making roaring sounds. Harry and Aris were slightly shocked when they saw this scene. Especially Harry. His mouth opened wide, as if he had seen an incredible tomb. These dragons. Harry looked at Hagrid in disbelief and gave him a questioning look. "Yes, these are the tests you are about to face." Hagrid's voice was a little serious. Harry's face turned pale instantly, and his body began to tremble slightly. The dragon seemed to sense someone approaching, and the chains on its body suddenly stood straight up, making a squeaking sound. Aris felt the back of his hand burning hot. His brand suddenly became hot in the heat wave caused by the dragon's breath, as if it was in some mysterious resonance with the dragon. "Zero request flowers." He squinted his eyes, trying to make out in the dim light, and finally saw the BC engraved on the shackles. It was exactly the same abbreviation he saw on the documents in Crouch's office. This discovery made him feel alarmed. Looking at the surface of the dragon's scales again, under the flowing metallic luster, the dense Egyptian hieroglyphics are flickering with the dragon's breathing. Those mysterious symbols seem to be telling a long-forgotten secret. Her name is Norbeta, a Norwegian ridgeback. A very cute little creature, right? Before Hagrid could finish his words, he was interrupted by Norbeta's deafening dragon roar. Is this what you call cute? Harry subconsciously took a step back. Aris reacted quickly and immediately took out his magic wand, waving it rapidly in the air, outlining the triple ring of Hermes with the tip of the wand. This mysterious, alchemical symbol glowed faintly in the air, as if it contained endless power. When they touched the hot dragon's breath, something strange happened. The blazing flames suddenly solidified and turned into a crystal-like cube. Under the refraction of the crystal, the truth hidden under the scales of Dragon Lake gradually emerged. There were actually 2 copper gears embedded with half of a Durmstrang sail, and the patterns on the gears were faintly visible, as if suggesting that it was closely related to this mysterious event. In the name of Hephaestus, Aris chanted the dragon-taming spell in the ancient Olympian language, his voice deep and powerful, echoing in the cave. TTT, when Nobitha heard the spell, his originally fierce pupils suddenly shrank into 2 thin slits. Its dragon claws dug frantically at the ground, leaving deep grooves. The iron filings that fell off the shackles seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, spinning rapidly in the air like roaring waves boiling. Hagrid was frightened by this sudden change and panicked. He subconsciously raised his umbrella to protect himself and Aris. The moment the umbrella was unfolded, it formed a magic barrier, revealing the hand-painted portraits of magical animals on the lining. However, the style of the paintings and the familiar shapes made Aris feel a little confused, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Careful! A sharp cry broke the silence of the night. It was Madame Maxime's voice with a French accent. The 12-foot-tall figure of the headmaster of Beauxbatons was like a giant, breaking the spruce branches beside him and walking towards them aggressively, gling in his hands. The silver ring inlaid with moonstone in her hand flashed with cold light, and then shot out a frost spell. The frozen dragon's breath exploded in midair, turning into countless tiny ice crystals. Within the ice crystals were the flapping images of countless miniature scarab beetles. These images flickered in the dim light like illusory elves. The teaching methods at Hogwarts are truly amazing. Madame Maxime looked down at Hagrid, who was slumped on the ground. Her mink cloak gently brushed the back of Aris's hand. Aris felt a chill, and a thin layer of frost instantly formed on the alchemical mark on the back of his hand. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. She suddenly turned to the dragon's belly, pointed her silver ring at it, and said coldly, "Using a live fire dragon as a teaching aid? Or is this your secret weapon?" She paused deliberately, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "I have reason to suspect that you cheated in this game, unless we can share this information." "Well, does what I said make sense?" Madame Maxime looked at Hagrid with a hint of ridicule in her eyes. Aris took advantage of the confrontation between Madame Maxime and Hagrid and quickly approached the dragon's belly. The needle of the alchemical compass in his hand bent into a dangerous arc under the influence of the high temperature, as if it would break at any time. When his brand touched the dragon's heat plate, strange things happened again. The originally stationary gears suddenly started to rotate in the opposite direction, making a squeaking sound. Then, dragon blood seeped out from the gaps between the gears and scales, flowing on the ground and forming fluorescent green slime. The slime seemed to have life, etching a 3-dimensional projection of the goblet of fire on the ground. In the projection, Aris clearly saw Harry's face being tightly wrapped by 13 chains, and that scene filled him with worry and confusion. "Aris!" At this moment, Hermione's exclamation came from the forest path. The book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, in Hermione's arms was turning pages automatically. The sound of the pages turning was particularly abrupt in this silent environment. A certain magical creature was displayed on it. Aris looked familiar. It seems to be the shape of the painting on the bottom of Hagrid's umbrella. At this moment, Aris suddenly remembered that Hagrid's patron saint seemed to be a dolphin, and the creature under the umbrella looked like a mythical animal from the ancient East, named Quirrell. Hermione ran and shouted the Patronus Charm chapter of this book. When Madame Maxime heard Hermione's voice, she suddenly swung her cloak hard, creating a strong airflow. Hermione was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the 0-3 airflow, and her hand fell to the side. Seeing this, Aris rushed over and supported Hermione. As she fell, Aris caught a glimpse of the house elf's paw prints, spelling out the words "Beware the talking fire" on the open pages. At the same time, Nobitha's roar sounded again. The roar shook off the stalactites on the top of the cave, and one of the stone pillars pierced straight into the ground. On the stone pillar, there was an alchemical array engraved with the same one as Crouch's tent. This discovery made the mystery in Aris' heart even more difficult to solve. It was already late at night when we returned to Hagrid's cabin. The house was filled with the smell of burnt rock cakes, but this smell could not cover up the stench of dragon blood in the air. Yaya huddled beside the fireplace, shivering. The clear water in the dog bowl in front of him was glowing a strange fluorescent green, as if it had been tainted by some evil magic. Hermione didn't take the opportunity to rest and immediately used the repair spell to piece together the broken pages. Between the parchment fibers, dense Egyptian numbers seeped out. These numbers seemed like codes from the ancient world, hiding the key to solving the mystery. The slime is imitating the house elf's magical handwriting. As Hermione spoke, she waved her wand, and the tip of the wand lit up with the blue light of the resolution spell. She looked at the numbers carefully and continued. Look at the turning point of the word 3. It is exactly the same as the embroidery on the glittering tea towel. Aris listened to Hermione's words, pondered for a moment, and then placed the alchemical compass into the bowl. Suddenly, a three-dimensional projection of Durmstrang's cabin appeared on the dial. The picture was so lifelike that it seemed as if they were inside it. In the projection, beneath Crumb's bed, piles of bronze gears were being automatically assembled, meshing with each other and gradually forming a proportional model of the flame forest. When the 13th gear in the projection engaged, Hagrid seemed startled by something and suddenly knocked over the mead in his hand. The amber liquid flowed on the ground, gradually outlining the figure of Crouch Jr. in the World Cup camp. Under the reflection of the wine, the figure seemed a little illusory, but also a little weird. Merlin's beard! Hagrid shouted in surprise, and he dipped the tip of his umbrella into the wine and drew a circle on the ground. Body said, "This is for international magical cooperation." Before he finished speaking, the wooden door of the cabin was suddenly opened by a powerful force, as if it was hit by a hurricane. Madame Maxime stood at the door, the silver ring in her hand gleaming coldly in the rain, like an icy star. Her huge figure almost blocked the entire entrance, making people feel extremely depressed. Then, she chanted a French spell, which stabbed Aris like an icicle. Snoopers will pay. The two spells collided in the air, creating a strong, magical ripple. The ripples were like water waves, shattering all the glassware in the house, making a crisp sound. At the same time, both you and Madame Maxime had malicious looks in their eyes. Aris took the opportunity to secretly throw out the telescopic ear 3.0. The improved metal earlobe drew an arc in the air and silently attached to Madame Maxime's mink cloak. Through the retractable ears, Aris heard the vibration frequency transmitted back. To his surprise, this frequency was completely synchronized with the gear rotation of Durmstrang's sails. This discovery made him more convinced that there was a huge conspiracy behind it. Madame Maxime may have been involved. That's enough. Hagrid couldn't bear it any longer, and his pink umbrella suddenly burst into the silver light of the Patronus charm. A huge dolphin shadow emerged from the umbrella and separated the crowd. The dolphin looked very much like Kuanpung in ancient Eastern legends. Hagrid shouted, "This is Hogwarts. Shouldn't Madame Maxime hold back a little? Do you really want to make a big fuss? You'd better be careful, sneaking around." Madame Maxime looked at the few people with vigilance in her eyes, but still put away her wand. He turned and left as if nothing had happened. When Madame Maxime's footsteps disappeared in the rainy night, Andrews carefully took out the hollow dragon tooth from under the stone bed. Hermione waved her wand, and the last line of words on the fragment was illuminated with fluorescent light. When the stars return to their proper positions, the blood of the warriors will light the altar. This line of words was like a terrible prophecy, filling their hearts with fear and anxiety. "What is?" Hagrid couldn't help but ask. "It's like a prophecy." Hermione frowned and said, "I found this in some clues, but I'm not sure if it's something that will happen in the future." As they spoke, both of them looked at Aris. Aris frowned. Then he shook his head gently. "The mysterious man is about to return. This must be their conspiracy. We have to be more careful." At this moment, Yaya suddenly started barking wildly out of the window, and the cries sounded particularly shrill in the silent Zhao Qian's night. A dragon's roar came from deep in the forbidden forest, and the sound was accompanied by the sound of the waves of the Black Lake, as if it was a roar from hell. Aris felt the brand on the back of his hand burning again. He looked down and saw that this time the brand no longer showed a scarab, but a complete Egyptian Styx fairy totem. In the totem, there stood the shadowy figures of 12 house elves at the bow. At the 13th position, the outline of the goblet of fire was hanging in the air. This strange sight seemed to foreshadow that a terrible disaster was about to befall. Aris endured the burning pain of the brand, his eyes fixed on the mysterious Egyptian Styx fairy totem, thoughts surging in his mind. He knew very well that this totem did not appear by chance, and it must be inextricably linked to the sacrificial ceremony behind San Xianghan. The shadows of the 12 house elves and the outline of the goblet of fire hanging vacantly in the 13th position, what exactly do they imply? Could it be that the goblet of fire will become the core of this evil ritual, and the souls or powers of the 12 house elves will be used as sacrifices to summon some kind of terrifying existence? Or summon Voldemort directly? But last year, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was destroyed, and his body completely disappeared into the dust of history. This was something Aris witnessed and executed. How else could he come back? Other Horcruxes? Or in other words, the power of correction of the world has reappeared. Pull the plot back on track in some way he didn't expect. No matter what, action must be taken. We can't just sit there and wait for this to happen. Aris gritted his teeth and broke the solemn silence in the room. We must find out the truth behind all this as soon as possible and stop this horrific ritual. Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes showing determination and resolve. "I will look up all the information I can find and look for clues in those ancient magic books. I will definitely find relevant records about the Egyptian Styx boat totem, the sacrifice ceremony, and the secret of the goblet of fire." Hagrid's expression became more and more serious. He tightly grasped the pink umbrella in his hand, as if it was his only support at the moment. "Of course, I can't just do nothing. Maybe we can ask the dragon trainers. Maybe they know what the dragons have to do with this. And I have to go see Norbeta. Her current condition is also worrying." Aris thought for a moment, then continued. "Hagrid, you must be extra careful when you go there, and try not to attract other people's attention. Madame Maxime has become suspicious of us, and Durmstrang's behavior is also very suspicious." "I understand." Hagrid nodded. After everything was arranged, Aris and Hermione said goodbye to Hagrid and hurried back to the castle. Along the way, the rain dropped on them, and the chill was so severe, but it could not cool the anxiety and anger in their hearts at all. As soon as he entered the castle, Aris felt a strange magical fluctuation. He gripped his wand warily and exchanged a glance with Hermione. They both understood each other and fell to the ground and walked towards the source of the fluctuation. The wave came from an abandoned classroom. Aris and Hermione approached cautiously and peered inside through the crack in the door. There was a strange light flashing in the classroom, and a group of house elves were surrounding a huge magic circle, chanting something. The magic circle was engraved with Egyptian hieroglyphics similar to those seen before, and a crystal ball emitting a faint glow was placed in the center. Suddenly, Harry's figure emerged from the crystal ball. He was trapped in a dark space, surrounded by chains flashing with cold light, and his face was full of pain and struggle, like some kind of cursed ritual. "Oh no, Harry is in danger!" Hermione exclaimed in a low voice. "That's the elf's curse array. It can curse a specific target under certain circumstances, and it won't involve anyone. They must be stopped." Aris frowned. He carefully observed the magic circle and found that the house elves seemed to be controlled by some evil power. Their eyes were empty and their movements were mechanical. "It's the Imperius curse. They are all controlled. We must release them from control first." Aris drew out his wand and was about to take action when his eyes suddenly tightened slightly. As soon as he entered the crystal ball, an illusory image emerged. A symbol on it caught Aris's attention. It turned out to be the Horcrux he had learned from Voldemort in his second year. A symbol I've seen in that notebook. This curse actually triggered the power of Voldemort's Horcrux. Isn't there just him behind this? Aris muttered to himself, a puzzled look in his eyes. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared from behind them. Aris keenly noticed the situation, turned around quickly, and pointed his wand directly at the person. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with worry. He walked into the classroom quietly, raised his wand, and a soft light enveloped the house elves. Powerful magical waves instantly surrounded the entire room. The cursed magic circles also quickly withered under the impact of this force, and the crystal ball seemed to turn into starlight and disappeared into the air. If we have to say, it has to be Headmaster Dumbledore. Even Aris had never seen this method of breaking the formation. Without a century of rich knowledge as a foundation, it would be impossible to create such a method of breaking the array. The house elves seemed to have woken up from a deep sleep, and all showed terrified expressions. "Headmaster, what's going on?" Hermione asked anxiously. Dumbledore sighed slightly. "This is the manipulation of dark magic. Someone is trying to use the power of house elves to promote their evil plans. It seems that they can't wait to take action against Harry." Aris told Dumbledore everything about her discoveries in the Forbidden Forest and Hagrid's hut, as well as the contents of the Crouch page. Dumbledore's face became even gloomier after hearing this. "It seems that we are facing an extremely complex and dangerous conspiracy. The Triwizard Tournament has become their tool. The Goblet of Fire is the key to this sacrificial ceremony. So what should we do, Principal?" Aris thought thoughtfully. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and said, "We must find Harry and protect his safety. At the same time, we must solve these mysteries as soon as possible and stop the ritual from taking place. Aris, your knowledge of alchemy may play a key role. Continue to study those mysterious symbols and clues in depth. Throw, request flowers. Hermione, go gather some reliable classmates and ask them to help collect more information about this conspiracy. Remember, this matter must be kept strictly confidential so as not to put more people in danger." Hermione obeyed and left. But Aris did not leave immediately, but looked at Dumbledore. "Professor, do you think this will make them give up their plan?" "Not necessarily." Dumbledore shook his head slightly. "So maybe we can use a better approach, like, how about luring the snake out of its hole?" "What do you want to do?" Dumbledore frowned and looked at Aris. "We can do this," Aris whispered in Dumbledore's ear. After a moment, Dumbledore's expression changed slightly. There was also a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "You want to use Harry as bait?" "It's not a bait, it's a substitute." Aris's voice sounded softly and disappeared into the empty corridor. Dumbledore frowned at Aris, and after a while he shook his head slightly. "If you are sure, go for it." The sky above Hogwarts was woven into a flowing galaxy with magical ribbons and flying lanterns, and waves of red, blue, yellow, and green were surging on the seats in the stands. The temporary arena built on the edge of the Forbidden Forest was covered by a magic barrier. The roar of the Norwegian dragon Norbeta pierced through the clouds, making the ice cubes in the pumpkin juice cup clink. In the warrior tent, the hem of Harry's robe was wrinkled, and the sweat on his forehead left a thin mark 730 beside his temple. His eyes fell dully on his shaking hands, which still bore a faint red mark from being scratched by the chains last night. "Take a deep breath, Harry." When Hermione opened the tent curtain, the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them automatically turned to the chapter on dragon defense. Remember the hippogriff you rode in your first year? The dragon's blind spot is wing membrane connection. Aris' voice came from the shadow of the tent, the alchemical patterns on his dragon leather gloves glowing in the darkness. Use the Expelliarmus spell to cut off its wing membrane, and then use the blazing flame to burn through the chain. 17. Most importantly, use all the spells you're good at, including the flying spell. I think someone should have reminded you. Harry looked up suddenly and found that Elias was standing behind him. A bronze gear engraved with Egyptian hieroglyphics hovered at the tip of the boy's wand, and the mucus on the surface of the gear was glowing the same fluorescent green as the goblet of fire. But the real key is this one. Aris suddenly leaned close to Harry's ear, and in her low voice there was a humming sound unique to alchemy. When the dragon's breath burns your skin, let the mark resonate with the gears. He pressed the gear on the back of Harry's hand, and the scarab totem and the lightning scar on Harry's forehead glowed simultaneously. Inside the arena, the sounds of the top 3 players fighting and the cheers of the audience continued to ring out, and the fight with the dragon was already intense without even needing to warm up. The constant explosions and cheers made Harry nervous again. Soon, the noise outside stopped. Suddenly, Ludo Bagman's voice was heard outside the tent. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the last warrior, Harry Potter." Hermione's scream was drowned out by the dragon's roar, and Aris had disappeared into the folds of canvas. As Harry staggered into the arena, Norberta's dragon claws were digging out of the bottomless trench. He rolled in the scorching air current, and the tip of his wand unconsciously drew the ring of Hermes. This was the muscle memory training that Aris forced on him last night. When the dragon's breath brushed past his right arm, the gears on the back of his hand suddenly emitted an emerald light, and the bronze gears under the dragon's energy began to rotate in the reverse direction. In the stands, Hermione grabbed the hem of Aris's robes. "What on earth did you do to him?" The boy smiled and pointed to the arena, where Harry was riding on the dragon's neck, lighting the chains with flames. As Norbeta roared angrily, the gears under the dragon's scales suddenly detached, forming a 3-dimensional projection of the goblet of fire in midair. It just reminds him of his 5.5 guardian deity. Air's voice was drowned out by the cheers, and his alchemical compass unfolded into a hexagram in his palm. After all, a true warrior does not need to be chosen by the goblet of fire. Hermione wanted to ask more, but she found that Aris's eyes had already been cast towards the Durmstrang stands. There, Crumb's alchemical buttons were flashing at an eerie frequency, perfectly synced with the turning of the gears in Harry's projection. The moment Harry stepped into the arena, the audience was boiling with cheers like surging waves, one after another, endless. The sound waves seemed to have the power of an overwhelming tidal wave, impacting everyone's eardrums. Harry only felt his eardrums slightly aching from the huge sound waves. He subconsciously tightened the wand in his hand. The advice Aris had given him before was like a tight spell, constantly echoing in his mind. His heart was beating violently in his chest, making a thunderous sound, as if it was about to burst through his chest. He knew very well that the majestic dragon before him would be the toughest and most powerful opponent he had ever faced. With a thunderous roar that shook the world, as if it came from the depths of hell, the gigantic figure of the giant dragon Norbeta slowly appeared in the arena. The scales on its body sparkled brightly under the sunlight, like a smooth mountain emitting metallic luster and able to move freely. The light was so dazzling that it hurt people's eyes. Harry felt an invisible pressure coming at him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. But the spirit of not admitting defeat in his heart was instantly ignited. He changed his mind and quickly chanted a spell. "Fly over here." In an instant, Harry's broom came whistling from a distance like a loyal bird that had heard the call. It drew a graceful red line in the air and headed straight for Harry. Harry stretched out his hand steadily and caught the broom accurately. Then, he jumped hard and stepped lightly onto the broom. High in the sky, Harry was facing the whistling wind and overlooking the entire venue. At this moment, his eyes were firm and sharp, like an eagle soaring in the sky. He knew very well that his greatest advantage over the gigantic dragon in front of him was his unparalleled flexibility. He secretly calculated in his mind that what he had to do was to try his best to avoid the dragon's fire attack that was enough to turn everything into ashes. At the same time, try every possible way to exhaust its seemingly endless physical strength. Harry took a deep breath, trying to adjust his nervous mentality, and then he resolutely launched an offensive against the dragon. "Listen, big guy," Harry whispered to himself, his voice small but full of tenacity. He held the wand tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. "Come and chase me." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned forward and accelerated suddenly. His whole body was like an arrow shot from a bow, or a bolt of lightning that cuts through the sky, rushing straight towards the dragon at an extremely fast speed. At the moment when 067 was about to come into contact with the dragon's mountain-like body, Harry used his superb flying skills to turn the broom suddenly, and 067 cleverly avoided the fierce attack of the dragon's mouth full of flames. The flames spewed out from the dragon's mouth, forming a blazing wall of fire. The temperature was so high that Harry felt his skin was burning painfully. At the same time, the light of the protective spell on the arena surface flickered, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. It was the protective spell that was doing its best to maintain the barrier and resist the impact of Long Chong's magic power. Harry moved flexibly in the air. His movements were strong and agile, like a nimble swallow. He mustered up his courage again and again, rushed towards the dragon, and successfully attracted the dragon's attention with his speed and flexibility, and then quickly evaded the dragon's attack. This strategy was quite effective at first. The dragon was completely enraged by Harry's actions. Its roar became more and more angry, and its voice was full of deterrence. The frequency of flames spewing out of its mouth was increasing. Every time it spewed fire, it was accompanied by an intense heat wave that distorted the surrounding air. However, as the flames continued to spew out, the dragon's physical strength was gradually consumed. Its movements began to become slow, and a hint of fatigue was revealed in its originally lively eyes. "Harry, watch out!" Jiao's worried exclamation came from the audience. Sure enough, when Harry was dodging an attack, he made a small mistake due to his hasty movements and was swept by the dragon's thick tail. He only felt a huge force coming at him, and his body rolled uncontrollably in the air, almost falling off the broom. At this critical moment, Harry relied on his tenacious willpower and years of flying experience to hold on to the broom tightly and push hard with his feet to stabilize his body. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly, cold sweat soaked his back, but his belief became stronger. "You can't give up, Harry." He gritted his teeth and whispered to himself, with an unyielding light in his eyes. Then he cheered himself up again and adjusted the flight direction. Continue the fierce confrontation with the dragon. You must complete the task and get the golden egg. This was an arduous and protracted battle. Harry felt his strength slipping away bit by bit. His arms ached from holding the wand for so long, and his legs were shaking slightly. But the fire in his heart burned brighter and brighter. He gritted his teeth and put all the flying skills he had learned to the fullest. Finally, during the third dive, Harry, with his keen observation and accurate judgment, successfully induced the dragon to spit out a void of fire, thus exposing its weakness. Harry seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. He mustered all his courage and strength and chanted loudly, hanging the golden bell. Although the dragon was not hung up, its body shook and lost balance for a moment. Then he aimed at the back of the dragon's neck and cast a stunning spell. A bright light shot out from the tip of his wand, like a bolt of lightning, and rushed straight towards the dragon. The dragon seemed to sense the danger and wanted to dodge, but its movements were not as agile as before. The light hit the back of the dragon's neck. The dragon's body shook violently. Then it lost its balance, and its huge body slowly fell down. It let out one last roar, its voice filled with reluctance and anger, and then fell to the ground. Although it was only a few seconds, it was enough for Harry to get rid of the dragon and go to his lair to obtain the goal of this mission, a golden egg. The whole place fell silent, and everyone held their breath. It seems as if time has stopped at this moment. A few seconds later, thunderous cheers erupted like a volcano, resounding throughout the arena. The moment Harry picked up the golden honey, he felt that the tension in his body was finally completely relaxed at this moment, and a tired but relieved smile appeared on his face. He landed on the ground of the arena, holding the golden egg sun that he had brought out from Lu, who was protected by the dragon. The golden egg sparkled in the sun, and the texture on its surface was mysterious and complex, as if it hid countless secrets. Harry held up the golden egg high and gestured to the audience. His figure looked particularly heroic under the sunlight. Just then, Harry saw Ronald running toward him in the crowd. Ronald's face was full of excitement, but also revealed a hint of apology. "Harry, I apologize to you for what happened earlier." Ronald ran up to Harry and stammered, a guilty look on his face. "I am so stupid. Only a fool would sign up for such a dangerous competition. It's me. I really don't know what I was thinking. You are really stupid." Harry suddenly laughed. "I thought you would never understand now. You understand? I really—" Ronald scratched his head, looking even more embarrassed. 700 is fine. It's all over." The two smiled at each other, and soon reconciled and restored their former feelings. Then, Ronald exclaimed, "It's incredible. You actually did it. I was almost scared to death just now." Ronald never dreamed that Harry could actually defeat the dragon, even in such a dangerous situation, under the spotlight of everyone. Everything seemed like a dream. If it was Aris, he wouldn't find it strange at all. But he was Harry, not Reese. They have always been learning the same thing. "Actually, I was almost scared to death just now." Harry panted, with a tired but grateful smile on his face. He patted Ronald's shoulder hard. "Thank you for coming." The two of them walked to the side together, and Hermione and Aris also came over with excited faces. "What is the use of this golden egg?" Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead as he handed the golden egg to Aris, his eyes full of doubt. The trophy he had just obtained with great difficulty seemed particularly dazzling at this moment. Aris took the golden egg and carefully examined the fine texture on the egg surface. A trace of thought flashed through his eyes. "This will be the clue for your next mission," he explained slowly, his voice steady and firm. "There's a puzzle hidden inside. Solving it is your next task, and it is a very important task. If I don't solve this puzzle, there's no way to move on to the next project." Hermione added, "We have to solve this puzzle as soon as possible. We can't take it lightly." At this moment, the golden egg shook slightly in Yas's hand. Then a low, buzzing sound was heard, as if conveying some mysterious message to them. This scene stunned the others. Harry, Ronald, and Hermione looked at each other. There was also some excitement in their eyes. Since following Aris, they had become more excited about unknown adventures. And the secret of this golden egg now makes them look forward to it. They know very well that this is just the beginning of the entire competition, and there are more unknown and greater challenges waiting for them ahead. But they are not afraid because they have firm belief in their hearts. They will go all out and meet every challenge without reservation until they achieve the final victory. "Let's go and study it carefully." Aris nodded to the others. Then he turned and walked towards the castle. Behind him, Harry and others followed closely. On the other side, cheers rang out behind them. The whole castle cheered. In the quiet corner of Gryffindor Tower, the curtain of night fell, wrapping the entire tower gently. Only the dormitory where Harry, Ronald, and Hermione sat was still shining with warm yellow light. The golden egg on the table seemed to be awakened by the tranquility of the night, emitting a faint and mysterious halo. The light rippled gently, as if silently calling them. Harry's face was somewhat tired, having just escaped from a fierce battle with the dragon. Every inch of muscle in his body was aching, but his eyes were burning with an urgent fire. Hermione, can the ancient detection technique you mentioned really come in handy? His voice was low, echoing softly in the silent dormitory, with hesitation and expectation intertwined in it. Hermione sat up straight, her hands folded in front of her, her eyes determined. "Of course it works," she said firmly, revealing unquestionable confidence. "But those methods are very complicated, and I'm not sure if we can fully understand them. However, according to the usual style of Hogwarts, the tests are difficult, but they will not exceed our capabilities." Ronald reached out and scratched his head, his brows twisted into the shape of a character, and his fingertips tapped the table unconsciously, making a rhythmic da-da sound. "That's what we said, but we have to find a way out. Why don't we go ask the professor? He has a lot of ideas. Maybe he can show us a way out." When Hermione heard this, she shook her head like a rattle, her hair flying. "That's definitely not okay. It's no different than cheating. The professors will definitely not just give us the answers." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet, and all turned to Reese, who was quietly observing on the side. Aris leaned against the bookshelf with his arms folded across his chest. Noticing the burning gaze, he sighed helplessly, as if he had expected to be targeted. "Okay," he spread his hands, his tone full of compromise. "I'll give you a hint. Why not take the golden egg and take a bath?" "Take a bath," Harry and Ronald said in unison, looking at each other with confusion written all over their faces, as if Aris was speaking some alien language. Hermione's eyes lit up, as if she had suddenly caught a ray of light in the darkness, and she clapped her hands excitedly. "Oh, I see. Harry, this may have something to do with water. I need to think about it carefully." Harry looked at Hermione's confident look. Although he still had doubts in his heart, his friend's confidence was like a warm current that quietly dispelled some of his uneasiness. "Okay, let's go try it now." A few minutes later, the 3 of them crept into the public bathroom like 3 cats stealing fish. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time. Only the tiles reflected the dim moonlight. It was so quiet that we could hear each other's breathing. 0, asterisk. Harry held his breath, held the golden egg steadily in both hands, and slowly put it into the bathtub. In an instant, circles of fine ripples appeared on the water surface, and then a soft humming sound came from underwater, seeming far and near, as if someone was whispering deep under the water. Harry took a deep breath, made up his mind, and slowly sank his head into the water. The underwater world suddenly became clear, and the vague sound turned into a low, melodious melody. The notes were like nimble fish swimming around his ears. It's a sound. There are whispers and a melody. Harry raised his head sharply, water splashing everywhere, his face flushed with excitement, and shouted to Ronald and Hermione. Hermione adjusted her glasses with her hand, resting her index finger on her chin, lost in thought. "Then we have to find out what this sound means. Maybe it has something to do with the mystery at the bottom of the lake." Ronald's eyes lit up, and he patted Harry's shoulder excitedly, then slapped his palm on Harry's back, making a crisp pop sound. "I've given you so many hints. Now it's up to you to show your skills." Harry nodded heavily, his eyes falling on the golden egg again. At this moment, the golden pattern is more and more flickering, as if telling the endless secrets hidden at the bottom of the lake. Under the cover of night, Hogwarts Castle is like a mysterious giant beast, quietly lying in the gentle embrace of the moonlight. The spire of the tower flickered in the moonlight. A few owls fluttered their wings and flew silently by, like messengers of the night, conveying unknown secrets between the city and the outside world. At a corner of the castle, the cold wind blew freely like a naughty elf. Harry and Hermione walked towards the lake in a hurry, facing the wind. Harry's heart was like a lake into which 497 stones had been thrown, with ripples forming and a myriad of thoughts running through his mind. Although we have experienced many challenges, facing this unknown lake bottom exploration, the anticipation and tension are always with us, lingering in our hearts and minds. Harry, we really need to have a good talk. Hermione's voice, like a crisp note, broke Harry's contemplation. Her tone was a mixture of seriousness and concern, like a warm flame dancing in the cold night. The two found a secluded bench and sat down. The moonlight caressed the surface of the lake, rippling with ripples and gleaming with tiny silver luster, as quiet as a sleeping fairy. Of course, Hermione, I have a lot on my mind, too, and I was just thinking of talking to you about it. Harry moved and turned to face Hermione, with a hesitant look on his face, as if he had 1,000 words to say but didn't know where to start. Hermione took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly, as if she had mustered up her courage and made some major decision. Harry, I've noticed that you and Ginny have been spending more and more time together recently. Well, I don't mean to interfere with your friendships. It's just... She lowered her voice unconsciously, as if she was afraid of disturbing the quiet night, or as if she was afraid of saying something wrong and causing any misunderstanding. Harry couldn't help but smile when he saw her like this. There was a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, as if he had instantly read her mind. Oh, Hermione, it's because she's been helping me plan the lake bottom expedition. You know, Ginny knows more about magical creatures than any of us. So that's what happened. Hermione felt relieved immediately, and her tense shoulders relaxed. Then she raised the corners of her mouth with a mischievous smile and added, I thought you were doing some secret operation without telling anyone. How could that be possible? Harry shrugged his shoulders in a carefree manner, looking at the calm lake, and continued, To be honest, I am so excited to have the opportunity to explore the unknown. But sometimes, I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle the tension well and disappoint everyone's expectations. This isn't like you normally. Hermione tilted her head and looked at him teasingly, her eyes full of familiarity and trust. But I understand that you're always worried about everyone's safety. But you have to believe me, we have been through so many years and have seen all kinds of storms. We can definitely handle it. As they were talking, Ronald came running over like a gust of wind, with rapid steps and panting, and stopped in front of them. Hey, I finally found you. Look, there's a shooting star over there. When the three heard this, their eyes seemed to be led by an invisible hand, and they all looked up at the sky. They saw several meteors with dazzling tails streaking across the black night sky, like fleeting fireworks in the night sky, leaving behind bright trails, decorating the dark sky like a dream. In this brief and brilliant moment, they seemed to be cast under a spell of oblivion. All their worries and anxieties disappeared in the light of this shooting star. Hermione was the first to break the silence, her voice soft but firm. This is like a good omen. Maybe our adventure will be like this, short but brilliant, and definitely of great significance. Harry nodded vigorously, his eyes firm and serious. No matter what is hidden ahead, as long as we all work together, there will be no obstacles that we can't overcome. The shooting star disappeared, but their mood became brighter as if the clouds had cleared and the sun had appeared. The three of them smiled at each other, their eyes full of trust and expectation, and then walked back to the castle side by side under the cover of night, with brisk steps, their hearts full of longing for the next adventure. The next morning, the morning light was like a gentle fairy, shining through the gaps in the Gothic windows, casting golden light and dyeing the walls of the window paned, What's dormitory in warm tones. Harry woke up slowly from his sleep and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The brilliant image of the shooting stars last night was still shining in his heart. He put on his clothes quietly and walked out of the dormitory cautiously, for fear of waking up the classmates who were still sleeping. In the lounge, the fireplace was emitting warm air. Hermione was sitting on the sofa, concentrating on flipping through a thick book. The pages made a rustling sound. Ronald was holding a large cup of hot cocoa. The steaming mist blurred his face. He stared out the window, watching the castle slowly waking up in the morning light. The whole castle seemed like a giant slowly opening its eyes from a deep sleep. "Harry, good morning, 03. Hermione heard footsteps, looked up, a bright smile spread across her face, and greeted enthusiastically. "Morning," Harry smiled back, his mouth corners raised, full of vigor. "Today is a big day. Are you ready?" "Of course not." Hermione closed the book excitedly and quickly took out a set of strange diving equipment from her bag. The equipment shone with a pale blue magical light in the morning light, as if it was infused with the agility of the lake water. "Look at this. I stayed up late last night to make it. It can help us adapt to the environment at the bottom of the lake." "Wow. Hermione, your magical invention is amazing." Ronald stared at the equipment with his eyes wide open, his face full of curiosity and admiration, and his tone full of amazement. As he was speaking, Harry slapped his head suddenly. A trace of annoyance flashed across his face, and then he realized that he had missed some of the necessary equipment for the expedition. "Oh no, I have to go to Hogsmeade to buy some things and try to get back before breakfast." Fortunately, the small shop in Hogsmeade is like a treasure chest, filled with all kinds of small items needed by the wizarding world as always. Harry walked quickly, finished his shopping quickly, and hurried back to the castle with his legs like they were equipped with springs. Along the way, he felt a little proud of himself and thought he was quite efficient. As soon as they returned to the common room, Hermione stepped forward and reminded them seriously, "Don't forget, we will gather by the lake this afternoon. The Ministry of Magic has sent a special envoy to give us guidance." Harry nodded, trying hard to suppress his inner excitement, pretending to be calm on his face, but there was still a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. In the afternoon, the sun shines obliquely on the surface of the Black Lake, making the waves sparkle like countless diamonds jumping on the lake. They arrived at the lake as agreed, and immediately saw a familiar figure waiting there. "You are." Harry was speechless for a moment, and when he looked carefully, he found that the special envoy was Luna Lovegood's cousin, Alice. There are some similarities between her and Luna's eyes, both revealing agility and playfulness, but Alice's eyes have a hint of maturity and wisdom that comes from years of experience. "Yes, Harry, long time no see." Agusi raised the corners of her mouth and showed a friendly smile. "Today, we are going to conduct a field training." For the next few hours, Alice took them for a walk along the lake, and as they walked, she introduced in detail the magical creatures and complex environment that they might encounter at the bottom of the lake. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a clear mountain spring. As she described the habits of those mysterious creatures and the unique topography of the lake bottom, Harry and the others listened attentively. "Trust me, as long as you follow the instructions, you will all return safely on 9/20. Alice looked at them with a determined gaze, her eyes full of encouragement. Harry nodded vigorously, with gratitude in his eyes, and responded sincerely, "Thank you for your encouragement. I am really looking forward to this adventure. It's great to face the unknown with my friends. Courage and friendship are your most precious treasures." Alice smiled with gentle eyes. "Go on the journey with this expectation, and you will definitely have an extraordinary experience." The sun fell on them, casting long shadows on the grass by the lake. The shadows seemed like a silent prophecy, foreshadowing that there were countless unknown possibilities behind the upcoming adventure, but with their firm belief, they would be able to ride the wind and waves and write their own wonderful chapter. In the evening, the sky over Hogwarts was like a gorgeous painting, gradually being dyed with a soft and rich orange color. The sunset glow on the horizon is like the carefully drawn brushstrokes of nature, the painter accurately and delicately depicting the majestic and mysterious outline of the castle. The cool breeze was like a naughty elf, gently passing over the calm surface of the lake, instantly breaking the silence of the lake, causing layers of ripples, and at the same time carrying a hint of the unique freshness of early autumn, drifting away slowly. Harry, Hermione, and Ronald walked side by side on the winding path back to the castle, their pace neither hurried nor slow. There was a special gleam in their eyes, and their hearts were filled with deep memories of today's adventure. Alice is such an amazing mentor. Ronald was the first to break the silence. He shook his head slightly as he spoke, his tone full of admiration. Her understanding of the world under the lake is beyond imagination. It is much deeper than the last time we rashly entered that restricted area. Yeah, Hermione pushed her glasses up on her nose, her eyes behind the lenses full of admiration. I especially appreciate her attention to detail. I never expected that the tiny creatures she mentioned, which are easy to overlook in daily life, might become the key clues to solve the mystery. Harry listened quietly to his friend's conversation, feeling a warm feeling flowing through his heart. He tilted his head slightly, carefully observing the faces of Hermione and Ronald, his eyes full of trust and expectation, and said seriously, "Hermione, you are absolutely right. We must keep this valuable knowledge in mind. After today's experience, I have become more and more aware that no matter how difficult the situation may be in the future, the tacit understanding and trust between us are the magic weapon to overcome all difficulties." The three of them returned to the common room of Hogwarts, glanced at the bustling crowd, walked straight to a quiet corner, found a place to sit down. The fire in the fireplace in the lounge was jumping happily, and the warm firelight gently reflected on their young and energetic faces, making their outlines clearer. Hermione had already taken out her notebook with ease and placed it neatly in front of her. Ronald was immersed in excitement, replaying the wonderful scenes of the day's adventure over and over again in his mind, with a smile on his face from time to time. "We need to make a detailed plan," Hermione said, flipping through her notes with her slender fingers, speaking at a leisurely pace. "We have to dive into the lake again tomorrow, and this time we have to make more thorough preparations. Harry, what do you think?" Harry nodded, his mind still immersed in the peaceful and beautiful atmosphere of the lake, but Hermione's suggestion instantly brought him back to his senses and cheered him up. "Yes, I think we can start from those key locations that Alice emphasized. Maybe we can make some surprising discoveries there." And Ronald quickly interrupted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "We must not ignore those magical creatures. Don't forget," Alice said, "that some of their special reactions may lead us to the right direction." Hermione heard this and gently turned a page of notes. The quill in her hand rustled on the paper, carefully recording the ideas they discussed. "Underwater, we must stay calm, and the gestures and communication methods between each other must be carefully planned in advance." The gesture memo that Alice gave me today was extremely helpful. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, and the wonderful adventure scenes in the book appeared in his mind. He said with expectation, "I really hope that we can rely on these gestures to make this adventure smooth and easy like a duck in water, just like what is written in the book. Perhaps we should spend more time practicing." "Okay, it's settled then. We'll go to the lake to practice early tomorrow morning." Hermione spoke firmly and made a prompt decision. As the night grew darker, the people in the lounge gradually dispersed, and the surroundings became quiet. Harry leaned back in the soft chair and slowly closed his eyes. The experiences of the day kept replaying in his mind like a kaleidoscope. Professor Alice's earnest teachings and her eyes full of wisdom seem to be right in front of me and cannot be forgotten. Harry felt a deep sense of responsibility and boundless strength. He knew that as long as these two close friends were by his side and the three of them worked hand in hand, there would be no difficulties or obstacles that could not be overcome. "Listen, watch me record the next chapter of this great adventure." Ronald yawned loudly, stretched, and his tone was full of eagerness to try. "Then hurry up and get ready." Hermione smiled and gently closed the notebook, her eyes full of anticipation. "Let us look forward to the new adventure that will begin tomorrow." Outside the window, under the bright starry sky, Harry felt hope and courage rising in his heart. He was absolutely convinced that as long as he had friends by his side, all difficulties would be nothing more than insignificant episodes. He is looking forward to tomorrow and is full of fighting spirit for the challenges he will face every day. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight is like a soft veil, gently brushing across the sparkling lake. Under the sunlight, the lake water sparkles with tiny lights, like countless diamonds jumping on the lake. Such a beautiful scenery is truly refreshing. Harry, Ronald, Adf, and Hermione arrived at the lake early. The air was filled with the fresh scent of early summer. The sweet smell seemed to gently touch their heartstrings, making them look forward to the upcoming adventure. Harry carefully took out the hand gesture memo that Professor Alice had given them and stroked the paper with his fingers. The scene of the professor's patient guidance involuntarily emerged in his mind, and those words of encouragement seemed to still echo in my ears. Harry, did you dream last night that we found something special at the bottom of the lake? Ronald quickly arranged his diving equipment and couldn't contain his excitement, so he turned around and asked Harry. Of course, Ronald. Harry raised his lips slightly, revealing a faint smile. I dreamed that we found a secret passage that led to a mysterious cave. The caves hold countless treasures and unknown secrets. Hermione stretched out her hand to tie the woven headband tightly and said seriously, whether there is treasure or not, our most important task is to maintain close communication underwater and never get separated. So, everyone should practice the gestures Alice taught you carefully again. The three of them looked at each other, understood each other, and began to review those crucial gestures tacitly. They performed each gesture one by one, making sure each other remembered it correctly. At this moment, their focused expressions were slightly nervous, but more importantly, they were trusting each other and looking forward to this adventure. During the practice, Hermione couldn't help but ask softly, "Do you feel a little nervous? This is our first real underwater adventure." Harry nodded vigorously, his eyes firm and confident. "Of course, but as long as you two are here, I feel very secure. It's okay, we can do it. Just like every adventure we've experienced in the past, we will definitely be able to complete this mission smoothly." Ronald smiled and stretched out his hand, patting Harry's shoulder hard. "Of course, we are recognized as the best team." Just as they took a deep breath and prepared to jump into the water, a familiar voice came from a distance. Everyone looked up and saw Professor Alice walking towards them at an unhurried pace, with a warm and determined smile on her face, like the warm sun in winter. "Kids, are you ready?" "Professor Alice." Hermione waved excitedly, her voice clear and loud. "We are all ready and about to set off." Professor Alice walked up to them, glanced at the three of them gently, and said earnestly, "Remember, courage and wisdom are the most powerful weapons of explorers. No matter what difficulties you encounter, don't forget to listen to your inner voice and always believe in each other. Your mission this time is difficult and there will be dangers, but remember to help each other, and you will be able to complete the final mission. I believe in you." Professor Alice's words of encouragement were like magic, instantly filling the hearts of the three with strength. Harry felt that this expedition was no longer just an ordinary adventure, but a meaningful journey of growth. "Thank you, Professor Alice. We will definitely keep your words in mind." Harry looked serious, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. "Then go." Professor Alice smiled and waved goodbye to them. The lake water is crystal clear and it glows attractively under the sunlight. This time, entering the bottom of the lake was just an attempt. If it weren't for Aris's reminder, they would not have thought of such a method. The competition between the three strongest wizards was full of uncertainty. All they could do now was to try their best to improve themselves. 0. Request flowers 0. The three of them looked at each other, took a deep breath, and jumped into the water, instantly causing 10 waves of cool water. As the lake and birds surrounded them, they communicated with each other expertly, using learned gestures. This method is indeed useful and allows us to communicate smoothly underwater. However, the distance between the few people cannot be too far because the light at the bottom of the lake is too dim, and they will not be able to see clearly if the distance is too far. The three of them moved forward quickly like fish. The world at the bottom of the lake is mysterious and magnificent, with colorful coral reefs, fish of various shapes, and swaying water plants. Everything is like a dream. Harry felt a wonderful tranquility in the water, and he was very confident in his heart that as long as he had friends by his side, no matter how great the difficulties and obstacles were, they would be nothing but passing clouds. Now, it's finally time to embark on this long-awaited adventure. Today is destined to become a unique, shining, and special chapter in their lives. 10. The shores of Black Lake. The breeze blows gently, and ripples appear on the lake, making soft, lapping sounds, as if whispering an unknown story. Harry, Ronald, and Hercules stood by the lake, their postures straight, their eyes filled with determination and expectation. Professor Alice stood aside with an encouraging smile on her face. Her voice was gentle but powerful. "Children, go bravely. The secrets at the bottom of the lake are waiting for you to uncover." 11 foot. Inspired by this, the 3,240 people took a deep breath and jumped into the deep embrace of the Black Lake, splashing white water. Hermione took the lead, deftly activating her homemade diving gear. In an instant, 3 crystal-clear bubbles quickly wrapped around their heads like lively elves, steadily providing them with the air they needed to breathe. Inside the bubble, the breath exhaled by the 3 people formed a small white mist that floated gently in the dim light. The bottom of the lake is like a world of dreams and mysteries, so quiet that one can almost hear the sound of time flowing. A hint of chill comes from all directions, penetrating clothes and reaching the skin. In the distance, the lamp fish were swimming in the deep lake, their lights flickering like small lanterns, illuminating the shadows cast by the dense aquatic plants. Those water plants seemed to be endowed with life, swaying freely under the caress of the water, sometimes entwined together, sometimes quickly separated. Their shadows danced on the sand and rocks at the bottom of the lake under the light, like a silent and beautiful dance. Harry gestured to move forward, and the 3 of them swam nimbly along the designated route towards the center of the lake like well-trained divers. As Hermione swam, she carefully adjusted her diving equipment to make sure it was functioning properly. Her lively eyes looked around, not missing any details, and her head kept turning, thinking about the connection between what she saw and the known knowledge. Suddenly, the calm was broken, and a torrent of water rushed towards them from the side like a running beast. Hermione reacted quickly and dodged the strong current with a flick of her body. However, soon afterwards, a huge figure appeared before their eyes, a giant 8-eyed spider crab. It was like a moving hill, and its body was astonishingly huge. The crab shell was hard and rough, covered with sharp protrusions. It flashed a cold light in the dim light at the bottom of the lake, revealing an indescribable deterrent force. The 8 eyes were like 8 rubies, emitting a strange and fierce light. The crab claws waved in the air, making a clicking sound, as if issuing a fatal warning to them. "Be careful!" Harry's heart suddenly tightened, and he shouted. The giant 8-eyed spider crab seemed to be enraged, and it swung its claws violently and clamped towards Hermione at an extremely fast speed. Jiao only felt a flash of light, and a strong sense of crisis came over him. She twisted her body desperately and narrowly avoided the fatal blow at the critical moment. The crab claws brushed against her sleeves, causing a violent water wave that almost swept her in. Harry quickly looked at Ronald, and the moment their eyes met, they reached a tacit understanding. Without words, they both understood each other's thoughts. "Levitation spell," Harry muttered quietly in the water. Although his voice was drowned out by the water, the magic power was already surging. The stick-shaped magic weapon in his hand glowed slightly, and the soft light spread in the lake, and magic power quickly gathered. A blue-gray beam of light shot out from the tip of the magic wand, like an invisible rope, firmly trapping one of the turtles. The giant spider crab struggled hard, stirring up a large amount of mud and sand, and the entire lake bottom instantly became turbid and the vision was blocked. "Hurry now!" Ronald waved his hands and shouted loudly. The 3 of them took advantage of the moment when the crab claws stopped moving temporarily and the giant spider crab fell into chaos, and like 3 agile fish, They quickly moved their limbs and swam away from the danger zone. Their hearts were beating like drums. Their chests were heaving violently. They were breathing heavily. Tension was spreading in their bodies, but their eyes were extremely determined. After a short break from the luxurious silence, the three continued to move forward at the bottom of the lake, unknowingly arriving at a strange area. Under the water, an ancient 03 stone pillar stood quietly, painfully adjusting its purpose of attack. A hint of excitement flashed in Hermione's eyes. She quickly moved closer to take a closer look. The ancient runes engraved on the stone pillar came into view. Those runes were mysterious and complex, emitting a faint golden light. Hermione's heartbeat quickened as she recognized the runes as being identical to those she had seen in the book and identical to the symbols on the base of the Goblet of Fire. These runes may be related to an ancient magical ritual. Hermione's voice trembled slightly as she stared at the stone pillar in doubt, her eyes full of concentration and inquiry. At this moment, the surrounding lake water seemed to be still, and the passing time seemed to have frozen here. There were only 3 of them, and this mysterious stone pillar left in the entire world. "Let me try." Harry took a deep breath, slowly stretched out his hand, and touched the stone pillar with his hand. In an instant, a weak magical wave spread in the lake like ripples, and the lake water began to ripple with layers of tiny ripples. At the same time, the golden egg in his hand was like an awakened spirit, emitting a low resonance, and the buzzing sound echoed in the lake, as if responding to the call of the stone pillar. The 3 of them looked at each other, with a hint of tension and anticipation in their eyes. They are nervous because they don't know what consequences this mysterious resonance will bring. The expectation comes from the desire for the truth, and they firmly believe that this is an important clue to solving the mystery. Just as they were about to explore further, a huge shadow emerged from the darkness in the lake ahead. The shadow was huge and blurry, looming in the dim lake water, like a dormant beast ready to attack at any time. The shadow moved slowly, causing ripples in the surrounding lake water, making people feel more and more uneasy. What is that?" Ronald muttered to himself with a trembling voice, his tone revealing his nervousness. His body trembled slightly, and he held the wand tightly, as if it was his only support at the moment. It must be guarding something important. Harry looked solemn and held his wand calmly, because he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. His eyes were firm as he stared at the shadows ahead, ready to deal with any possible danger. Hermione looked at the huge shadow ahead with an inquiring and cautious gaze. She said softly, "Whatever it is, we need to be prepared." 560. Although her voice was soft, it revealed an unquestionable power. It is a reverence for the unknown and a trust in partners. "Let's go, it's time to unveil this mysterious veil." Harry gestured firmly for everyone to move on. They took a deep breath, and the power of mutual trust once again settled in their hearts. The blue lake water became more mysterious and unpredictable at this moment, as if a huge mystery was waiting for them to solve. They adjusted their breathing and swam nimbly towards the shadow, ready to take on the next challenge of their adventure. Their hearts were filled with courage and determination, and they firmly believed that they could overcome all difficulties and uncover the secrets hidden at the bottom of the lake. The 3 of them swam cautiously towards the huge shadow with nervousness and anticipation. As the distance got closer, the outline of the shadow gradually became clearer, and a huge structure came into view. It is like a mysterious underwater castle, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere at the bottom of the deep lake. In the structure, many slender figures are looming, seemingly busy, yet also vigilantly watching everything around them. Suddenly, the surrounding water flowed rapidly as if being stirred by an invisible giant hand. Ronald was caught off guard and was pushed to one side by the powerful current, his body swaying uncontrollably in the water. He was startled and shouted in panic, "Be careful!" The sound spread quickly in the water with a slight tremor. Harry reacted quickly, adjusting his posture immediately and swinging his limbs vigorously to stabilize his body. At the same time, The three people's attention was attracted by those slender figures. Through the dark lake water, a group of graceful mermaids were circling towards them from all directions. These mermaids have slender bodies and their skin glows faintly, which looks particularly mysterious in the dim lake water. Their faces were stern, their eyes were alert, and the tridents held tightly in their hands flashed with cold light, as if silently declaring their vigilance against these uninvited guests. Ronald couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw this. His throat was dry, and he said with a trembling voice, "Are we in trouble?" Hermione was also nervous, but she tried to stay calm and said soothingly, "No, not necessarily." As she spoke, she quickly analyzed the situation, her brain working rapidly, trying to find a suitable way to resolve this crisis from her past knowledge. Just when the situation was about to explode and the atmosphere was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, Harry took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to stand up. He shouted, "Please wait. We mean no harm." The voice spread in the lake with firmness and sincerity. Before he finished speaking, he carefully raised the golden egg in his hand, and with the help of the faint light from the water, he showed it to the mermaids in front of him and explained, "This is the quest item for the Goblet of Fire. We are just looking for clues to pass the maze at the bottom of the lake." The mermaids remained on guard, without putting down their tridents. Just then, a tall mermaid with a darker tail and looking older swam over slowly. His fish tail swayed gently in the water, creating soft ripples, each of which carried the traces of time. He looked at Harry and the others with deep eyes and slowly said, "Young wizards, do you know the legend of the Goblet of Fire at the bottom of our lake? I'm afraid you're not the first humans to come here." Harry's heart tightened, and he vaguely felt that he was about to hear some crucial information. He said respectfully, "I'm sorry to bother you. Could you please enlighten me?" The mermaid leader, Li Zhao, had a kind face and wise eyes. He looked at Harry, then glanced at the golden egg, and said slowly and solemnly, "Long ago, the Goblet of Fire slept at the bottom of our lake. Legend has it that it is a bridge connecting our two worlds. But we fear the unknown power hidden within it and have never set foot in it." Hermione's eyes lit up when she heard this. She quickly ran through all the known information in her mind and asked anxiously, "So, is there any way to safely pass through the maze at the bottom of the lake?" The elder nodded slightly, and the fish tail swayed gently, stirring the lake water, and said, "In the maze at the bottom of the lake, there is a shell inlaid with emeralds, which will guide you. And in the depths of the maze, you may face more challenges. To help you, we are willing to give you mermaid scales, which will allow you to breathe freely in the water at critical moments." Ronald's eyes revealed a complex expression of excitement and uneasiness. Excited, they got the key clues and important help to pass through the maze. Uneasy, he suddenly realized that this adventure was much more complicated than they imagined. But he took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said firmly, "Thank you for your help. We will be careful." Wrapped in a gentle current, the mermaids slowly dispersed. The elder finally said, "Good luck to you, Elixir of Life." The sound echoed in the lake, carrying a hint of expectation. Watching the mermaids go away, Harry felt a lot of emotions. They put the mermaid's scales away carefully. The scales glowed faintly in their hands, as if they contained mysterious power. At this time, the fog in the lake gradually surged in, and the vague outline of the maze appeared in the fog, revealing an unprecedented challenge. The afterglow of the setting sun slanted down from the lake, and the golden light through the water gently hit the faces of the three people, as if cheering them on. They looked at each other, and the same determination and expectation burned in each other's eyes. As the outline of the lake bottom became clearer, they knew that this would be another test of their friendship and courage. They packed their equipment, adjusted their breathing, and with fearlessness and trust in their hearts unchanged, they resolutely swam towards the maze at the bottom of the lake, ready to meet unknown challenges. The three of them were filled with nervousness and anticipation, their heartbeats rising and falling in their chests, as if they were about to burst through their chests. They swam cautiously towards the huge shadow, and every stroke was cautious, as if disturbing the ancient secrets at the bottom of the mysterious lake. As the distance got closer, the outline of the shadow became clearer, and a huge structure came into view. It is like an underwater castle covered in dust by time, standing at the bottom of a deep lake, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, as if telling a story from thousands of years ago. Among the structures, many slender figures are looming, sometimes busy shuttling back and forth, sometimes standing still, as if vigilantly watching everything around them, making this area of water even more mysterious. Suddenly, the calm was broken, and the surrounding water began to surge rapidly, as if it was stirred wildly by an invisible and powerful hand. Ronald was caught off guard. The strong current pushed him to one side, and his body swayed uncontrollably in the water like a leaf drifting in the wind in October. He was startled. Fear gripped his heart instantly, and he shouted in panic, "Be careful!" The sound spread quickly in the water with a hint of trembling, which was the instinctive fear of unknown danger. Harry reacted quickly, like a well-trained cheetah. He immediately adjusted his posture, swung his limbs vigorously, tensed his muscles, and relied on his tenacious willpower and excellent water skills to keep his body steady. At the same time, the three people's sights were drawn to those slender figures, as if they were attracted by a magnet. Through the dark lake water, a group of graceful mermaids were surrounding them from all directions. These mermaids have slender bodies, and their skin glows faintly. The light looks particularly mysterious in the dark lake, as if they are elves from another world. Their faces were stern, their eyes were alert, and the tridents held tightly in their hands were flashing a cold light that seemed to be able to cut through the lake water, silently announcing their vigilance against these uninvited guests, making the atmosphere instantly tense. Ronald felt as if something was stuck in his throat when he saw this. He couldn't help swallowing, and his dry throat made a slight sound. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Are we in trouble?" Hermione was equally nervous, her heart beating wildly in her chest, but she tried to stay calm, took a deep breath, and whispered comfortingly, "No, not necessarily." As she spoke, she quickly analyzed the situation in front of her. Her brain was working rapidly, like a high-speed magic robot arm, trying to find a suitable way to resolve this crisis from the knowledge in the countless books she had read in the past. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Just when the situation was on the verge of breaking out and the atmosphere was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring that seemed about to break in the next second, Harry took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, and mustered up the courage to stand up. He shouted, "Please wait. We mean no harm." The sound spread in the lake, with firmness and sincerity, like the sound of a bell ringing at the bottom of a silent lake. Before he finished speaking, he carefully raised the golden egg in his hand, and with the help of the faint light of the lake, he showed the golden egg to the mermaids in front of him and explained, "This is the quest item for the Goblet of Fire. We're just looking for clues to pass the maze at the bottom of the lake." His hands were shaking slightly, but he tried hard to keep the golden egg steady, his eyes full of anticipation and sincerity. The mermaids remained on guard. Their tridents in their hands were not put down, and the cold light was still flashing. Just then, a tall mermaid with a darker tail and looking older swam over slowly. His tail swayed gently in the water, creating soft ripples. Each ripple seemed to carry the traces of time, as if telling a story of vicissitudes of life over a long period of time. His eyes were deep, like a bottomless black hole in the night sky. He looked at Harry and the others and spoke slowly. "Zero requests flowers. Young wizards, do you know the legend of the Goblet of Fire at the bottom of our lake? I'm afraid you're not the first humans to come here." His voice was low and rich, echoing in the lake, carrying an irresistible majesty. Harry's heart tightened, and he vaguely felt that he was about to hear some crucial information, which might change the direction of their entire adventure. 0. Oh, he said respectfully. I'm sorry to bother you. Could you please enlighten me? The tone of voice is modest and eager. The mermaid elder had a kind face and wise eyes. He looked at Harry, then glanced at the golden egg, and said slowly and solemnly, Long ago, the goblet of fire slept at the bottom of our lake. It is said to be the bridge connecting our two worlds. But we are afraid of the unknown power hidden in it and never dare to set foot in it. His words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the three people, making them even more awed by the mystery of the goblet of fire. When Hermione heard this, her eyes lit up as if she saw a ray of light in the darkness. All the known information was running fast in her mind, and various knowledge and clues were colliding rapidly in her mind. She asked anxiously, So, is there any way to safely pass through the lake bottom maze? Or to avoid encountering powerful enemies along the way? There was a hint of anxiety and anticipation in his voice. The elder nodded slightly, swaying his tail gently, stirring the lake water, and said, In a maze at the bottom of the lake, there is a shell inlaid with emeralds, which will guide you. In the depths of the maze, you may face more tests. To help you, we are willing to give you mermaid scales, which will allow you to breathe freely in the water at critical moments. In addition, these scales can also be used for identification at critical moments. As he spoke, he took out a few gleaming spicy chips from his body and handed them to Harry and others. Ronald's eyes revealed a complex expression of excitement and uneasiness. The exciting thing is that they got the key clues and important help to get through the puzzle, which brought them one step closer to completing the task. What was unsettling was that he suddenly realized that this adventure was much more complicated than they had imagined, and there might be countless unknown dangers waiting for them ahead. But he took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said firmly, Thank you for your help. We will be careful. There was a firmness in his eyes, as if he was cheering himself up. Go ahead, let's go. Wrapped in the gentle water flow, the mermaids slowly dispersed, like a group of graceful dancers dancing in the water. The elder finally gave his advice. Good luck to you, young wizard. The voice echoed in the lake, carrying with it a hint of expectation, and that expectation was like warm sunshine, sprinkling on the hearts of the three people. Watching the mermaids go away, Harry felt a lot of emotions. They put the mermaid scales away carefully. The scales glowed faintly in their hands, as if they contained mysterious power, and seemed to indicate that their next adventure would be full of miracles. At this time, the fog in the lake gradually surged in, and the fog was like a layer of gauze, covering the mysterious lake bottom. The vague outline of the maze loomed in the mist, faintly revealing an unprecedented challenge, as if sending them a silent invitation. The afterglow of the setting sun slanted down from the lake, and the golden light through the water gently slapped on the faces of the three people, as if to cheer them up and bring them a beautiful night and strength. They looked at each other, and the same determination and expectation burned in each other's eyes. As the outline of the lake bottom became clearer, they knew that this would be another test of their friendship and courage. Everyone check again to make sure there is no problem. They packed their equipment, adjusted their breathing, and with fearlessness and trust in their hearts unchanged, they resolutely swam towards the maze at the bottom of the lake, ready to meet unknown challenges. If we succeed this time, we should be the first 4.5 people from Hogwarts to explore the Black Lake. Right? Shall we go? Ronald's voice came through the voice transmission spell. Their figures appear so firm in the lake, as if they are writing their own legendary chapter. The deep Black Lake is like a black hole. No one knows what kind of danger lies there. No one knows what kind of danger Harry and his friends will encounter next. In a mysterious light that was like a dream and seemed to be cast by ancient magic, Harry, Hermione, and Ronald slowly approached the end of a long corridor with nervousness and anticipation. The light was deep and blue, just like the most mysterious light in the night sky, flowing down from an ancient stone platform. It seemed like a mysterious call from distant time and space, guiding their footsteps. On the stone platform, there was a strange magical relic quietly placed. Its shape was like that of a sandstorm, and it emitted a dazzling blue light that could not be ignored. The light seemed to have life, swaying gently, as if telling an unknown secret. 03 The area around the relic is densely engraved with mysterious symbols. Those symbols are twisted and winding, like ancient spells, or they seem to record a special part of some dusty history. At this moment, Aris, who was far away in Hogwarts Castle, was staring intently at the alchemical compass in his hand. The needle on the compass was spinning wildly, making a slight clicking sound. Aris frowned, his face solemn. Through this magical alchemical compass, he remotely sensed the surging and powerful magic in the relic. The magic power was like surging waves, one after another, impacting his perception. He immediately whispered through the magic communication, "The power of this relic is far beyond anything we have encountered before." Although the voice was soft, it was filled with unquestionable seriousness, as if it had passed through the barriers of space and rang directly in the ears of the three people. Hermione took a deep breath, calmed her nervousness, and walked forward steadily. Her intelligent eyes were fixed on the relics, with concentration and inquiry in her eyes. She frowned slightly and speculated. "This relic is related to time magic. I think it may be the key to unlocking the secret of the Goblet of Fire." There was a hint of hesitation in her words, yet she was full of confidence. This was a judgment she made based on her rich knowledge and keen intuition. As she spoke, her hand involuntarily reached out towards the relic, as if being pulled by an invisible force. As soon as her fingertips touched the surface of the relic, she felt an electric current-like force instantly pass through her body. The force was cold and stinging, making her shiver. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be twisted and pulled by an invisible giant hand. The originally quiet corridor at the bottom of the lake seemed to have turned into a vortex of time and space. They only felt that the scene in front of them was blurred and their bodies were out of control. It was as if time was going backwards and they were dragged into an image of the past by a powerful force. It was the early days of the Triwizard Tournament, and a strange and mysterious scene lay beneath the lake. A group of students dressed in ancient magic robes with solemn expressions gathered in front of a huge magic circle, holding some kind of mysterious ceremony. The Goblet of Fire was placed in the center of the magic circle, emitting a strange and dark green light. The light was like a will-o'-the-wisp, flickering and jumping in the dark light at the bottom of the lake, as if summoning something. Suddenly, without any warning, one of the students seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand. His body was dragged uncontrollably into the depths of the lake by a powerful force and disappeared in an instant. Only a string of frightened bubbles was left, rising slowly in the water. Hermione's face turned pale as paper, and her lips trembled slightly. She exclaimed, "This is the truth about the disappearance of that student. This is the original dark secret of the Flame Forest." There was fear and shock in his voice, as if he had witnessed a terrible disaster. However, before they could recover from the shock, the relic seemed to have triggered some powerful defense mechanism. A dull and heavy sound of flowing water suddenly sounded, like a roar from the abyss. Powerful water element magic quickly gathered around them, forming a huge and deadly vortex in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool spun rapidly, and a bottomless hole formed in the center, as if it was going to swallow up everything around it. The impact of the water flow drew the surrounding sand, rocks, and aquatic plants into it, stirring them into a ball. "Be careful," Harry shouted loudly. His voice seemed a little weak in the sound of the rushing water, but it filled the whole area. He quickly waved his wand, muttered something, and cast a protective spell to protect Hermione and himself. A transparent magic barrier instantly formed in front of them, resisting the powerful suction of the vortex. However, the accident still happened. Ronald was unable to dodge, and with a cry of surprise, his body suddenly became lighter and he was ruthlessly sucked into the whirlpool. "Ronald!" Hermione screamed. Her heart seemed to stop beating instantly, and fear overwhelmed her like a tide. She and Harry didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the vortex without hesitation. The water in the whirlpool was like a sharp blade, cutting their bodies, and the strong pressure made it almost impossible for them to breathe. The wands in their hands flashed desperately, trying to smash the devil-like water monster. The flashes flickered in the dark vortex like stars, but seemed so small. The two tried their best and struggled to move forward in the whirlpool. Finally, in the chaotic water flow at the center of the whirlpool, they saw Ronald, who had lost consciousness. Ronald's body floated with the current, his hair and robe dancing freely in the water. Hermione tried hard to calm herself, endured the pain in her body and the fear in her heart, and concentrated on casting magic to slow down the suction of the vortex. Harry gritted his teeth and swam towards Ronald with all his strength. He reached out, grabbed Ronald's arm, and hauled it back to safety. After a thrilling moment that seemed like a life-and-death test, they finally brought Ronald out of danger and retreated to a relatively safe place. At this time, they were exhausted, and their bodies and talents were not up to standard. Hermione patted Ronald's face anxiously, her voice tearful. "Ronald, wake up!" After a while, Ronald opened his eyes blearily, with fear and confusion still in his eyes. He gasped and said weakly, "Thank you. I thought I would never see you again." There was a sense of relief in his voice for having survived the disaster. Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with a relieved smile on his face. "It's all thanks to Hermione that we are out of danger. We must leave here quickly with the relic." As he spoke, he carefully picked up the glowing magical relic and held it tightly in his hand, as if holding hope. They began to retreat quickly, their steps staggering a little. Just after escaping from danger, there was a violent vibration coming from the bottom of the lake. The vibration was like a powerful force that lifted up the sand and rocks at the bottom of the lake, and the surrounding lake water became turbulent. Along with the restlessness of the creatures at the bottom of the lake in the distance, all kinds of strange noises could be heard faintly, as if the entire globe was filled with anxiety. They know that things are far from over, but at least they have once again worked together to overcome difficulties, and what awaits them ahead will be more unknown challenges and mysteries. The night was like a huge piece of black silk, slowly spreading over the sky above Hogwarts and gently covering the Black Lake. The ripples on the lake's surface gently swayed in the evening breeze, and each ripple was like a messenger of the night, whispering the thrilling experience that had just been experienced at the bottom of the lake. That afternoon, shrouded in sinister magic, is now a thing of the past, but has left an indelible mark on the hearts of Harry, Hermione, and Ronald. Harry, Jiao, Ronald, and their group finally surfaced from this thrilling adventure. Their bodies were exhausted, as if all their strength had been drained away. Their clothes were soaked and stuck to their bodies, and lake water continued to drip. However, there was a gleam in their eyes because they were carrying the trophy of victory, the mysterious magical relic. On the shore, Alice was anxious and kept pacing. Her eyes were fixed on the rolling lake in the distance, her eyes full of anxiety and worry, and she prayed over and over in her heart that they were safe. When she saw Harry and the others surfacing, looking a little embarrassed, but real and safe, Alice's heart finally settled down. The worry on his face instantly turned into relaxation and joy. "You're finally back." Alice took a few steps forward, her tone mixed with blame and concern. "I was almost worried to death." Harry forced a smile, his voice tired. "We didn't expect it to turn out like this. The situation at the bottom of the lake is more complicated than we thought." "Did you find anything?" Alice asked anxiously, her eyes moving back and forth across their clothes that were still dripping with lake water, trying to capture key information from their expressions and words. Hermione took over the conversation, her voice trembling a little, but she tried to calm herself down, thinking back to the thrilling experience at the bottom of the lake. "We found the relics, but we almost didn't come back. The whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, and those ancient magics. Yes, This relic seems to be protected by some kind of protection mechanism, Harry added, his face still showing the solemnity of having survived a disaster. It almost left us, at the bottom of the lake for the rest of our lives. He looked at Alice, his face serious. I think we should tell Dumbledore about this immediately. Alice nodded without hesitation and suggested, Let's go. We can't delay any longer. In the headmaster's office, the lighting was soft. Dumbledore sat behind his desk with a focused expression, as if the whole world was left with only him and the mysterious relic in front of him. The magic relic on the table in front of him emitted a faint light, which seemed to be there and not there, as if telling the yin. Hermione perked up beside her. Although she was physically exhausted, her eager eyes were still bright. She stared at the bottom of the relic, frowning as she pondered it carefully. Her carefulness always allows her to catch details that others tend to overlook, and this time is no exception. Professor Dumbledore, there are some strange patterns and numbers here. Hermione pointed to the bottom of the relic, her tone full of excitement of discovering a secret. I have a feeling that they may be the password to open a mysterious place. Dumbledore raised his glasses and looked through the lenses at where Hermione pointed. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through the mist of time. Then he fell in a deep thought and said slowly, These symbols do have a strong connection to ancient magic. This relic does more than just date back in time. It may hold deeper secrets. Aris listened to their analysis and thought quietly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in her eyes, and the knowledge about the stars and alchemy emerged in her mind. She said, These numbers and patterns may be related to astrology. I remember there were similar records in the alchemical manuscripts. Astrology? Ronald looked at Aris in confusion, his face full of puzzlement. Are you saying this has something to do with the stars in the sky? Aris nodded, looking confident. I'm not sure, but we can give it a try. Perhaps the night sky can give us the answer. Then let's go to the Quidditch pitch. Harry clapped his hands, hope sparking in his eyes. The view there is the best. Night finally fell, and the sky was full of twinkling stars, like gems on the black sky, shining with mysterious light in the quiet and precise sky. Everyone came to the Quidditch field with observation tools and heavy cloaks. This place, which was full of cheers and enthusiasm during the day, was now so quiet that only the sound of the breeze could be heard, as if waiting for a mysterious revelation. They sat in a circle on the lawn, looking up at the starry sky. Ronald couldn't help but hold on to his cloak tightly. The coolness of the night made him shiver, and the tension and anticipation in his heart made his heart beat faster. What do you think will happen? He asked softly, his voice sounding particularly clear in the silent night sky. I hope to find some clues. Hermione responded softly, staring at the dreamy starry sky without blinking, her eyes full of expectation and concentration. Harry swallowed, his throat feeling dry. His eyes searched back and forth in the starry sky, not missing any corner. He had a vague feeling that the secret behind the international electronic game might be hidden in the depths of the night. No matter what the outcome is at this moment, they're close friends, sharing peace and hope, and looking forward to the starry sky revealing some clues to solve the mystery. In the night sky, the stars seemed to be pulled by an invisible pair of hands, moving slowly, and the flickering lights interweave into a mysterious picture. Aris leaned over the ancient star map, his slender fingers gently moving across the yellowed paper. There seemed to be a small drum in his heart, with tension and excitement intertwined, beating out a rapid rhythm. Look, she suddenly whispered excitedly, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, and her finger quickly pointed to an area on the star map. These numbers correspond to the trajectory of the planet Isolin and its movement trajectory. Look, it is exactly the same as the pattern on the relic. 0. Request flowers. Her eyes were wide open, full of disbelief and surprise, as if she had discovered a treasure that had been buried for thousands of years. Harry quickly put his eyes close to the telescope and looked in the direction Aris pointed. When the mysterious constellation came into view, his heartbeat instantly accelerated, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. An indescribable sense of mystery flows through the body, as if an ancient voice is whispering in the ear, speaking of a secret that has been confirmed by time. 0. So what does this mean? There was clear curiosity and a hint of uneasiness in Ronald's voice. He subconsciously shrank his shoulders. The evening breeze had become colder and slid across his neck like icy silk. It points to the library tower at Hogwarts. Hermione quickly took over the conversation, her tone full of her usual confidence. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes firm, as if everything was under her control. If these are correct, we need to go there to look for clues. Shall we go now? Harry let out a long breath, feeling a surge of excitement spreading through him. A certain voice in his heart kept encouraging him to uncover the mysterious veil, as if a pair of invisible hairs were pushing him forward. Dumbledore shook his head slightly with a gentle smile on his face, like a ray of warm sunshine, dispelling some of the tense atmosphere. Let's wait until daytime. The library tower contains many mysterious ancient scrolls, so we need to be careful. Besides, Hogwarts at night might keep its secrets. His voice was low and steady, as if it contained endless wisdom. Several people looked at each other, with a hint of hesitation in their eyes, but finally they all nodded in agreement. Although their curiosity burned like a flame and they wanted to rush to the library tower immediately, they also understood that Dumbledore's words made sense and they had to be cautious in this situation. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and the soft light sprinkled on the grounds of Hogwarts like a veil. Harry, Hermione, Ronald, and Aris couldn't wait to gather in the library hall. The corridors of Hogwarts were silent in the morning light. Only their footsteps echoed softly on the stone floor. Every step seemed to be asking about the secrets of this ancient castle. The air is filled with the unique scent of ink from ancient books, which is the taste of time. It seems that there are countless unsolved secrets hidden between the pages, waiting for them to open. This way, Hermione walked in front, her movements light and confident, leading everyone through several tall bookshelves. The bookshelf is filled with all kinds of books, some with new spines, while others are worn out, as if telling their own stories. What they're looking for is the depths of the library tower, where the key to solving the mystery may be hidden. In the backlit corner, an old magic book is deeply embedded in the bookshelf, like a sleeping old man waiting to be awakened. Hermione reached out and gently pulled out the book, moving very gently so as not to disturb it. She shook off some dust, which sparkled golden in the sunlight. She then flipped through the pages quickly, her eyes full of exploration, not missing a single word. This book mentions the connection between the stars and the goblet of fire. She announced excitedly, with uncontrollable joy in her voice and her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. So, the entrance to the secret room is... Aris asked cautiously, his eyes full of anticipation. The basement of Hogwarts Castle. Hermione slammed the book shut with force, making a crisp pop sound, and the circular sound echoed in the corridor of space and time. Everyone's eyes were filled with determination to explore. Their eyes were firm and ardent, as if they were about to go to a great battle. Now we know where to go. Harry tried to keep his voice calm, but his slightly trembling tones still betrayed his inner excitement. The premonition in his heart became more and more obvious. They were getting closer and closer to the truth, and the danger hidden in the dark was also approaching step by step, like the depression before the storm. Let's explore this secret room tomorrow, Ronald suggested, his voice trembling a little, but his passion could not be concealed. He clenched his fists as if he was ready to face any challenge. They exchanged firm glances, which conveyed trust, courage, and determination. The feeling of close connection in their hearts made this adventure feel extremely important, as if their destinies had already been closely intertwined, writing a legend together. 0.5 As night fell again, Hogwarts slept in silence, and the outline of the castle looked particularly mysterious under the moonlight. However, Harry couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting to the unknown distance. He didn't know what secrets were hidden in the secret room in the basement, but he was sure of one thing. This adventure would open a new chapter for their destiny, and they were brave enough to step into a future full of unknowns and challenges. The next morning, the faint morning light had not yet completely driven away Hogwarts' feelings, and Harry, Ronald, Hermione, and Aris had already gathered at the entrance of the Hogwarts basement. At the entrance, the heavy stone door was half open, as if silently telling of unknown mysteries and dangers. The four of them carefully examined the wands in their hands. They were these sharp swords they used to navigate the magical world, and were also their solid support in fighting against the unknown at this moment. At the same time, they did not forget to confirm whether other necessary tools were complete, and every action was carried out with a bit of tension and caution. Ronald's voice fell softly in the dark corridor, revealing a barely perceptible hint of nervousness. "Are you all ready?" 03, he clenched the wand in his hand slightly. His knuckles turned slightly white due to the force, and his eyes swept across the faces of his companions one by one. Heavily armed, Hermione responded softly, her wand gleaming with confidence, a light that was just like the manifestation of her inner conviction. She took a deep breath, trying to dispel the oppressive feeling brought by the damp and cold air around her, her eyes full of enthusiasm to explore the unknown. As I stepped into the basement, a damp and pungent, musty smell hit me in the face like countless tiny needles drilling straight into my nasal cavity. The walls were covered with dense spider webs, crisscrossing each other like a huge white magic web, emitting a strange atmosphere in the darkness. Aris walked in front, frowning slightly, obviously feeling uncomfortable with this environment. He murmured in a low voice, "I hate places like this. But this is where we're looking for the Chamber of Secrets, isn't it?" Although there was complaint in his words, his steps did not stop, and he continued to explore steadily forward. Harry walked at the end of the team, trying to make his steps look relaxed, but in fact his heart was tense. He said softly, "As long as we are careful, we can handle anything." The sound was not loud, but it seemed to give everyone a shot of adrenaline, making them feel a little more at ease. The crowd walked along the winding passage. The stone slabs under their feet were covered with moss and were slippery, so they had to be extra careful with every step. After walking for a while, they came to a wall. The wall was covered with dust and cobwebs, and at first glance it looked normal. Ronald took a closer look, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "There's a rune here!" His voice echoed in the empty basement, carrying a hint of surprise and excitement. Hermione immediately walked over quickly and waved the wand in her hand gently. A soft magical light shot out and instantly cleared the dust on the rune. Her eyes were full of curiosity as she stared at the rune, as if she wanted to see through it. "Aris, can you decipher these runes?" She turned to look at Aris, her eyes full of anticipation. Aris leaned over slightly, approached the wall, and lightly traced the ancient carvings with his fingertips. He frowned and read carefully. 373. This combination seems to require a spell to activate. His low voice echoed in the basement, adding a bit of mystery. "Hermione, haven't you always been interested in ancient spells?" Harry raised his eyebrows, half-jokingly, trying to ease the tension. Hermione raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. "We'll have to let Harry try this time." She looked at Harry with encouragement in her eyes. Although he felt a little uneasy, Harry took a deep breath, raised his wand steadily with both hands, and silently recited the spells he had tried. These spells are too profound. Many of them are incomprehensible. The sound of the spell echoed in the basement, but there was no response at first. Harry became increasingly nervous, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Just when he was about to give up, accompanied by a slight vibration, the wall slowly slid to the sides with a dull creaking sound, and an entrance to the secret room appeared in front of everyone. In the secret room, a thick green fog spread out, like a huge green curtain, covering everything and making visibility extremely low. As soon as everyone stepped in, They felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if there were pairs of eyes hidden in the dark watching them, and danger was lurking on all sides. Ronald swallowed nervously, his voice trembling slightly. The situation doesn't look good. He subconsciously moved closer to Harry, gripping his wand tighter. Before he finished speaking, several skeleton-like creatures slowly emerged from the mist. Their bodies were withered, and their bones glowed pale in the darkness. They emitted a disgusting stench, and their eye sockets flashed with strange green light, like messengers from hell. Damn it! Harry reacted quickly. He immediately raised his wand and muttered something. A bright beam of magical light shot out, trying to stop the skeleton creatures from approaching. The skeletons showed no fear and continued to approach with their fangs and claws bared. The air was filled with an increasingly tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Hermione quickly waved her wand and cast a lighting spell. In an instant, strong light spread in the green mist, like a sharp blade, cutting through the darkness and fog. "Look, the jewel on the head," she shouted, her voice sharp and urgent. Harry's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and his eyes quickly locked onto the gems on the skull, which were their only flaw. He concentrated, took a deep breath, and concentrated on reciting a precise magic spell. A bright light shot out from the tip of the wand, like a bolt of lightning, straight towards the gem on the skull's head. Whoosh! With a loud bang, the skeleton instantly fell apart, turning into a pile of broken bones and scattered on the ground, as if it had never existed. Everyone's tense nerves relaxed a little, and Aris couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, saying with emotion, "This is really thrilling." After dealing with the skeleton creatures, they carefully continued to go deeper into the secret room. The secret room was eerily quiet, with only the echo of their Sunday. Finally, they found a stone table, the surface of which was engraved with strange symbols, exuding an ancient atmosphere. There's an ancient magic circle on the stone table, with a broken crystal in the center of the circle. Faint magic power overflows from it, like a faint ray of hope. These details aroused strong doubts in their hearts. Ronald looked puzzled, scratched his head, and asked, "What is the use of this crystal?" He stared at the crystal, trying to find the answer. Hermione, is it okay? Tilted her head back slightly, thinking quietly, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Whatever it is, we are one step closer to the truth. Her voice was firm, bringing a hint of frown to everyone. They exchanged glances with each other, their eyes full of determination and expectation. They all know that this is just the beginning of the adventure. There are more difficult challenges and hidden truths waiting for them to uncover, and they are already prepared. Aris held the broken crystal steadily in both hands, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes almost touching the surface of the crystal, examining it carefully. There were faint traces of magic crisscrossing the surface of the crystal, like ancient mysterious lines, emitting a faint light. He gently closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and tried to sense the magic power remaining inside the crystal. In an instant, a powerful yet somewhat chaotic energy came through his fingertips, causing him to shudder. This power made him more convinced that there must be a close connection between this crystal, the goblet of fire, and the sacrificial ceremony. There are signs of restoration here. He whispered, his voice full of thought, and at the same time stretched out his finger and gently touched the tiny cracks on the surface of the crystal. Those cracks are like scars of time, telling the hardships that the crystal has suffered. Hermione stood aside, holding a thick magic book in her hands, her eyes so focused that it seemed as if she could penetrate the pages. Her fingers quickly flipped through the pages, making a rustling sound. Each page contained mysterious magical knowledge, and she tried to find a solution to repair the crystal from it. After a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she raised her head, her eyes flashing with excitement, like the brightest stars in the night sky. "Found it! We need 3 special magical materials to repair this crystal," Hermione said, with the joy of discovering a secret in her voice. She turned the magic book to everyone. "Adf, pointing her finger at the description in the book, which detailed the relevant information of the 3 magic materials. Ronald frowned, a worried look on his face, obviously uneasy about the upcoming difficult task. The Forbidden Forest, the top of Hogwarts Tower, Swallow Lake, what a great place. He joked in a nonchalant manner, with a forced smile on his face, but he couldn't hide the length of his arms when he replied. Let's divide the work, 1. Harry stepped forward and began to plan in an orderly manner, with determination and confidence in his eyes. Ronald, you come with me to the Forbidden Forest. Hermione, Aris, you go to the top of the tower. His voice was steady and powerful, like a commander giving combat orders. Hermione nodded slightly, her eyes full of approval, and agreed with this plan. Getting these materials may be more complicated than we anticipated. She added, with caution and calmness in her tone, that she knew that these 3 tasks were by no means easy. After assigning the tasks, Harry and Ronald rushed into the depths of the forest without any delay. Their shadows stretched out in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if they were about to merge into the mysterious forest. Hermione and Aris turned around and strode towards the top of the Hogwarts Tower, their steps firm and full of calculation. In a forbidden forest, the night was like a huge piece of black silk, slowly falling, shrouding the entire forest in a gloomy atmosphere. The thorny path was looming in the moonlight, like a winding giant snake, exuding a dangerous aura. Harry and Ronald walked through it carefully, taking every step extremely cautiously, for fear of triggering the danger hidden in the dark. Ronald muttered from time to time, I hate the night in the Forbidden Forest. It always feels ominous. His voice echoed in the silent forest, trembling slightly, and his eyes looked around vigilantly. At this moment, a low roar came from deep in the forest. The sound was like a thunder, breaking the tranquility of the night. The harsh sound immediately made them tense and alert. A ferocious figure rushed out of the woods like lightning. In the moonlight, they could see clearly that it was a werewolf controlled by some mysterious force. The werewolf's hair stood up all over his body. His eyes flashed a fierce red light. Saliva kept dripping from his mouth, and he looked hideous and terrifying. Get ready to fight, Harry shouted, his voice firm and powerful. At the same time, he quickly waved his wand, muttered something, and cast a shield spell. In an instant, a transparent magic barrier formed in front of them, emitting a faint blue light, resisting the werewolf's attack. The werewolf pounced on the shield, and its sharp claws drew sparks on the barrier and made a harsh friction sound. Ronald followed closely behind, his eyes focused, his hands tightly gripping his wand, trying to use Quick Freeze magic to slow down the werewolf's movements. He shouted, Freeze quickly. A stream of cold air shot out from the tip of the wand and instantly enveloped the werewolf's legs. The werewolf struggled, roaring angrily, and his movements became noticeably slower. Look, those mosses. Harry had sharp eyes and found glowing moss where the werewolf was. The mosses flickered faintly in the moonlight, like stars in the darkness. Harry nodded to Ronald, and the two of them understood each other and worked together to cast a spell, trapping the werewolf in a cage made of magic. The werewolf struggled frantically in the cage, but couldn't break free. They moved quickly and carefully collected enough moss. Then, the two looked at each other and ran away. This place is G scary, Ronald said while panting, his voice filled with fear of surviving a disaster and his eyes full of shock. Meanwhile, Hermione and Aris were struggling to climb to the top of the Hogwarts Tower. The cold wind howled like sharp blades, slapping their faces and making their clothes rustle. On a narrow staircase, they suddenly felt a strong wind magic coming. The force was as powerful as surging waves, and it was like an invisible wall that blocked their way and forced them to unable to move forward. There's a trap here, Hermione shouted, her voice trembling a little in the wind. She tried to keep her steps steady, holding onto the handrails beside the stairs tightly with both hands, trying to resist the strong wind. Aris took a deep breath and calmed down. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and used the alchemy he was good at. The magic wand in his hand flashed with strange light, and the surrounding air began to flow, gradually forming a wind barrier. This barrier was like a transparent shield, wrapping them up and delaying them for a moment. Great, now go find the feather. Hermione saw this, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She took advantage of this gap and quickly climbed to the top of the tower. In the corner of the tower, she found a night owl's nest. In the nest, several night owls were resting quietly. 0. Request flowers 0. Hermione approached cautiously, trying not to make any noise for fear of disturbing the night owls. She reached out and gently plucked a few night owl feathers. Her movements were gentle and quick. Then she quickly returned and held the feather tightly in her hand. Well done, Hermione. Aris smiled slightly, a look of relief on his face, and breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the wind barrier and walked down the tower with Hermione. 0. The two groups met in the Hogwarts lobby. At this time, the lobby was brightly lit, but it could not dispel the tension in their hearts. The last mission awaits them at the Black Lake, where the pearl at the bottom of the lake is the key to repairing the crystal. Black Lake is not a fun place. Even with a smile on his face, Harry was still clearly aware of the difficulty of this mission. He recalled the thrilling experience at the bottom of the Black Lake, and a trace of worry arose in his heart. Hermione clenched the book in her hand, with countless uncertainties in her heart, but her high morale was burning in the company of her companions. Let's go. There's one last material. Her voice was firm and powerful, as if declaring war on unknown challenges. The four of them looked at each other with firm gazes, revealing fearlessness and courage. Regardless of the dangers ahead, they headed towards their destination together, their steps steady and powerful, ready to meet the final challenge and uncover the secret hidden in the darkness. The waves on the lake flow endlessly in the night sky, like a huge piece of black silk being gently stroked by an invisible hand. Every ripple flashes with a mysterious glow, appearing deep and distant. In the distance, Harry, Ronald, Hermione, and Aris stood tall and focused, making final preparations to dive into the Black Lake, which was full of unknowns and dangers. Harry held tightly in his hand a breathing device made of mermaid scales. The scales shone with a strange luster under the dim light of 163, as if containing mysterious power. He carefully adjusted the device to ensure that it could operate normally, then gently patted Ronald on the shoulder and said in a steady and powerful voice, "Are you ready?" Ronald took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, his eyes still showing the fear from his last escape. His lips trembled slightly, and he whispered, "I'm ready. I'll be thankful as long as we don't encounter any weird things this time." There was a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his words, and his hands unconsciously clenched the wand. Hermione stood aside, her eyes firm and calm, trying to make her voice sound steady and confident. With the diving equipment this time, it should be a little smoother. Also, remember that we not only need to rely on magic, but also on cooperation with each other. As she spoke, she checked her diving equipment, her fingers gently brushing over those exquisite magical instruments, as if to cheer herself up. Aris nodded slightly, with a confident smile on his face. "I will do my best to protect everyone." His eyes were deep and firm, like the brightest stars in the night sky, infusing a strong sense of confidence into the entire team. They took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the lake. The lake water was icy cold, like countless tiny ice needles that instantly penetrated their clothes and reached their skin. As they dived, the cold current at the bottom of the lake was like a naughty elf, disturbing their bodies and minds. The coldness came from all directions, making them shiver. Ronald frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. He tried to suppress the tension in his heart. He muttered in a voice that only Harry could hear, "It's even colder than last time." The light at the bottom of the lake grew dimmer and dimmer, and the darkness swallowed them up like a giant beast. Only the faint light from the magic wands in everyone's hands flickered in the water, like stars in the darkness, illuminating the way forward for them. They swam carefully into the depths of the cave, each stroke cautious and vigilant. The water plants beside them were caressed by the current, occasionally brushing across their skin like ghosts, bringing a hint of coolness that made their heartbeats suddenly speed up. As soon as she entered the cave, Hermione, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted the giant squid hiding among the rock walls. It has a huge body, and its tentacles are like thick ropes, looming in the darkness. Hermione was startled and quickly waved her hand to signal everyone to stop. She lowered her voice, but could not hide her nervousness. "Be careful, there is something." The squid seemed to be aware of their presence, and its tentacles began to sway restlessly, causing chaos in the surrounding water. Harry reacted quickly, his brain working rapidly, and whispered, "Spread out and be careful to avoid them." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly dispersed, swam flexibly in the water, cleverly avoided the squid's attack, and carefully passed through the gap between the two. Just when everyone thought the crisis was temporarily resolved, Ronald's scream broke the silence at the bottom of the lake. "I found it. The pearl is here." The sound spread quickly in the water, bringing with it surprise and excitement. Upon hearing the sound, everyone immediately gathered in front of a huge clamshell half hidden behind a sharp rock. The surface of the clamshell exudes a mysterious magical halo, which is like an invisible protective film that guards the clamshell tightly and prevents anyone from forcibly opening it. Hermione stared at the defensive magic with a frown on her face, her memories flooding back like a tide as she quickly flipped through the spell she had learned. She held the book tightly in her hands, as if it was her most solid support, and silently said in her heart, "I remember this. It is a combination of time and patience." 03 Finally, she took a deep breath and recited an ancient spell in a firm tone. As the spell was recited, the mermaid relic in her hand glowed faintly, echoing her spell and successfully breaking the protection of the clam shell. "Great! The pearl is in our hands." Harry smiled, his eyes full of joy. However, at this moment, the entire bottom of the lake suddenly shook violently, as if a sleeping beast was awakened. "Leave quickly. This place is about to collapse," Aris warned urgently, his voice filled with anxiety and tension. There was a deafening rumbling sound coming from the bottom of the water, and a huge crack quickly spread in the rock, like a ferocious giant python. Magma mixed with hot bubbles gushed out, instantly boiling the surrounding lake water, making it steaming. Harry's heart beat faster. He knew the situation was critical, and he didn't have much time to hesitate. He calmly took a sip of water and shouted loudly, "Everyone hold on to me! Flying spell!" His wand emitted a dazzling light, and powerful magic was activated, carrying everyone out of the rock formation at a rapid speed. Amid the scorching heat of lava and the rush of water, they struggled to avoid obstacles, and each attempt to dodge was fraught with danger. Hermione's palms were sweaty, but she still held the pearl tightly, as if it was all their hope. At this critical moment, a group of mermaids swam quickly to Harry and his friends like a flash of silver lightning. The mermaids have graceful postures and firm eyes. They use their own strength to guide everyone to the surface safely. "We are safe." Ronald breathed a sigh of relief, his voice filled with relief for having survived the disaster. Fortunately, everything is under control. Although he was physically exhausted, he could not hide the joy in his eyes. That joy was like the warm spring sun, dispelling the fear in his heart. "Ha ha ha!" The others wanted to laugh. God knows what they will encounter in the lake, and Ronald's humor at this time is particularly funny. The joyful laughter soothed the tense nerves a lot. As the night breeze blew gently, they stood on the lake shore, their hair flying freely in the wind. The pearl in my hand emits a soft light, which is warm and bright, as if conveying new hope. "Look, the light," Hermione murmured, her eyes fixed on the light of the pearl and the brightly lit Hogwarts in the distance, her heart filled with an indescribable anticipation. That warm and bright feeling was like some kind of firm and powerful force, guiding them on their way forward. Harry nodded slowly, a pleased smile on his face. Although the road ahead is still difficult, they know that as long as they have partners by their side, there are unlimited possibilities and no difficulties can stop them from moving forward. Harry, Hermione, and Ronald carried the last 3 materials and hurried toward Hogwarts. They are well aware that time is running out, and every minute and every second is like the sand in the sand that is about to flow away, precious and urgent. In the sky, the stars were gradually approaching that critical moment, as if an invisible giant hand was slowly pushing them into the vortex of fate. The oppressive tension was like an impenetrable dark cloud, hanging heavily over everyone, making their breathing unconsciously quicken. They passed through mysterious corridors, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallways, as if they were a countdown to fate. The flickering candlelight on the wall cast strange light and shadows, as if it was trembling for the impending crisis. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the secret room. The entrance was filled with an old and mysterious atmosphere, as if it led to another unknown world. "Are you ready?" Harry asked, his eyes sweeping over his companions' faces one by one, his eyes as firm as iron, trying to convey strength and confidence. However, his slightly trembling hands and the sweat on his palms inadvertently revealed the anxiety deep in his heart. Of course, Hermione responded quickly. As she spoke, she quickly sorted out the documents in her hands, and the papers made a rustling sound in her hands. Her eyes sparkled with clear confidence, like the brightest stars in the night sky, piercing through the darkness and fear. "We now have the pearl, the crystal, and the final potion. Quick, go and repair the crystal." The secret room was dark and damp, and the walls were covered with dense vines and mosses, like the tentacles of time, spreading wantonly in the darkness. There is an ancient and solemn power in the air, which is the breath of time settling down, as if this place itself is quietly witnessing the major events that are about to happen, waiting for the gears of fate to start turning. The 3 of them carefully spread the materials on the ground, their movements gentle and focused, as if they were performing a sacred ritual. The crystal was placed in the center, emitting a faint light. The light was soft and mysterious, as if calling them. As Hermione began to chant a spell, a bright light suddenly appeared above the crystal. That light was like a ray of dawn, instantly attracting the attention of every child. The light gradually spread out, becoming brighter and brighter, almost making the entire secret room as bright as day, with every corner clearly illuminated. After a moment, the internal structure of the crystal began to slowly emerge, like a mysterious scroll slowly unfolding before their eyes. Complex spells and magic circles came into their eyes. The runes and patterns exuded a mysterious atmosphere, as if telling an ancient story. "I saw it. It's the Goblet of Fire. That light is so beautiful. Did you see it?" Ronald's voice was filled with surprise and shock. His eyes were deeply enlarged as he stared at the image in the crystal. "Although it is beautiful and mysterious, I feel the danger in it. Be careful. It could be dangerous." Hermione warned Harry and Ronald in a deep voice. Then they all saw images of the dark sacrificial ceremony. In the video, Harry was placed on an ancient and mysterious altar, with blue ghost fire burning around him. The ghost fire jumped and flickered, emitting a strange light. "This is Harry." Ronald's horrified eyes fell on Harry. Under the illumination of the ghostly fire, a brilliant star map corresponding to the constellations appeared faintly, and the stars in the star map twinkled, as if foreshadowing some terrible fate. Harry's heart seemed to suddenly sink to the bottom of the valley, and a cold chill spread from his heart to his whole body. "So, all this is taking advantage of me? My soul." There was disbelief and anger in his voice, and his hands clenched unconsciously, his nails digging deep into his palms. "Don't worry, there will definitely be a way. This is just a prophetic image. Aris may be able to solve it." Hermione held Harry's shoulders, and the warmth and strength from her palms helped Harry calm down a little. She looked firmly into Harry's eyes and said word by word, We need to destroy this plan now. We must not let them succeed. Her voice was firm, full of determination and courage. Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart, and nodded. Let's go find Brittle and Reese. The three of them left quickly without hesitation. Principal's office. Dumbledore frowned after listening to what Harry and the others said. The originally peaceful and calm face seemed a little solemn, like a mountain shrouded in dark clouds. At this time, Aris was gently holding up the teacup and tasting the black tea that Dumbledore prepared specially for him. It looks like we don't have much time. We must use the power of the crystal to end this. His voice was deep and powerful, and seemed to carry a magical power that could reassure people. Yes, Professor, we have to act. A flame of determination ignited in Harry's eyes. Although it was mixed with a little fear, the light of determination became more and more dazzling, as if to devour the fear. The atmosphere in the castle became extremely solemn, like the calm before a storm. Defensive magic circles were carefully placed in every corner. They emitted a mysterious light and intertwined into an invisible protective net. Students and teachers united together, with determination and courage written on everyone's face. They knew that a difficult battle was coming, and they would fight to defend the school and justice. Late at night, as the last defensive array was activated, a protective light flickered faintly in the sky above Hogwarts. That light was like a dazzling crown, guarding this ancient and sacred castle. Harry stood high on the castle, looking down, the cold wind whistling across his face, his hair flying wildly in the wind. At this critical moment, he deeply understood the responsibilities that he and his partners carried. That responsibility was like a mountain pressing down on his head, but his back remained straight. But he also knows that no matter how powerful the darkness is, courage and friendship will be his most reliable shield. The upcoming battle made his heart beat extremely fast, as if it would burst through his chest, but in this endless darkness, he tightly grasped the crystal in his hand. The crystal exuded warm power, making him feel more determined than ever before. Be prepared for battle, Harry said softly. His voice was soft but firm. The night wind carried his voice and drifted into this ancient and mysterious campus, like a war oath, echoing in everyone's heart, inspiring their fighting spirit and making them ready to meet all challenges. At the same time, in the mysterious and magical kitchen of Hogwarts, ancient copper pots are neatly arranged, as if telling the story of the years. However, this peaceful atmosphere was instantly broken by a harsh sound of metal friction. The sound was sharp and noisy, like a roar from hell. The butter knife in Hermione's hand, which had been about to scoop up the raspberry jam, now hung 2 inches above the jam, unable to move. Her eyes were full of surprise and vigilance as she stared at the sudden changes around her. At the same time, 365 silver forks seemed to be controlled by an invisible force and spontaneously arranged themselves on the long oak table. Like well-trained soldiers, they quickly formed a complex and mysterious alchemical symbol. The fluorescent green mucus oozing from the tip of the fork flowed slowly along the table legs toward the contract steel like evil tentacles, leaving strange traces on the ground. The gap in the third Hermes ring is here. There was a hint of excitement and nervousness in Aris' voice. The brand on the back of his hand is clearly visible, a symbol of alchemy. He pressed the brand on the back of his hand against the crack at the bottom of the stone tablet. The scarab image cast a distorted shadow on the stone surface, as if it were a mysterious prophecy. As alchemical dust sprinkled from between his fingers, the stone tablet suddenly emitted a whimper similar to the wailing of a house elf. The voice was low and sad, as if telling of endless pain. Hermione quickly raised her wand, and a bright beam of light shot out from the tip of the wand, sweeping across the depths of the crack. Her eyes were focused and sharp, like a hawk. These lines are not naturally formed at all. Look at this right-angled section. It is clearly the cutting mark of the goblin craftsmanship. There was a hint of certainty in her voice. Suddenly, she picked up a piece of gravel with tweezers and examined it carefully. There are woven fibers in the gravel, the same stuff house elf tea towels are made of. Her tone was full of surprise, as if she had discovered a shocking secret. Aris drew out the dragon scale knife without hesitation, and the blade flashed with cold light, like a meteor in the night sky. He pried open the loose bricks with force, and the blade collided with the inside of the stone tablet, making a crisp sound and sparks flying. The clicking sound of gears came from underground, like the whispers of ancient machinery. 0. Request flowers. 12 copper pots were suddenly turned upside down on the stone slab, and the date marks of 1943 appeared on the bottom of the pots. It was a year full of mystery and danger. "Back off," Hermione yelled, quickly pulling Aris away and casting an armor protection spell. Her movements were swift and decisive, like 10 well-trained warriors. However, the green light that burst out from the cracks in the stone tablet was like lightning, instantly shattering her spell. The slime quickly crawled up her dragon-hide boots like a living thing, cold and sticky. When the slime touched the embroidery on Hermione's sock cuffs, the emblem of the House Elf Liberation Front, the whole kitchen suddenly fell into an eerie silence, as if time had stopped at this moment. Hundreds of shadowy shadows of house elves seeped out from the walls. Their figures were ethereal and vague, like ghosts from another world. Their finger bones formed an alchemical array on the ground, connecting them at the same time. Aris' eyes widened, and after seeing the array structure clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Merlin, this is a reversed version of the Immortality Alchemy Array. The center of the array should be where the magic stone should be placed. I." His voice was full of shock and fear, as if he had seen an irreversible disaster, replaced with something far more sinister. His voice was trembling, and her eyes were filled with fear and anger. She knelt on the ground, and the tip of her wand picked up the broken bones in the center of the array. The initials of T.M. Riddle were engraved on the half of the elf's fingerbone. That familiar abbreviation made her heart go cold, as if 830 saw an evil conspiracy gradually unfolding. Suddenly, the wooden barrel of cured ham in the storage room exploded, and the ham crumbs flew everywhere. Shan Shan rolled out, soaking wet, her tea towel covered with black lake mud, looking miserable. Bad Shan Shan must be completed. Her voice was weak and trembling. The little finger on her right hand was missing, and fluorescent green mucus was oozing from the gear interface at the wound. The mucus seemed to be a symbol of her pain. "Winky!" Hermione rushed over and tried to hug Winky, but her ankles were entangled by mucus chains, and she could not move. She asked anxiously, "Who cut off your finger?" Her eyes were full of concern and anger, as if she wanted to cut the person who hurt Shan Shan into pieces. The house elf suddenly spoke in a deep male voice that did not belong to her. "The contract requires fresher blood." With the sound of gears turning, the sparkling pupils turned into the mechanical compound eyes of an alchemical puppet, cold and ruthless. A green Polonia probe extended from the severed finger and stabbed into the crack on the stone tablet, as if it was a fatal attack. Aris quickly threw out the alchemical compass to block the attack. His movements were decisive and precise, like an experienced warrior. "She's been transformed into a living key." "Hermione, hold down the gear on her left ear," he shouted loudly, his voice full of anxiety and tension. When Hermione's fingers touched the alchemical device behind Winky's ear, time and space suddenly twisted, like a huge whirlpool, sucking them into another time and space. The masonry of the kitchen receded like the tide, and the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts in 1943 emerged in the green light. Dumbledore, who was 50 years younger, stood at the center of the formation, his red hair burning like flames, his eyes full of determination and worry. "You must understand, Tom, this kind of contract will backfire." His voice was low and serious, as if he was warning someone. The 16-year-old Riddle sneered in parcel tongue, his eyes full of evil and madness. What flowed from the tip of the wand was not ink, but the blood of the house elf. The blood was bright red and dazzling, as if it was a symbol of his evil. Hogwarts needs eternal protection, and eternity requires a price. His voice was cold and heartless, like the whisper of 10 demons. The tip of his staff carved a final bloody streak on the ground, and the elf's finger bones in the center of the formation suddenly floated, projecting the shadows of the 4 founders on the dome. Hufflepuff's shadow suddenly spoke, but the voice was Riddle's. When the castle needs purification, blood will be the best fuel. Gryffindor's sword pierced Ravenclaw's crown, and Slytherin's locket opened in a pool of blood, revealing the 4.1 alchemical gears rotating inside. The scene seemed like a bloody massacre, which was horrifying. No! The current Dumbledore suddenly appeared in the gap between time and space, and his blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses were full of pain, as if he had seen a tragedy that could not be reversed. We didn't know it would turn out like this. His voice was full of regret and helplessness, as if he was blaming himself for his past mistakes. Aris grabbed Hermione and rolled to avoid the turbulence of time and space. Their bodies swayed in the vortex of time and space like a helpless leaf. Young Riddle's blood curse brushed against the ends of Hermione's hair and burned a snake-shaped groove on the wall, which seemed like an evil mark. When the broken finger of Shining was inserted into the gap of the stone tablet, the whole illusion suddenly collapsed. The moment the kitchen reappeared, they saw the young Dumbledore inserting something into the core of the stone tablet. It was the alchemical ring with the Dragon Reformation beetle totem, and the ring seemed to be a mysterious key. Contract 03 completed. The gleaming mechanical compound suddenly exploded, and the wheel fragments were embedded in the surface of the stone tablet. The Hogwarts castle roared like a dragon awakening, and loud noises of bricks and stones cracking came from the direction of the hall, as if the castle was groaning in pain. Hermione hugged the limp Winky and discovered a miniature model of the Goblet of Fire hidden in the house elf's chest. They're using her as a living altar. Aris, the core of the stone tablet, is absorbing the structural energy of the castle. Her voice was filled with shock and anger, as if she wanted to bring those evil people to justice. The flame mark on the back of Aris's hand suddenly detached from the skin, and the scarab duck transformed into a physical entity and pounced on the stone tablet. The moment the insect's jaws bit the ring, a loud sound of chains breaking was heard from underground, as if a seal was being lifted. The kitchen floor tiles undulated like waves. The jam jar that Hermione knocked over splashed in the air, and the strawberry jam spelled out Egyptian numbers on the wall. 11 hours until lunar eclipse. The number seemed like a countdown, foreshadowing that a huge disaster was about to happen. Peeves suddenly came down from the chimney with a strange smile on his face and splashed warm bloody water on the stone tablet. The sacrifice is in place. Let the show begin. Ink formed the outline of Crouch Jr.'s mechanical body on the surface of the stone tablet, and an electronic voice echoed in the kitchen. "Father says hello to you." The voice seemed like an evil declaration, making people shudder. When the first piece of ceiling fell, Aris pulled Hermione into the secret passage that suddenly appeared. The glittering remained spontaneously combusted in the green light, and Dobby's sobbing voice came from the ashes of the tea towel. "The cracks in the contract are screaming." The weeping seemed like a desperate cry, making people feel extremely sad. In the quiet and mysterious astronomy tower of Hogwarts, the night is as dark as ink and dotted with stars. However, this quiet night was broken by a sudden and piercing noise. The bronze telescope in the astronomical tower, originally a sophisticated and ancient instrument, suddenly made a sharp sound of gears jamming, as if an old giant beast was roaring in pain. The sound echoed in the night sky, making people feel creepy. Hermione was concentrating on studying the parchment star map in her hand, trying to find some clues about the changes in the stars. However, the night wind blew, and the star map curled up rapidly into a tube shape in the wind, as if resisting the unknown fate that was about to come. There was also something wrong with the brass sextant in Neville's hand. It emitted bursts of green smoke, and the pointer vibrated wildly between Scorpio and Ophiuchi, as if it was controlled by a powerful force. The violent swing of the pointer left scorch marks on the leather wristband, and a pungent smell filled the air. "The star track has shifted by 17.3 degrees. Hermione exclaimed, and she quickly snatched the astronomical journal to further confirm this amazing discovery. However, in the panic, the ink bottle was knocked over onto the observation platform. The indigo ink spread rapidly along the lines of the stone platform like a nimble little snake. What is amazing is that the ink automatically drew a star map of the Egyptian Styx fairy. The pattern was lifelike, as if it contained endless mysteries. The lunar eclipse is engulfing Hogwarts' natal star. Hermione's voice was filled with fear and worry, and her eyes were fixed on the star map, as if she was trying to find a glimmer of hope from it. Aris suddenly felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He looked down and saw a bright glow at the brand mark on the back of his hand. The scarab totem cast a mysterious shadow on the copper tube of the telescope, which seemed like a mysterious symbol, foreshadowing something ominous that was about to happen. When he adjusted the focus of the telescope and aimed it towards the Black Lake, the scene before him stunned him. The broken mast of the Durmstrang shipwreck was actually absorbing the energy of the moonlight under the moonlight. The alchemical gears were suspended in the air, forming a huge ring, projecting a huge Ouroboros totem on the lake. The totem emitted a strange light, as if it was an evil curse. That was not a natural lunar eclipse. Professor McGonagall's voice was as cold as the Scottish wind, sharp and majestic. She was wearing an emerald robe that fluttered in the night wind. The tip of her wand pointed at the unusually bright alchemist star in the sky, and her eyes revealed a hint of worry. Someone has tampered with the trajectory of celestial bodies. Her voice was firm and powerful, as if she was announcing a grim fact. As if in response to Professor McGonagall's judgment, a sound of metal collision suddenly came from the corridor of the castle. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Peeves, riding on a stuffed troll, crashing into the wooden door of the tower. He laughed strangely, threw bloody pieces of parchment at the crowd, and shouted, "The armor revolt! Surrender to the fat lady!" The sound echoed in the empty tower, making people shudder. The armor array of the spiral staircase was disintegrating at this moment, and rusty chainmail pieces were flying in the air like a swarm of bees. Aris quickly swung his wand and knocked away the breastplate fragments that were coming towards him. However, when he looked closely at the breastplate fragment, he found the alchemical code of Crouch's office engraved on the inside. Hashtag 71%. This discovery gave him an ominous feeling. He knew that things were far more serious than they had imagined. Everyone is petrified. Hermione cast a spell decisively, trying to stop a Mad Knight's armor. However, her spell had its energy absorbed by the snake emblem on the armor shield and had no effect. When the armor swung the sword, the brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burst into green light, and the scarab totem turned into a solid entity and quickly bit the blade. Sparks from the insect's jaws burned a line of warning text on the wall. 6 hours countdown to lunar eclipse contact. The appearance of the countdown made everyone's heart rise to their throat. They knew that time was running out. Go to the principal's office. Professor McGonagall's black hair was stained with the oil from the armor, the king's, and there was a hint of anxiety in her voice. Severus discovered. However, her shout was drowned out by Peeves' laughter. Peeves was seen holding the fragment of the mirror of Aris stolen from the trophy room. The mirror reflected a horrifying picture under the moonlight. Crouch Jr.'s mechanical body was immersed in a pool of blood, and the alchemical interface at Yinshu was connected to hundreds of bronze tubes. Each conduit extends to the common room of a different college. That's real-time video. Hermione's wand beam pierced through the mirrored illusion, and her voice was filled with shock and anger. He's draining the life force out of his students. This discovery made everyone feel extremely angry and terrified. They couldn't imagine that someone could treat students so cruelly. Aris threw out the alchemical hook, trying to entangle Peeves and retrieve the mirror of Aris. However, In the process of pulling, he accidentally touched the mirror of Aris. His nightmare scene suddenly emerged in the mirror. Hogwarts castle sank into the Black Lake. Dobby's body was nailed to the stone tablet at the bottom of the lake by gears, and the blood of the house elf was being transported to the wreck of the Durmstrang ship through bronze catheters. This horrific sight made him tremble all over, as if he was hit by an invisible force. "Be careful!" Neville's roar was like a thunder, waking up Aris, who was in a trance. At this moment, the broken sword of the knight's armor brushed past his ear and split the torch stand behind him in half. The flying sparks ignited the tapestry on the wall. The embroidered image of Gryffindor fighting a dragon was twisted into an alchemical array diagram in the flames. The totem seemed to be a symbol of evil. The thunderstorm clouds in the direction of Black Lake had covered half of the sky, and the sky became pitch black. Aris kicked open the stained glass window of the astronomical tower and looked out. The gear array of the Durmstrang shipwreck was suspended and reorganized under the illumination of lightning, forming a huge alchemical thunderstorm generator. As the first purple lightnings struck the wreckage, a warning written in blood by Dobby suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. "The contract is closed on the kitchen tablet." This warning made everyone feel nervous, as they knew that the kitchen steel might be the key to solving all these mysteries. Before Hermione could finish her proposal, she was interrupted by a deafening thunder. The lightning was like a whip from the gods, lashing the lake fiercely. The water that was struck instantly vaporized, and a mist rose up. In the mist, a three-dimensional projection of Chief Crouch actually emerged. The shadowy figure of the Minister of Magic announced in Parseltongue, "Illegal alchemical experiments at Hogwarts threaten the entire wizarding community." This announcement made everyone feel extremely angry and puzzled. They knew that this was a conspiracy. Professor McGonagall's Patronus, the Silver Cat, pounced on the projection without hesitation, trying to stop Crouch's plot. However, the moment the Silver Cat came into contact with the projection, it was swallowed by the alchemical thunderstorm. When the cat-shaped silver recondensed, its pupils had turned into the shape of Durmstrang gears, and it slowly said, "Hogwarts will be cleansed during the lunar eclipse." This change shocked and frightened everyone. They didn't know what fate Hogwarts would face. They're using the energy of the thunderstorm to speed up the lunar eclipse. Hermione quickly converted the astronomical telescope into a spectrometer and carefully observed the color of the lightning. "Look at the color of the lightning. It's purple with the life wavelengths of the house elf mixed in." This discovery made everyone more determined to stop this conspiracy. Aris suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand, and he couldn't help but scream. The scarab totem broke free from the skin and flew towards the thunderstorm cloud. When the insect wings touched the alchemical lightning, the metal instruments of the entire astronomical tower were suddenly magnetized. Nacho's sextant was embedded in the stone wall like a bullet, and the blue steel railings of the observatory were twisted into a twisted shape. The entire astronomical tower seemed to have turned into a huge magnet, full of danger. "Get out of here!" Professor McGonagall waved his wand decisively, blasting the deformed floor. Everyone quickly fell into the corridor below, only to see Peeves writing a new notice on the wall with blood ink. The list of sacrifices has been announced: Potter, Diggory, Granger. This list made everyone feel nervous. They knew that they had become the target of this conspiracy. "This is a false accusation." Hermione angrily cast a shattering curse, breaking half of the stone wall. However, she discovered that there were alchemical conduits embedded in the wall. What flows in the transparent tube wall is not magical fluid, but fluorescent green mucus mixed with the blood of house elves. The tube wall is marked in ancient elf language: Life Fuel Delivery Line, delivered to plus Durmstrang shipwreck. This discovery made everyone feel extremely angry and upset. They couldn't imagine that these evil people could treat house elves so cruelly. As another bolt of lightning struck the west tower of the castle, the screams of house elves suddenly resounded throughout Hogwarts. Dobby's afterimage appeared in every stained glass window in the lightning. and the fragments of tea towels illuminated by lightning spelled out an ultimatum on the corridor floor. The kitchen steel is the only way to survive, but it requires a living key. This ultimatum gave everyone a glimmer of hope. They knew that the kitchen steel was their only way out, but they also knew that obtaining the living key would be a difficult challenge. Aris suddenly felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He looked down and saw a blood-red halo emerging from the scarab totem in the thunderstorm. When his mark touched the alchemical tube, the tube wall suddenly became transparent, revealing the remaining pages of the contract floating inside. The bloodline purification protocol signed by Riddle and Dumbledore in 1943 is being soaked in slime. The signature gradually bends into Crouch Jr.'s mechanical emblem. This discovery made everyone more determined to uncover the truth of this conspiracy. They know that only by uncovering the truth can they save Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world. Before dawn, Hogwarts was shrouded in thick fog. The Black Sea was like a dormant beast. The waves, carrying metal debris, slammed against the dock frantically, making an ear-piercing sound. Krumm's mechanical body glowed coldly in the hazy morning light, like an icy sculpture, exuding a strange aura. 0. Request flowers, 0. Aris squatted on the wet wooden board. The sea breeze was like a knife, cutting his cheeks painfully. The alchemical compass in his hand was spinning wildly, and the needle had already pierced the dial glass and pointed firmly in the direction of the Durmstrang shipwreck. At the bottom of the lake, 13 bronze pillars were slowly rising. The Egyptian spells on the surface of the pillars emitted a faint light, greedily devouring the morning light, as if they wanted to take all the light of the world for themselves. Energy conversion rate 89%. Hermione's voice was ruthlessly torn apart by the roar of the waves. She held the alchemical energy atlas tightly, and the strong wind turned the pages to the life sacrifice chapter like a devil. Suddenly, the nails of the house elf sandwiched between the pages of the book floated in the air and quickly spelled out the Crouch family crest in front of the two of them. The crest exuded an evil aura, as if telling of an unknown conspiracy. In an instant, the armor plates on Krumm's back slowly unfolded like petals, and a dazzling projection of an alchemical altar shot straight into the sky. As the light swept across Hogwarts Castle, the stained glass windows of the West Tower shattered at the same time like fragile glass toys. The glass fragments, flying in the air, actually formed Cedric's painful face. His eyes were full of fear and despair, as if sending them a distress signal. Go to the principal's office. Professor McGonagall's voice transmission spell exploded in the waves like a thunder. Albus wants to show you. Before he could finish his words, the sound transmission spell was swallowed up by the wind and waves. Aris dragged Hermione to apparate without hesitation. At that moment, Krumm's mechanical eyes suddenly turned to them, and the electronic Bulgarian voice penetrated the eardrum. Sacrifice number 1 is in place. Following this cold sound, the projection of the altar on Krumm's back suddenly lit up by 3/4. The Black Lake water boiled violently around the light column, turning into blood dew, which filled the air and suffocated him. The spiral staircase in the principal's office seemed to be corroded by evil magic, oozing out fluorescent green slime and emitting a disgusting odor. The carvings on the bronze spiral staircase are melting and gradually transforming into alchemical symbols, as if a strange ritual is taking place. Dumbledore stood in front of the Phoenix Roost, gently playing with the alchemical ring inlaid with the scarab, and said calmly, "You arrived 17 minutes earlier than expected." "Explain," Hermione shouted angrily, the tip of her wand dripping with Black Lake slime. "What about the agreement in the kitchen stone? Those house elf finger bones?" There was anger and confusion in her voice, and her eyes were fixed on Dumbledore. The old principal raised his hand to stop her questioning, and the ring projected a holographic image in the morning light. In the picture, Riddle in 1943 stood in the center of the secret room, with a wand in his hand flowing with elven blood, and his eyes were full of madness and greed. You knew at the time where this would lead. Riddle's voice was filled with resentment. We all have to pay a price for our choices. The holographic Dumbledore's voice sounded young, but tired. Tom wants immortality, and I need to keep the castle. The image switched when the young Riddle carved the last blood pattern on the stone tablet. Hufflepuff's golden cup suddenly emerged from the void. Black slime gushed out of the cup, as if it was the devil's blood gushing out from the depths of hell. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burned, and the scarab totem materialized in the ring projection, like a real scarab. You used the ring to balance the contract energy? Aris asked in surprise. Until 3 years ago, Dumbledore turned the GG engraved on the inside of the ring, and suddenly blood oozed out. When Gellert alerted me to the energy overload, Crouch had already changed the core protocol. Fox on the branch suddenly showed signs of fear, and his tail feathers faded to gray, as if he was preparing for the coming disaster. Hermione's notebook suddenly caught fire, and the charred pages flew in the air, forming a clear timeline. Crouch Jr.'s imprisonment in 1981 and the Goblet of Fire's relaunch in 1994 were all planned. Hermione asked in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. There was a sudden commotion from the direction of the school hospital, and Madame Pomfrey's scream pierced the morning light, making people shudder. Mr. Diggory, number 5.6. Everyone's heart tightened, and they rushed to the school hospital. Cedric lay on the hospital bed, his body twitching constantly, his pupils dilated into the shape of alchemical gears, as if he was controlled by an evil force. When Aris lifted his sleeves, the complete contract tattoo was wriggling under the skin, and fluorescent green mucus was oozing out from every pore, etching the Egyptian number 3 on the bedsheet, as if it was a countdown to death. And Hermione shivered and cast a detection spell, revealing the composition of the slime. His cells are turning into alchemy. Her voice was filled with despair and fear. Madame Pomfrey smashed the medicine cabinet frantically, and her hand holding the sedative was shaking violently. All the potions have lost their effectiveness, just like being covered by a higher-level magic. Dumbledore appeared in the shadow of the door frame, and the ring cast a spot of light on Cedric's chest. When the scarab totem touched the tattoo, the boy suddenly opened his eyes and made a mechanical sound. Sacrifice number 2 is ready. The bed suddenly collapsed, and a dark crack appeared in the floor, like the entrance to hell. The bronze staircase spirals down, and each step is engraved with the marks of the broken fingers of house elves, telling their fate. Mucus gushed out from the cracks, forming the outline of Dobby on the wall. The contract channel has been opened. Crumb's electronic voice suddenly exploded from outside the window. Alter completion rate 91%. The bronze columns of the Durmstrang shipwreck began to spin wildly, and a huge whirlpool formed on the lake, as if it was going to swallow everything. When the first ray of eclipse light touched the castle spire, the wails of the house elf suddenly resounded through the sky, as if they were fighting against fate, or as if they were predicting the coming disaster. Hermione grabbed Aris' wrist and said anxiously, "The stone tablet is the energy hub, and Cedric is the living key. The connection between the two must be cut off before he is completely transformed, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable." Before he could finish his words, the bed suddenly exploded, and Cedric was suspended in the air like a puppet. His spine pierced the skin, and the green catheter extended out, looking very scary. "Father is waiting." When a mechanical sound changed to Crouch Jr.'s voice, Dumbledore's ring suddenly emitted a strong light. "Now!" The old principal threw the ring to Aris. "Use the brand to rewrite the agreement. As long as the agreement is corrected, everything will return to normal." The moment the scarab totem collided with the ring, time and space suddenly froze, as if time had stopped flowing. Aris saw herself in 1943, standing in the secret room, holding Riddle's quill in her hand. The pen was now in the hands of He Jiao in reality, and the flowers she had painted were not ink, but his blood. "The contract is for twins. Dumbledore's voice seemed to come from underwater, vague and distant. It requires contemporary alchemists to reach an agreement with the ancients, which is almost impossible. Hermione suddenly thrust her quill into the stone projection and shouted, "Then create a new contract." Her blood mixed with mucus, drawing an anti-alchemical array in the air. When the formation was formed, there was a roar of a stone tablet exploding from the direction of the kitchen, and the whole castle began to tilt as if it was about to collapse. 373 Lunar Eclipse Contact Countdown. Peeves screamed from the ceiling. 3 minutes. Cedric's mechanical body suddenly spoke, and the yellow-green mucus shrank back into the body like the tide receding. As the bronze conduit in the crack began to disintegrate, Tubby's shadow emerged for the last time. The passage is screaming. It's over. The castle is over. They're all over. The sharp and strange sound kept echoing in the corridor and could be heard from far away. Little wizards kept screaming in the distance, and the whole castle seemed to be plunged into the shadow of fear. This cry left an endless suspense for this crisis, and seemed to foreshadow the coming of even greater challenges. The House of Requests. This mysterious room, which can change its appearance according to needs, is now shrouded in a depressing and tense atmosphere. The oak bookshelf seemed to be corroded by an evil curse, slowly oozing out fluorescent mucus. The mucus exuded a disgusting smell, which intertwined with the strong stench of alcohol from Gus Fletch that permeated the air, making people feel even more suffocated. Mundunga's face flushed red, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He used the broken dagger in his hand to hit the memory crystal fiercely and shouted at the top of his voice, "Old B, you signed an agreement with Riddle? What have we been fighting for all these years?" His voice echoed in the room, full of questions and dissatisfaction. Dumbledore's shadow flickered between the bookcases, and the young face in 1943 appeared unusually clear in the memory crystal. His voice was calm, but somewhat helpless. The decision at that time was to save more lives. However, his words did not seem to calm the anger of the crowd. Security? Kingsley Shacklebolt's eyes widened with anger, and the ebony wand in his hand emitted sparks, instantly burning a scorch mark on the wall. Using house elves as fuel is considered security? His words were full of anger and disdain, and he expressed strong doubts about Dumbledore's actions. Aris frowned, and he could no longer suppress his anger and anxiety. He suddenly smashed the alchemical compass in his hand onto the table. The dial instantly burst into a holographic image, which quickly enveloped the entire room. In the memory scene, the young boy Riddle is dipping the Hufflepuff gold cup into the elf blood pool. The scene is bloody and cruel. Aris said loudly, "Look carefully." The golden cup was already contaminated by dark magic, and Professor Dumbledore was trying to prevent something even more terrible. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tonks. Fighting evil with evil? Tonks was so excited that her hair instantly turned a blinding scarlet red. The magic of the Metamorphmagus was on the verge of losing control. What's the difference between that and the Death Eaters? Her voice was sharp and angry, expressing her disapproval of this method of fighting evil with evil. Seeing this, Hermione immediately opened the dragon leather suitcase beside her, and dozens of rolls of blood-stained tea towels poured out like a tide. She said eagerly, "The difference is that we are correcting a mistake. The evidence Dobby sacrificed his life for is all here. Look at this." She quickly shook off the shimmering, tattered tea towel and saw fluorescent mucus quickly spelling out the Crouch family's 1,000-year record of sacrifice in the air. The record seemed like a dark history book, exposing the Crouch family's numerous crimes. The room fell into deathly silence instantly, and everyone was speechless with shock at this amazing discovery. Lupin looked solemn and slowly stroked the burnt words 1927 on the tea towel with his fingers and asked in a low voice, "Is this the truth behind the explosion at the International Alchemy Conference?" Grandfather Crouch used 30 house elves of the Four Kings as a buffer. Hermione's eyes flashed with anger, and the light of her wand swept across the gear mark on the edge of the tea towel. These alchemical patterns are similar to the ones under the castle now. However, before she could finish her words, a deafening explosion suddenly tore through the silence. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a column of smoke rising from the direction of the Quidditch field. The column of smoke was like a huge black dragon, penetrating the colorful window that answered all wishes, which was terrifying. Aris rushed to the window without hesitation and looked out. The scene in front of him made him gasp. I saw a 100-meter-long gully cracked across the grass of the stadium, and rows of alchemical puppet embryos were squirming wildly in the transparent culture chamber. Green catheters connected the various towers of Hogwarts like densely packed blood vessels, as if they wanted to suck the vitality of the entire castle dry. Merlin, Tonks covered her mouth, her pupils shrinking to the size of a needle tip. They used students as batteries? Her voice was filled with fear and disbelief. The grass on the stadium seemed to have come to life, rolling up wildly, revealing the huge metal skeleton of the underground factory. Aris took a deep breath, stepped on the flying fragments of stand 687, and jumped into the crack without hesitation. The alchemical dust in his hand quickly formed a protective vortex around him, protecting him. When his dragon skin boots touched the glass of the incubator, the embryo suddenly opened its eyes. At that moment, 300 pairs of Cedric Diggory's eyes blinked in the mucus. The scene was extremely weird. Clone technology. Hermione's voice trembled, full of shock and fear. She quickly cast a detection spell, and the spell light waves swept across the incubator, and the cabin instantly became transparent, and the Crouch family emblem engraved on the bottom was clearly visible. They're mass-producing the contract carriers. Her voice echoed in the air, making everyone realize the seriousness of the matter. Seeing this, Kingsley immediately summoned his guardian cheetah. The hunter was like a black lightning, tearing through the thick smoke and rushing towards the incubator. However, when it touched the incubator, it was instantly corroded by the mucus. Silver let out a sharp wail and gradually fell into the air. At the same time, a silver rainstorm suddenly fell from the sky, and Maxim Wellman led the Beauxbatons students to swoop down on their divine horses like divine soldiers descending from the sky. The moonstone on the divine horse flashed with cold light, and the silver swords inlaid with moonstone in the students' hands shone in the sun, instantly cutting off dozens of bronze tubes. The French would never condone such dirty magic. Madame Maxime roared ADEA, her voice causing the incubator to crack. She smashed the console with her huge palm, and the alchemical flames quickly spread along her mink cape. However, when the flames touched her skin, they were absorbed by the moonstone chain around her waist, as if the chain had magical powers. Aris suddenly felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He looked down and saw the brand on the back of his hand. The eagle and scarab image projected a bloody warning on the surface of the incubator. Just as he was about to remind Madame Maxime, the French principal suddenly turned around, put the silver sword in his hand against his throat, and said coldly, "Shafik, your alchemical mark is also absorbing the energy of the castle. This is a countermeasure." Aris was about to explain when he was interrupted by an explosion. A culture chamber suddenly burst, and mucus swept across the court like a surging tide. Crumb's mechanical body emerged from the crest of the wave, and an electronic voice sounded coldly. "The sacrifice production line has been activated by 85%. Seeing this, Hermione quickly cast a protective spell. However, the slime wave was too powerful, and the protective spell faltered before it. At the critical moment, Hermione suddenly took out Dobby's tea towel and shouted, "In the name of freedom." As soon as the words fell, the tea towel fragments suddenly came to life and quickly formed an anti-alchemical array in the air. The anti-alchemy array exuded a powerful force, transforming part of the mucus into a protective barrier, temporarily blocking the mucus attack. "Take them away." Madame Maxime swung her silver sword. cutting open an escape passage. The students of Beauxbatons rode their divine horses through the stands, preparing to evacuate. Go to the southwest corner. There's an uncontaminated escape route. Before she finished her order, she was interrupted by a special edition of the Daily Prophet. Hundreds of gilded owls dropped newspapers like swooping bombs, and the newspapers fluttered in the air. Aris grabbed a newspaper and saw a front-page photo of Chief Crouch standing in front of the Wisengamot courtroom with a glaring headline. Hogwarts has been classified as a Level 1 magical threat. There are unknown alchemical products here, which will pose a huge threat to the magic world and be dangerous to all wizards. We will conduct a comprehensive investigation of this school to ensure that it does not endanger the public safety of the wizarding community. Aris angrily tore up the newspaper, only to find an alchemical tracking symbol hidden in the pages. Just as the spell was about to explode, Lupin was quick to use his werewolf claws to tear it apart in an instant, and shouted, "They are using propaganda warfare." The stadium suddenly collapsed again, and there was a humming sound of overloaded gears from underground, like a howl from the depths of hell. The cluster of incubators exploded collectively, and Crouch Jr.'s mechanical face emerged from the tsunami of slime. Crouch Jr.'s voice was cold and evil. "Father greets everyone. The final sacrifice will be made at." A trace of determination flashed in Madame Maxime's eyes, and the sword in her hand suddenly plunged into the crack in the ground, and the moonstone waist chain emitted a dazzling light. She shouted, "Beauxbatons, listen." Her French accent echoed in the air, full of majesty. "Destroy all energy nodes." The 12 divine horses raised their front hooves at the same time, and their horseshoes stepped out a purification array on the surface of the mucus. The magic circle exuded powerful force and began to destroy the surrounding energy nodes. When the first alchemical reactor overloaded and exploded, Aris saw Dobby's afterimage floating on Hermione's tea towel barrier. The shadow of the house elf was reorganizing the core of the anti-alchemy array, as if conveying hope to them. The cracks in the contract are widening. Hermione screamed with hope. "Continue to destroy the production line. 0 request flowers." Suddenly, the entire Hogwarts castle let out a roar like a dragon awakening. A blood-red beam of light rose from the direction of the West Tower, and Peeves' wild laughter spread across the battlefield along with a new prophecy. The list of sacrifices has been updated. Shafik, Granger, Maxim. The carnival has officially begun. When they heard those names, everyone subconsciously looked over, especially at Aris. 0. No one thought that this young man would appear on the list of priests. No one thought it would happen in this way. It all happened too fast, leaving no time for people to accept it. What's even more worrying is that if Aris was hurt, what would they do? After all, this young man has always been their backbone. Without him, everyone might not know how to fight back against this horrific incident. This new prophecy, like a heavy haze, once again shrouded everyone's head, making the situation of this battle even more confusing. No one can stay out of it. It's like a disaster has struck, and everyone is a victim. In the mysterious and ancient film of Hogwarts, the originally peaceful and harmonious atmosphere has been completely broken. The ancient trees in the forbidden forest groaned in pain under the heavy tracks of the alchemical beasts, and every groan seemed like the wail of the earth. There was a pungent smell in the air, which was the gear lubricant mixed with the blood of the house elves, which made people want to vomit. The guardian cheetah summoned by Kingsley Shacklebolt tore through the thick fog like a silver lightning. In the reflection of the silver light, a 3-meter-tall alchemical war beast suddenly appeared in front of everyone. These war beasts were like mechanical demons from hell. Their chest armor was transparent, revealing the beating hearts of the house elf inside. Every bronze catheter connected to the blood vessels was engraved with the abominable crest of the Crouch family, as if announcing the evil conspiracy behind it. Ministry of Magic Special Operations warning. The leading Auror commander held a wand and used it to amplify the sound. The sound kept colliding and echoing among the dense tree canopy, making it seem particularly loud. "Put down your wands and stop resisting." His tone was firm and full of unquestionable authority. At this moment, dazzling sparks suddenly burst out of Hagrid's hut, and then Norberta's dragon flame penetrated the wooden wall like a blazing torrent. The hybrid giant Hagrid wields the pink two, and only 3 of them come out in the later period. Jean Yin burst out with powerful spell energy, accurately hitting the joints of the war beast. "Get out of my forest!" Hagrid roared, his voice echoing like a bell throughout the forbidden forest. When the war beast raised its mechanical claws and prepared to counterattack, the night thestrals swooped down like a black storm. Their bony wings stirred up rains of rotten leaves, instantly obscuring the Auror's vision and making the battle situation even more chaotic. "Aim for the heart," Hermione shouted, rapidly casting a shattering charm. The spell was like an invisible blade, hitting the beast's chest. However, surprisingly, the transparent armor only caused a circle of ripples, as if it had powerful protective capabilities. To make matters worse, when the house elf's heart burst into a strange red light, Hermione's spell energy was absorbed by the catheter and converted into energy for the war beast. "These hearts are counter-cursed," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes full of shock and worry. Aris felt a sudden burning sensation on the brand on the back of his hand. He looked down and saw the scarab totem projecting a 3-dimensional alchemical array in the mist. The alchemy array exuded a mysterious light, as if it contained the key to solving the current dilemma. Aris quickly sprinkled alchemical dust on the herd of war beasts. The dust was like a group of lively elves clinging to the surface of the duct, revealing the energy transmission route hidden in it. "Hermione, the spine interface of the 3rd beast from the left," Aris shouted, his voice full of anxiety and expectation. Nobita seemed to understand Aris's command. Its dragon flame suddenly changed direction, like a precise laser, melting the energy core of the target beast. With a dull thud, the giant mechanical beast collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the house elf's heart suddenly burst, and a splashing blood etched the rune Freedom on the tree trunk, as if telling of the desire and pursuit of freedom. The Nightcat King seized this opportunity and swooped down like a black lightning. Its bone claws were extremely sharp and instantly tore open the war beast's head, pulling out a bunch of bloody gears. The scene was bloody and shocking. "Stop the attack!" The Auror commander roared in horror, with a tremor in his voice. "You're destroying Ministry property." However, his shouting had no effect. He was answered by a second explosion in Hagrid's cabin. The metal dome of the underground laboratory broke out of the ground like a giant beast awakening from its slumber. Dozens of cultivation chambers appeared in the firelight, and in each chamber was suspended a fusion of a baby dragon and a house elf. They looked weird and terrifying, with bronze tubes extending from their spines like devil's tentacles, connected to the towers of Hogwarts Castle, as if transmitting some kind of evil energy. Merlin's beard, Lupin's werewolf claws stopped in midair, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Through the broken cabin, one can clearly see the alchemical number 03 engraved on the dragon's skull, which is exactly the same as the sacrifice record on the kitchen stone tablet. This discovery made everyone more convinced that there was a shocking conspiracy behind this. Nobita suddenly let out a sad dragon roar, and fluorescent green mucus oozed out of its amber vertical pupils, as if it was crying for those suffering lives. As its flames swept across the remains of the fusion, shadowy figures of house elves slowly rose in the firelight, singing collectively the ancient hymn of liberation. The song is melodious and tragic, as if it is an affectionate call for freedom. Infected by the singing, the roots of the ancient trees in the forbidden forest suddenly came to life, like a pair of giant arms, entangled the tracks of the 3 alchemical beasts, trying to stop the actions of these evil machines. Sparkling, Hermione's exclamation pierced the smoke-filled air. The house elf, Shan, was seen standing on the altar of the ancient tree, covered in blood. A bronze key was inserted in her broken finger, and her eyes revealed determination and resoluteness. Bad Shan Shan wants to atone for his sins. Her voice was weak, but powerful. When she turned the key, the ancient runes on the altar lit up one by one, and the entire forbidden forest suddenly shook, as if an earth-shaking change was about to take place. A 30-meter-tall ancient tree man broke out of the ground, its oak trunk full of house elves' teeth, as if a symbol of their indomitable spirit. When the branches of the tree man swept across the battlefield like a giant whip, the three alchemical beasts were easily crushed like fragile toys. Shan Shan waved a tea towel at the top of the tree canopy. Mucus and blood etched the final anti-alchemical array on the bark. The array pattern exuded a mysterious power, as if to disperse all the evil. Retreat. The Auror commander's voice had changed, filled with fear and despair. That monster is absorbing the energy of the earth veins. He knew very well that the situation was out of control, and if he didn't retreat, everyone would be in danger. The branches of the tree man suddenly ignited with green flames, and the flames illuminated the shadow of Chief Crouch. The Minister of Magic stood between the tree man's eyebrows, and the scroll of decree in his hand turned into a chain, tried to use his authority to stop all this. According to Article 13 of the Emergency Magic Control Regulations. However, before he could finish his declaration, he was interrupted by a sharp scream from Shan Shan. Shan Shan used up his last bit of strength and inserted the bronze key into his chest. The blood of the house elf poured down like a raging waterfall over the tree's roots, and she cried out, "Freedom!" Following the shout, the tree man exploded. The powerful shock wave swept in like a hurricane, instantly melting half of the alchemical beasts into molten iron. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining Aurors operated away and disappeared into the depths of the forbidden forest. Aris quickly threw Hermione to the ground in the blast and protected her with his body. They watched as the remains of the ancient tree man turned into starlight and gradually dissipated. The glittering pieces of the tea towel fluttered in the air like light butterflies, and one of them landed on the tip of Norberta's nose. The fire dragon Nobita suddenly lowered its head docilely, allowing Hagrid to stroke its newly born alchemical scales, as if mourning for the sacrifice of shining 790. She gave us time. Hermione clutched the bloody scraps of tea towel tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. But the Eclipse Pillar is closer. Her voice was full of worry. They knew that although they had won this local battle, a greater crisis, the threat of a lunar eclipse, was approaching step by step. The sky deep in the Forbidden Forest has turned blood red, as if it was dyed red with blood. The bronze columns of the Durmstrang shipwreck began to pulsate in sync, emitting an eerie glow. As Crumb's mechanical body slowly rose from the lake, the altar projection on his back was already 92% lit up, and electronic sounds echoed in the smoke-filled air. The final sacrifice is ready. This cold voice, like a countdown to death, made everyone's heart rise to their throat. They knew that the real decisive battle was coming, and they had to be prepared to face this life and death test. The clock tower, this ancient building standing in the Hogwarts castle, is like a silent watchman, witnessing the passage of time. However, at this moment, it has fallen into an unprecedented chaos. The bronze bell suddenly and without warning began to rotate in the opposite direction, and the heavy gears meshed with each other, making a teeth-grinding creaking sound. Aris widened his eyes, staring at the Roman numerals on the dial, as if he was witnessing a miracle that violated the laws of nature. At the same time, alchemical dust gushed out from the gaps between the gears like smoke, filling every corner of the clock tower, filling the entire space with a mysterious atmosphere. Hermione's pocket watch was suspended in the air under the influence of a strong magnetic field, and the three hands were spinning madly like a mad top. Hermione frowned, her eyes revealing deep worry. She stared at her pocket watch and muttered, "The time curvature exceeds the warning value of 300. This means that the normal order of time is suffering an unprecedented impact, and a huge crisis is about to come. Hold on tight," Aris yelled, quickly reaching out to grab Hermione, and the two of them tumbled down the spiral staircase. Right behind them, the giant pendulum was like a huge sickle, splitting time and space into countless pieces. The fragments glowed with strange light, as if they were mysterious substances from another dimension. When the back of Aris's hand touched the yellow door lock, something happened. The scarab totem suddenly materialized, detached from the back of his hand, and transformed into a lifelike scarab, whose jaws quickly bit the memory crystal in the lock core. In an instant, Dobby's time fragments flooded into Aris' mind like a surging tide. In the flashback, Dobby the house elf was huddled in a pile of gears in the clock tower's secret room, trembling. Its severed finger painstakingly carved the following words in blood on the ching-tong mechanism when the big bell strikes 13__. However, before its action was completed, the young Riddle's dragon-skin boots stepped into the secret room. Riddle chanted a parcel-tongue spell. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, full of evil power. As the spell sounded, Dobby's memory was sealed into the time hourglass, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Here, Aris woke up from his memories. He looked around and found a secret compartment on the wall. He rushed over without hesitation and smashed the secret compartment with one punch, and the rusty hourglass poured out silver-blue sand of time. These sands of time are like flowing stars, emitting mysterious light. When the sand grains touch the Hercules pocket watch, the day has two sides. The sound came from the London air raid in 1940. The sound of air raid sirens and bomb explosions intertwined together, as if bringing them back to that war-torn era. At the same time, the anti-demon bell controlled the two into the time reality, and a thrilling time journey began. They came to the starting point of the time loop. All he saw was Peeves sticking his booger onto the fat lady's portrait. This mischievous action kept repeating itself in the vortex of time and space, as if he was caught in an endless vicious circle. Aris observed carefully and found that each cycle was shortened by 0.7 seconds, and the cracks in the clock tower were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it would break at any time. Use the reversal spell and the sand of time. Hermione made a quick judgment. She inserted her wand into the beach, and the silver sand instantly turned blood red. As the spell of time co-flow reversal sounded, Peeves' mischievous movements suddenly froze. During the 13th repetition, his finger stopped at 0.3 millimeters away from the image, as if time had been paused at this moment. The gear array in the secret room of the clock tower suddenly went out of control, and the gears collided with each other, making a deafening sound. The brand on the back of Aris's hand glowed green, and the scarab totem seemed to have received some kind of summons and began to gnaw at the alchemical code on the wall. As the code was cracked, the last rune was broken, and the secret door opened with a bang, revealing the rotating planetarium inside. The bronze arm of the planetarium was holding half of Dobby's ear, which looked particularly strange under the light of the planetarium. This is the time anchor point. Hermione swept the planetarium with a detection spell, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Someone is using the body parts of a house elf to stabilize the circulation. This discovery made them realize that there was a huge conspiracy behind this time crisis. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the Durmstrang shipwreck penetrated time and space and echoed in the bell tower. The completion rate of the altar is 94%. Following this cold sound, the stained glass windows of the bell tower exploded and glass fragments flew everywhere. Crumb's mechanical body was suspended outside the window. The projection of the altar behind him refracted the moonlight into blood red. The whole scene looked like a picture of hell. Peeves' shrill laughter came from the dome. This mischievous, aft ghost is riding on a pendulum, holding some kind of alchemical device in his hands, glued together with troll snot. Dang, dang. He deliberately rang the wrong bell, and the sound waves formed ripples in the cracks of time. When the 7th bell rang, Aris saw Crumb's mechanical eyes suddenly burst into sparks, as if they were disturbed by something. Buy me 3 minutes, Hermione said to Aris anxiously. She sprinkled the sand of time on the planetarium. I want to reconstruct the time anchor point. Aris nodded without hesitation, turned over, and jumped onto the pendulum, dealing with Crumb between the swinging metal pillars. Crumb's mechanical arm shot out an alchemical chain. The barbs at the end of the chain were engraved with the fingerprints of the house elf, as if telling a tragic history. When Aris bit off the third chain with the scarab totem, the clock tower suddenly tilted 15 degrees. The tip of the lunar eclipse halo had touched the spire of the castle. Time was extremely tight. Sacrifice number 3 confirmed. Crumb's chest armor plate suddenly flipped open, revealing the rotating fragments of the goblet of fire inside. When the fragments of light swept across Hermione, her time sand suddenly burst, and the copper-colored sand particles formed Dobby's dying scene in the air. The contract closing loop requires. Dobby's voice echoed in the air, as if conveying an important message. Peeves suddenly swung the bell rope towards Crumb, and the alchemical device in the middle burst into a shrill noise. 13 strings like sound waves tore through time and space, temporarily nailing Crumb's mechanical body to the outer wall of the clock tower. Aris took the opportunity to jump back to the ground, but found that Jiao's left hand was quantizing, and her fingertips were flickering between reality and illusion, as if she was about to disappear from this world. Time paradox backfires. Hermione gritted her teeth, beads of sweat on her forehead. She struggled to get the planetarium back on track. Hurry up and put Dobby's ear in. Upon hearing this, Aris immediately rushed to the operating table of the planetarium. Dobby's broken ear suddenly came to life in the sands of time, as if it had regained life. When the ear bone touched the bronze arm, the entire bell tower suddenly roared like a giant dragon awakening. The hum of the air raid sirens and the lunar eclipse in 1940 resonated, tearing a huge crack in time and space. Now, Hermione's wand glowed silver blue. The reversed sands of time formed a vortex, and Crumb's mechanical body was drawn into the secret room of 1943. The alchemy array that the young boy Riddle was carving was suddenly destroyed by a future mechanical body. The ripples of time and space spread like a shock wave, and the entire timeline suffered a huge impact. This ripple seems to be constantly vibrating in the long river of time, forming countless time shoals that go back and forth, creating one whirlpool after another. It was as if countless time loops were generated in endless time and space. When Aris and Hermione fell back to the real timeline, the cracks in the clock tower had spread into a spider web, as if it could not bear the weight. Peeves is using a troll tooth to modify a bell hammer, with a mischievous smile on his face. Try Peeves' special shock bomb. He swung the bell hammer inlaid with alchemical gears, and then sent out a fake pass from 13. This wave rushed towards the bronze columns of the Durmstrang shipwreck like a powerful force. The bronze columns of the Durmstrang shipwreck collapsed, and metal fragments flew everywhere. Crumb's electronic voice came with a noise. Alter. As the sail gears fell like a meteor shower, a blood-red vortex suddenly rose from the lake, sucking half of the ship's wreckage into the time rift. This battle between time and space seems to have taken a turn for the better. Lunar eclipse contact countdown. Professor McGonagall's voice transmission spell blasted in the clock tower. 30 minutes. This sound was like a death warrant, reminding them that time was running out. Hermione suddenly collapsed to the ground, her transformed left hand eroding her arm. She used a detection spell to check her physical condition and found that her cells were transforming into sands of time, and the situation was extremely critical. We must stop this before I become completely invisible. Her voice was weak, but her eyes were full of determination. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly detached from the skin, and the scarab totem bit Hermione's quantized wrist. As green light burst out from between the insect jaws, the roar of a furnace starting up was heard from beneath the castle. A blood-red beam of light rose from the direction of the kitchen's stone tablet, forming an alchemical triangle with the lunar eclipse halo. The entire Hogwarts castle was shrouded in a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. 0. Request flowers 0. Peeves suddenly threw a modified bell hammer at me. Press it. Use this to send me off to the grave. The fragments of Dobby's tea towel inlaid on the surface of the bell suddenly came to life, and the afterimage of the house elf raised his thumb in the green light, as if cheering them on. When Aris swung the hammer to smash the planetarium, the memory chip from 1943 suddenly burst. The screams of the young Riddle came from the cracks in time and space. The clock in the clock tower finally struck the 13th time, and the sound echoed throughout the Hogwarts castle. The sound waves created cracks on the surface of the lunar eclipse ring. When the first ray of normal moonlight penetrated the cracks, every brick and stone of Hogwarts castle began to ooze bloody mucus, spelling out the final warning on the ground. The furnace has been activated. This warning seemed like a declaration of fate, foreshadowing that an even more thrilling, decisive battle was about to come. It's not over yet, but now at least we're all still alive, Aris murmured to himself, looking at the strangeness in various parts of the castle, as if an invisible sense of oppression was blowing towards him. He knew that everything seemed to be getting out of control. The bronze gate of the underground furnace rose slowly in front of Aris like the throat of a giant beast. The scorching air waves rushed towards him, carrying the screams of the house elves like the cry from hell. Hermione quickly waved her wand and cast a protective spell. The light blue film twisted into rainbow colors under the high temperature, barely resisting the invasion of the heat wave. Through the patronage, everyone saw the terrifying scene in the center of the furnace. Hundreds of transparent cabins were suspended in the void, and each of the 793 cabins imprisoned twitching domestic elves. The collar catheters on their necks were connected to the central alchemical core, like a series of blood-sucking chains. Merlin's beard! Ronald's exclamation was swallowed by the roar of the furnace. The Weasley twins' telescopic enjoy 3.0 was attached to the outer wall of the cabin. The sound after alchemical conversion was accompanied by the noise of electricity, heart rate 300, nerve current overload. They are suffering extreme torture. George's voice was full of shock and anger, and the scene before them made everyone shudder. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly stung, and the scarab totem cast a huge shadow on the wall of the furnace, as if responding to some ancient call. When his fingers touched the runic keyboard of the console, fluorescent green slime suddenly seeped out from the keys, forming Riddle's teenage notes in the air. Pain is the most efficient energy. The handwriting was hideous and cold, revealing the evil logic behind it. Rewrite the priority of the magic circle. Hermione's wand light swept across the console's holographic projection, and red energy flow lines flickered in the air. Look here, 78% of the energy transmission pipeline flows to the Durmstrang altar. There was a sense of urgency in her voice, and everyone realized that if the energy flow was not stopped, Durmstrang's sacrifice would be inevitable. Suddenly, the suspension cabins tilted collectively, and the screams of the house elves increased by an octave, their voices filled with despair and pain. The mucus gushed out of the tube and condensed into the shadow of Chief Crouch in midair. His face was distorted with arrogance. Hogwarts' illegal energy system must be Webb. F***KU take over, George roared, and the retractable ears suddenly sprayed out corrosive liquid like a green lightning, melting the 3 bronze tubes. Fred took the opportunity to throw out the modified fireworks box and shouted, "Try the Weasley brand alchemical fireworks." Colorful fireworks exploded in the furnace. The air wave overturned the control console, and the dazzling light temporarily covered the darkness. Hermione took the opportunity to insert the detection spell into the core interface. Magical light jumped on the console. The core protocol has been encrypted by the king. It requires the life wavelength of the house elf as a cipher. Before she finished her words, Aris suddenly pulled down the emergency lever in the cabin, and the shiny transparent cage fell down. When the house elf's severed finger touched the core panel, the furnace suddenly fell silent, followed by a deafening alarm. Rebellious program detected. Crouch Jr.'s mechanical body rose from the molten pool, and the bronze joints on his spine spit out 2.3 times like a venomous snake, making a creepy sound. Father is right. Hogwarts needs to be thoroughly purified. His chest armor plate folded and reorganized, perfectly meshing with the alchemical core. The entire furnace suddenly began to quantize, and space distorted, as if it was going to suck everything into another dimension. Stop him! Dumbledore's voice came through the sound transmission spell with unprecedented urgency. The castle's protective spell was collapsing. Hermione resolutely cut her palm and smeared the blood on the console. The blood quickly spread on the metal surface, forming a complex spell. In the name of the House Elf Liberation Front, the blood curse triggered the ancient countermeasure protocol. The shadows of the four founders rose from the four corners of the furnace. Their figures were solemn and sacred. Gryffindor's sword and Slytherin's locket collided in midair, and the sparks ignited Ravenclaw's diadem and lit up the entire furnace. It's useless. Crouch's electronic voice was strangely gentle. This body incorporates the life waves of 320 house elves. 03, his mechanical arm suddenly grew larger, like a giant tentacle, grabbing Hufflepuff's golden cup and turning it upside down on the core. The black slime that gushed out of the cup instantly corroded the Gryffindor sword, and the golden sword body quickly rusted in the slime and turned into dust. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly left his body, and the scarab totem became a physical entity, rushing towards the golden cup like a green light. When the insect jaws bit the cup ears, the entire furnace suddenly overloaded. The quantized cabin began to jump in time and space, and the boundary between reality and illusion became blurred. Hermione's detection spell showed. Energy peak exceeds the safety line by 900%. The danger level has reached an unprecedented high. Take them away. Aris shouted, quickly converting the console into an escape pod launcher. Go find Dumbledore. His voice was firm and resolute, and his eyes flashed with the determination to die. Crouch Jr.'s mechanical eye suddenly glowed red, causing a scene. His spinal cannula pierced through the cabin like a tentacle, dragging the three house elves' cabins into the molten pool. The screams and the sound of boiling magma were intertwined, which was heartbreaking. At this moment, the shadows of the four founders suddenly formed seals in sync, and a roar that had not been heard in 1,000 years came from deep in the castle foundation, as if the earth was roaring. The furnace dome exploded with a loud bang, and the huge impact force threw everyone into the air. In the violent shaking, Hogwarts Castle actually rose from the ground and floated in the air. Countless huge bronze claws stretched out from the bottom of the castle, like an awakened ancient beast, tearing the Black Lake ship into pieces. As the furnace core was completely integrated into the castle's foundation, Dobby's afterimage suddenly flashed in every stained glass window. With a smile on his lips, he said in a weak voice, "Freedom will eventually." Hermione's blood spell suddenly took effect, and the walls of the house elf cabins exploded collectively. 300 life wavelengths gathered into a brilliant galaxy, carving a new organizational barrier at the bottom of the castle. Crouch's mechanical body trembled violently under the backlash of the contract, and his electronic voice suddenly turned back into a human voice, with a hint of pain and regret. "Father, Before he could finish his words, he was reduced to ashes in the explosion. The final explosion of the furnace created a powerful shock wave that threw everyone towards Conction. Aris raised his head 197 times in weightlessness and saw the suspended castle spires piercing the lunar eclipse halo. On the bronze armor of the alchemical fortress, the protective spells of the four founders were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the Crouch contract. The fragment of Dobby's tea towel was like a flag, flying at the highest point, with the words, "The contract is not over, the struggle will not stop," written on it in blood and mucus. At this moment, Hogwarts is no longer an ordinary castle, but a fortress that upholds justice. Although the battle is not over, The light of freedom for the House Elves is already illuminating the darkness. They proved with their lives and courage that as long as there is struggle, there is hope. Aris and his companions will continue to march forward bravely in this war, without gunpowder, for freedom and justice. The rotating planetarium in the principal's office suddenly emitted a sharp, whistling sound of shattering glass, and the zodiac crystal ball fell like a meteor. Dumbledore's old face was scratched with 3 bloody marks by the flying debris, just like scars carved by time. The old principal seemed unaware and turned the alchemical ring inlaid with the scarab with his blood-stained fingers, leaving dark red blood marks on the metal surface. With a dull roar, the stone door of the secret room burst open, and the damp and musty smell mixed with the smell of rust hit me in the face. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burned, and the scarab totem cast a bloody spot of light on the stone wall of the secret room, as if responding to some ancient call. Hermione's dragonhide boots stepped on the broken bones on the ground. The spines with the teeth marks of the house elf made a tiny, crackling sound, which was particularly clear in the silent secret room. She suppressed her nausea and leaned over to check, and found that the vertebrae spelled out the words of the alchemical agreement of 1943, and every 10 grooves were soaked with blood and tears. "Look here." Dumbledore tapped the ground with his elder wand. The dome of the secret room suddenly lit up with a faint blue light, and holographic images poured down like water. In the picture, the young boy Riddle stood on the edge of the blood pool with a grim smile on his face, and the wand in his hand was injecting the blood of the house elf into the Hufflepuff gold cup. Tom proposed that the suffering of the house elves be substituted for the student's sacrifice, and I agreed. Dumbledore's voice was low and hoarse, full of regret. The image switched, and when the golden cup was dipped into the pool of blood, hundreds of house elves suddenly twitched collectively. The collar catheters on their necks emitted a fluorescent green light, converting the pain into protective spell energy, forming a dazzling light shield. Sparks flew from the tip of Hermione's wand, and her voice was filled with anger. "So you use slavery to keep the castle safe?" Her questioning was like a sharp blade, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere in the secret room. There was no good or evil in the choice at that time. Dumbledore gently opened the sarcophagus, revealing the rusted original agreement inside. The ink on the parchment had long faded, but you can still feel the chill of the past. Tom wants to use this method to control the energy of immortality, and I need to stop him from summoning darker beings. Before he finished speaking, the parchment suddenly came alive, and Riddle's student handwriting twisted and swam like a snake. When the contract is twinned, darkness and light will share the throne. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly left his body, and the scarab totem became a physical entity, rushing towards the original agreement like a green light. When the insect's jaws pierced the parchment, the shadow of the young Riddle suddenly materialized, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "How stupid. Do you think breaking the agreement can save these lowly creatures?" A beam of green light shot out from his wand, but was refracted by Hermione's use of Dobby's tea towel as a barrier, hitting the dome of the Chamber of Secrets, and rubble fell. "Imprison him quickly." Hermione recited the spell decisively. The binding spell was like a silver chain, passing through Riddle's shadow and hitting the secret compartment at the bottom of the sarcophagus. A torn page of a charred diary, Mally's, floated into the air, and Tom Riddle's name suddenly oozed out the slime of the Black Lake, as if telling of an ancient curse. "It's time to show the real." Dumbledore's ring suddenly burst into a bright light, like a small sun, pinning the remaining pages of the diary above the pool of blood. This is the contract that Tom modified, using the twin protocol to bind the lifeline of the house elves and the castle. His voice was filled with anxiety. The blood pool suddenly boiled and the mucus surged, forming 2 rotating alchemical arrays. Aris was shocked to see that the left core of the formation imprisoned Dobby's body, and the right was his own scarab mark, with a dark green energy line connecting the two. So my power also comes from the same painful energy. Dumbledore took off the ring and threw it into the pool of blood. The ring made a sizzling sound in the mucus and gradually dissolved. Gellert warned me that this regulator would eventually backfire. When the ring completely dissolved, the castle suddenly tilted violently, as if it was going to overturn the whole world. Hermione lost her balance and hit the edge of the sarcophagus. The blood from her forehead dripped into the blood pool, which immediately caused ripples of October gold. Cover the contract with my blood. I am a founder of the House Elf Rights Promotion Association, she shouted resolutely. The blood pool exploded into a 3-meter-high column of mucus. Hermione's blood turned into thousands of golden threads in the alchemy array, like golden embroidery needles, which imprinted the afterimage of the house elf into the pattern of the contract. When the golden thread touched Dobby's remains, the shadow of the young Riddle suddenly let out a piercing scream. His Parseltongue contract was being reversed. The air was filled with a burning smell. Not enough, Aris yelled, pressing the brand on the back of his hand into the pool of blood. The scarab totem suddenly expanded like a giant elephant, and its wings stirred up a slime storm that tore the twin contract into pieces. The pieces of parchment fluttered in the air like a group of black butterflies and eventually turned into ashes. The Chamber of Secrets suddenly fell into absolute darkness, with only the light of Hermione's wand illuminating the road ahead like a star. All the fluorescent moss in the secret room of the stone tablet suddenly died and lost its glow. Hermione waved her wand, and a white light swept across the wall. The finger bones of the house elf spelled out the runes in reverse on the stone slab. Free contract established. Suddenly, the entire stone wall became transparent, revealing a boiling magma pool behind it. The remains of 300 house elves were floating in the lava, and the Crouch emblem was engraved on the chest of each corpse, which was a shocking sight. This is the real energy, Ada Core. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly stung, and the scarab totem detached from his skin, forming a purification array on the surface of the magma pool. When the remains of the house elf began to emit a soft glow, Hermione suddenly threw the shards of tea towel into the lava and shouted, "In the name of liberation." The fragments of the tea towel suddenly came to life, forming Dobby's afterimage in the air, with a smile on his lips like a ray of warm sunshine. When the shadow of the house elf touched the remains, the Crouch emblem suddenly exploded, emitting a dazzling light. The magma pool gradually cooled and solidified into an obsidian platform, emitting a mysterious luster. The star map on the dome of the Chamber of Secrets suddenly reversed, and a shadow of Gryffindor's sword pierced through the darkness, bringing a glimmer of hope. Contract reconstruction is 50% complete. Hermione's detection spell showed that the magma energy was decreasing. There was a hint of anxiety in her voice. A stronger countermeasure was needed. Suddenly, the whole castle shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Dumbledore's voice transmission spell exploded in the Chamber of Secrets, and his voice was more urgent than ever before. "Come to the headmaster's office." Now, when they rushed back to the spiral staircase, they saw the old headmaster's robes soaked with mucus. Fox's tail feathers faded to gray, and he was holding the remaining pages of Riddle's diary in his beak. His eyes were full of pain. Dumbledore pressed the torn page on the planetarium and said solemnly, when Tom modified the agreement, he left a back door for himself. "This thing is far more dangerous than you think. You must be careful." He had just finished speaking and hadn't even had time to finish. The torn pages suddenly came to life, and the handwriting of the young Riddle twisted and swam like a snake, turning into lines of black text. When the castle rises, the true purification begins. Then, the ink suddenly turned into a black snake, bared its fangs, and pounced on Hermione. The ferocious fangs seemed to be real. Careful! Aris was quick to block the attack with the alchemical compass. The surface of the compass was instantly corroded and scorched. The pale green marks gradually spread, emitting a halo on the surface of the compass while revealing the hidden runes. The twin contract is irreversible. Unless covered with greater pain, one. Dumbledore suddenly waved his wand, and Fawkes let out a shrill whine, and his feathers fell like snow, and like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, he quickly turned into flames. When all the phoenix's gray feathers fell off, a shocking explosion was heard from the direction of the magma pool. The remains of the house elves collectively self-destructed, releasing a powerful energy wave, like a huge wave, and pulled Hogwarts Castle back to the ground. Hermione bumped into the bronze astronomical instrument, and blood oozed from her forehead again. She looked at Dumbledore, and her voice trembled. "You have long planned to end it all with its death. Its redemption." Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled. "Fawkes' rebirth cycle has been accelerated. He will be fine. The Phoenix Nirvana represents a new life. We don't have to worry about B." A green beam of light suddenly rose from the direction of the school hospital, and Cedric Diggory's mechanical body was suspended in the center of the beam, like a cold statue. When his chest armor plate was opened, what was embedded inside was not a heart, but a gleaming alchemical collar. A mechanical voice sounded coldly. "Final sacrifice, continue." Rich magical energy suddenly gathered quickly, like a condensed cloud, raising a layer of gray above Hogwarts, which looked dark and mysterious. On the other hand, it seemed like some kind of foreshadowing. Dobby's afterimage suddenly appeared in every window, and the shadow of the house elf covered Cedric's mechanical eye with a tea towel, trying to prevent the tragedy. But all this is in vain and has no effect. Rays of green light continuously flashed in the sky, passing by as quickly as a meteor shower, and from them, green spots of light exploded and sprinkled on the earth. As the green light gradually dimmed, Peeve's wild laughter came from the bell tower, like an absurd farce. The final chapter begins. He started screaming like crazy, and the whole castle was shrouded in the dark bells. .00. At this moment, the sky over Hogwarts was covered with dark clouds. "Here we go," Dumbledore muttered to himself, his eyes unconsciously looking towards Aris. He is the only variable in this confrontation and the only hope. If everything goes well, this disaster will be ended. If not, the entire wizarding world may be facing a terrible disaster. The mechanical body continued to rise, like an alien that broke through the dimensional space and appeared here. Only Aris knew that unknown changes had occurred in this world. Everything was beyond his control. In the end, everything will go to the unknown. The prelude to the ultimate showdown is slowly opening, and the battle between justice and evil is about to usher in the final chapter. The suspended castle was like a falling star, and the bronze altar emitted a dying roar in the aura of the lunar eclipse. The brand on the back of Aris's hand burned fiercely, and the scarab totem under his skin almost broke out of his body. The burning pain spread along the nerves to his heart. Crouch Jr.'s mechanical body was suspended in the center of the 13-column formation. The spinal catheters were dancing like countless poisonous snakes, and the barbs at the end were draining the energy from Harry and Cedric's contract tattoos. The skin of the two men was as pale as paper, and fluorescent green mucus could be vaguely seen flowing in the blood vessels of the 437. "Father, do you see? This is true purification." Crouch Jr.'s electronic backpack showed a morbid excitement. The mechanical arm pointed at the collapsing Hogwarts castle, and the alchemical symbols projected by the bronze columns formed the Crouch family emblem on his chest. "Shut up." Hermione's roar penetrated the energy turbulence, and the blue light bursting out of her wand split the slime barrier like lightning. Dobby's afterimage emerged from the shards of the tea towel, and his severed finger pointed tremblingly at the spiderweb-like alchemical pattern at the bottom of the altar. His voice was weak but firm. "Pair." The shadow of Chief Crouch rose from the top of the bronze column. The Minister of Magic's black robes rustled, and the scepter in his hand struck the edge of the altar, the sound as cold as iron. According to Section 13 of the International Magical Emergency Regulations, the illegal alchemy system at Hogwarts must be taken over. The green light that burst out from the tip of the wand was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, but was cut off by the silver-blue phoenix Patronus charm the moment it touched Dumbledore. Feng Yuan and Lucien were entangled in the air, and the magic sparks filled with them ignited the mucus on the edge of the altar, and it was trapped. "Albus, you're old." Crouch's shadow suddenly materialized, and his black leather shoes stepped on the spine of the house elf, making a teeth-grinding, cracking sound. "You acquiesced to Tom's experiment back then. Why are you pretending to be a saint now? There was a gleam of sarcasm in his eyes, as if he was revealing a huge secret. Dumbledore's Elder One trembled slightly, his knuckles whitening from the force. I made the mistake, and I ended. He suddenly took off his alchemical ring and threw it towards Aris. The ring drew a dark red arc in the eclipse light, rewriting the core protocol with a brand. The moment Aris caught the ring, Crouch's mechanical eyes burst into dazzling electric sparks. Stop them! The Bulgarian command was like a sharp blade cutting through the air. The bronze columns began to spin wildly, and the friction sound of the gears was deafening. Harry and Cedric were suspended in the air by catheters. The contract tattoos on their skin squirmed like living things, and the oozing green mucus gathered on the ground to form a hideous snake-like pattern. In the name of freedom, Hermione bit her tongue and smeared the bloody saliva on the edge of the altar. The blood quickly seeped into the alchemical lines, and golden magical flowers blossomed. The tea towel fragments seemed to be given life, automatically arranging themselves into an anti-alchemical array in the air. Dobby's afterimage gradually solidified at the center of the array. He pointed his severed finger at the contract tattoo on Cedric's chest and said with relief, "Bad Dobby has come to atone for his sins." When the shadow of the house elf touched Cedric's skin, the 3.5 mechanical catheter made a sharp bursting sound, and fluorescent green slime poured down like a flood, corroding the altar into deep grooves where bones could be seen. The fragment of the goblet of fire in Crouch's chest burst into a strong light, and the electronic sound with the final madness said, "The altar is 98% complete." Aris pressed the ring hard into the brand on the back of his hand, and the scarab totem instantly expanded into a 3-meter-tall giant insect. The alchemical lines on the shelf flowed with lava-like light. The giant insect opened its jaws and bit the rim of the cup of fire. The powerful bite force caused the entire altar to tremble violently. Crouch saw this. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and pointed his wand directly at Aris. Crucio. The green Cruciatus curse hit Dumbledore's chest, but the old headmaster smiled with relief. His body began to quantize and turned into countless golden points of light. "It's time to say goodbye, Barty." The alchemical ring in his palm burst out with strong light, like a small sun, illuminating the entire altar. "No!" Hermione's scream was swallowed by the roar of energy. When the light faded, the floating castle fell like a kite with a broken string, and Dumbledore's ashes spun in the aura of the lunar eclipse, eventually forming a new covenant emblem. It was a phoenix with outstretched wings, holding the house elf staff of freedom in its claws, with the following words appearing below: "Freedom never surrenders." Crouch's staff suddenly began to rust, and the black paint peeled off, revealing the tangled house elf hair inside. He looked at his hands in horror. Hundreds of house elves' fingerprints appeared on the surface of his skin, as if countless wrong souls were claiming his life. "This is impossible." His body was wrapped in the backlash of the contract energy, gradually becoming transparent, and finally turned into a puff of black ash, drifting away with the wind. "Father!" Crouch Jr.'s mechanical voice sounded like a human cry. His mechanical body melted in the turbulent energy, and gears and screws fell like a rainstorm. When the last piece of armor plate fell off, the human body curled up inside was revealed. It was Barty Crouch, who was only 13 years old. His eyes were full of fear and regret. Aris tried hard to grab the falling Harry and Cedric, and the scarab totem suddenly split into thousands of light butterflies, and Dobby's smiling face was printed on the wings of each light butterfly. The swarm of light butterflies crashed into the bronze column array like a tide. The column array groaned under the heavy burden and finally collapsed. Dobby's afterimage magnified in the crumbling ruins. He raised his severed finger and shouted, "House elves will never be slaves." 300 pieces of tea towels pierced the core of the altar like sharp blades. The screams of Crouch and his son and the cheers of the house elves intertwined to form a chorus of praise. When the floating castle fell into the Black Lake, the lake's surface was stirred up by huge waves. A brand new stone tablet rose from the waves. The tablet was engraved with the Emancipation Proclamation of House Elves. Dobby's tea towel fluttered on the top of the tablet like a flag of victory. Hermione knelt in front of the stone tablet, tears mixed with black lake water splashing onto the tablet. Her bloody handprint burned the last line on the tablet. It was the silhouette of a house elf holding up a severed finger, engraved with, "Freedom is born from struggle." Aris stood beside her, watching the sky gradually brighten in the east. The scarab mark gradually faded, replaced by a tiny scar, shaped like the folds of a tea towel. The remains of Hogwarts Castle floated on the surface of the Black Lake. In the morning light, house elves came from all directions. They danced the ancient dance of liberation around the stone tablet, with tea towels waving in the air like a group of birds breaking free from their shackles. Fox cry came from the ruins. Everyone turned around and saw a newborn phoenix flying high from Dumbledore's ashes, its tail feathers shining with hope. At this point, the contract conspiracy that lasted for thousands of years finally came to an end. But as the inscription on the stone tablet says, freedom has never been a gift from God, but a dawn that countless lives have exchanged for through struggle and sacrifice. The story of Hogwarts continues, and those souls who fought for freedom will be forever remembered in the history of the wizarding world. Inside the dome court of the International Confederation of Wizards, the hum of the crystal loudspeaker echoed in the solemn space like a cold prelude. Hermione was wearing a solemn dark purple wizard robe and standing in the alchemical barrier of the witness stand, her back straight as a sharp arrow. Behind her, 300 pieces of tea towel fragments were suspended in the air, forming a dynamic chain of evidence. Each piece flashed a faint fluorescence, as if countless pairs of eyes were watching this just trial. When the holographic projection of Chief Crouch tried to argue, Tubby's afterimage suddenly materialized in the T-coin matrix. He pointed his severed finger at Crouch, and his voice was ethereal but powerful. "Those who give false testimony shall be punished by having their finger bones pierced." These words rang out in the courtroom like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Silence. The chief judge's bronze gavel fell heavily, emitting dazzling sparks, but it was unable to break the magical resonance of the house elves. Hermione seized the opportunity, raised her gleaming broken finger, and said clearly and firmly, "Evidence number 097, the determination of the Crouch family's liability in the 1892 steam golem accident. It contains the alchemical formula modified by Barty Crouch, too." As soon as these words were spoken, the alchemists in the audience suddenly stood up collectively, and the formula deductions in the chain of evidence were reflected in their brass eyepieces. When the formula finally led to the conclusion of house elf neural current overload, the alchemical buttons of the Durmstrang delegation suddenly exploded collectively, making one noise after another, as if it was a silent accusation of the conspiracy. Protest! The head of the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement department turned pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. "These evidences have not been authenticated by the Alchemy Association." Before he finished speaking, Aris suddenly pressed the scarab brand on the witness stand barrier, and the totem instantly projected a three-dimensional model of the Hogwarts Foundation on the dome, like a three-dimensional map, showing every inch of the castle's texture. "Then let the castle itself testify." Aris' voice was filled with unquestionable firmness. When the brand energy was injected into the model, the Black Lake in the ruins thousands of miles away suddenly surged, and the newly risen monument burst into green light, projecting the 1,000-year-old evidence of the Crouch family's crimes onto the dome of the court like a movie. Those bloody scenes and evil contracts were displayed before everyone's eyes, making people feel cold. The temporary dock of the Hogwarts ruins was now crowded with reporters from all over the world, their eyes clearly filled with curiosity and anticipation. The emerald stairs that Professor McGonagall built with the repair spell rippled in the sunlight, like a road leading to hope. Aris pressed the alchemical compass into the moist soil. He could feel the pulse of the earth in his palms. From deep in the foundation came the roar of gears meshing, as if the castle was waking up from its slumber. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Professor McGonagall asked softly, with a hint of worry in his tone. She stroked the list of house elves on the new stone tablet. Behind each name was a tragic history. The permanent binding of the alchemical mark to the castle. Nose means that next time a crisis comes, I will always be the first to inspect the area. Aris dug the back of his hand deep into the soil, and the scarab totem spread along the earth veins like a golden vein, connecting him to the heart of the castle. But this was Dobby's choice. Look, as soon as he finished speaking, 12 waterspouts suddenly rose from the lake, like giant pillars supporting the sky, and the afterimage of the house elf appeared in each water curtain. When their severed fingers touched the water, the black lake suddenly became crystal clear. The alchemical ruins on the lake bed were being wrapped by Dobby's tea towel, gradually transforming into a natural barrier like a coral reef. That is life's gentle response to death. Hermione stepped barefoot into the shallows, and the fluorescent waves formed an anti-alchemical pattern at her ankles, as if it was a medal bestowed by the earth. The International Court of Justice unanimously passed the House Elf Rights Act, and Winky was posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. There was a hint of relief in her voice, but it was interrupted by the sudden sound of apparition. Lucius Malfoy's snake-headed staff was poking at the beach. He was wearing a gorgeous pureblood family robe, with arrogance and disdain in his eyes. The pureblood family demands a review of the castle's new contract. Then review this. Aris suddenly pulled open his shirt, revealing the alchemical mark on his chest. The mark had spread to his chest, forming a light rope with the earth energy, like a flame that would never go out. The new contract of Hogwarts is engraved in the heartbeat of every teacher and student, including the defense formation of your Malfoy family's ancestral home. Lucius's snakehead staff suddenly softened. The emerald on the tip of the staff reflected the scene deep in the black lake. The alchemy array of Malfoy Manor was being eroded by the energy of Dobby's tea coins. When the first family crest fell off, the former Death Eater's face changed, and Yinling disappeared with a disapparition, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The unveiling ceremony of the new monument was held in a rainstorm, but Professor McGonagall's waterproofing spell deliberately missed the top of the monument, allowing the rain to wash it away. As the rain washed away the names of the 300 house elves, Hermione tied Dobby's tea towel to the top of the tombstone and whispered, "Let the wind and rain prove your worth." Suddenly, the fragments of tea towels came alive in the rain and formed a round mat for Dobby. His shadow pointed to the island in the middle of the lake, where a second stone tablet was rising from the waves. The new motto of Hogwarts was engraved with alchemical patterns on the tablet. Struggle creates new life. These 8 words are a summary of the past and an expectation for the future. "Look there!" Hagrid exclaimed, breaking the silence. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Norbita's dragons dancing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Scarab totems appeared on their scales, like 10 mysterious dance troupes. As the leading female dragon spewed out emerald flames, sprouts suddenly emerged from the scorched alchemical ruins. They were new tree species that were a fusion of ancient protective spells and natural magic, breaking through the ground. It symbolizes the tenacity of life and the rebirth of hope. Aris suddenly knelt on one knee. The light rope of the alchemical mark connected him to the earth. He closed his eyes and felt the heartbeat of the castle. When Hermione placed her palm on the ground, countless afterimages of house elves oozed out of the soil, and their broken fingers formed a bridge of light leading to the island in the middle of the lake, a bridge connecting the past and the future. Peeves suddenly swooped down from the clouds and threw alchemical roses to the crowd. When the petals touched the lake, Dobby's shadow suddenly enlarged, and the electronically synthesized house elf language resounded through the sky. Freedom forever. This voice is a cry for freedom against the problem of loneliness. Professor McGonagall took off the emerald hairpin and turned it into the first cornerstone of Reconstruction. As hundreds of teachers and students raised their wands simultaneously, the outline of New Hogwarts gradually emerged in the background. On the tea towel flags hung on the city's spires, alchemical patterns and natural magic patterns were forming an unprecedented protective system. a barrier forged with resistance and love. Hermione looked at the mermaids playing in the rain and suddenly chuckled. You know what's the most ironic thing? The eternal protection that Crouch pursued was ultimately achieved by the humble creatures in his eyes. Aris stroked the mark on his chest, the scarab totem flickering in the lightning. He whispered, "Perhaps true eternity is born from the rebirth after destruction." The rain gradually stopped, and the sun shone through the clouds, shining on the ruins of the new Hogwarts, on the monument, and on every soul fighting for freedom. This is the end of a long struggle and the starting point of a new beginning. On top of these ashes, new hope is growing vigorously, just like the tender sprouts that break through the soil and will eventually grow into towering trees, supporting a free sky for the magic world. Snowflakes hit the stained glass windows of the principal's office like broken diamonds, outlining patterns of ice flowers on the glass, as if countless tiny ice crystal wind chimes were ringing. Aris Shafik clenched the memory crystal in his hand, and his fingertips could feel the faint vibration of the data flow inside the crystal. This crystal contained the infiltration data of the 7th underground floor of Gringotts. 3 hours ago, he extracted the core evidence from the secret scroll in the Shrieking Shack. At this moment, the alchemical mark on the palm of his hand was slightly hot, as if warning of the impending crisis. Albus, Gringotts basement, level 7. Before Aris finished speaking, green flames suddenly burst out from the fireplace, and the ashes condensed into the shadow of the goblin accountant in the air. The goblin wore gold-rimmed glasses, with a sly smile on his lips and a threatening tone in his shrill voice. "Masters, please do not interfere in Gringotts' internal affairs." Dumbledore waved the elderberry wand. A blue light flashed, and the goblin shadow was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and shattered into powder. "It seems our goblin friends are concerned about their Christmas presents." The old principal's blue eyes turned to the crystal in Aris's hand. When his eyes touched the leaping data stream in it, the whole tower suddenly shook violently, and the ice flowers on the colored windows shattered and fell. Aris staggered to the stone railing of the terrace and looked up. The ice of the Black Lake was cracking, and fluorescent green magical energy spread like a spider web, outlining a huge alchemical star elephant image in the snowy night. Sirius was replaced by Betelgeuse, and the madly flickering starlight gathered into the Crouch family's street snake totem, like a giant snake devouring light. They activated the Earth's resonance. 11 foot. Ice crystals condensed on Dumbledore's silver beard, and there was a rare urgency in his voice. Gringotts is using Hogwarts' Alchemy Foundation as an energy transfer station. Before he could finish his words, a 30-meter-high icicle suddenly exploded in the center of the lake, and a three-dimensional projection of Gringotts' underground vault appeared on the surface of the ice. Aris' pupils suddenly shrank as he saw the fairies injecting melted alchemical galleons into the earth veins. The golden solution flowed along the magic lines like a venomous snake towards the castle, and the ice surface made a teeth-grinding, sizzling sound wherever it passed. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly left his body, and the scarab totem became a physical entity, crashing into the icicle like a beam of golden light. When the insect's jaws crushed the catheter in the projection, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Real severe pain came from his heart. 0. Only then did he remember that his alchemical core and the castle foundation had long been closely connected through the earth veins, and any attack on the contract would backfire on himself. Catch it. Dumbledore threw a phoenix tail feather pen, and what dripped from the tip of the pen was not ink, but fox blood, which condensed into golden runes in the air. Before the contract is recast, we need a brighter anchor. The castle spire suddenly burst into colorful aurora, and the shadow of Dolores Umbridge appeared on the light screen. She was wearing her signature pink wool sweater, and the badge of the Education Order on her chest was transforming into an alchemical beetle, gnawing at the castle's protective spell. Her shrill voice was filled with madness. According to Educational Order number 28, All unauthorized magical experiments must be. Aris pressed the memory crystal into the stone railing of the terrace, and the imprint on his palm resonated with the ancient array text on the stone bricks. A roar like a giant dragon's heartbeat came from deep in the castle's foundation, and the sealed puppet data stream turned into a silver-blue light snake, swimming along the gap between the 1,000-year-old stone bricks towards the Black Lake. The moment the light snake touched the alchemical fish, the fairy's golden catheter suddenly cracked, and the boiling gold solution evaporated into golden mist on the ice surface. You made a dangerous choice. Dumbledore held down Aris's shaking shoulders. The phoenix tail quill in the old man's hand was melting rapidly. Using Gringotts' alchemy against them is like dancing flamenco on a tightrope. It's like making a 040 antidote out of snake venom. This is suicide. Aris stared at her fingers, which were gradually crystallizing. The ice crystals were spreading along her blood vessels. Regulus Black's notes mentioned this method of fighting poison with poison. Don't worry, I will be careful. At least I won't die before solving this problem. Professor Dumbledore, please give me some confidence and don't worry. After he finished speaking, he looked at his fingers that were gradually crystallizing, tapped them lightly with his wand, and they quickly melted away. Seeing this scene, Dumbledore also fell silent. Obviously, no one expected that Aris had mastered so much knowledge and could eliminate this side effect so easily. His heart gradually calmed down. A 1,000-meter-high wave wall suddenly exploded on the lake surface, and a suffocating scene emerged on the frozen waves. In the deepest furnace of Gringotts, the mechanical remains of Crouch Jr. were merging with the goblins' alchemical array. The remains of 300 house elves were floating in the boiling gold solution, and each corpse wore a collar with the Crouch emblem on its ankle. "Look there!" Hermione screamed from the spiral staircase. She was holding a burning volume of the Convention on the Equality of Magical Creatures, and the ashes of the burnt sheepskin formed Dobby's afterimage in the air. The shadowy figure of the house elf pounced on the wave wall and carved a reverse rune into the ice with a shard of tea towel. Freedom cannot be tarnished. When the last rune was completed, the vinestone carvings on the castle's outer wall suddenly came to life, and the scarab totem and phoenix tail feathers on the vines intertwined in the moonlight. Aris felt a sharp pain in the alchemical core of his chest and looked down. The crystallized skin was peeling off, and it was replaced by a new life path tempered by the moonlight. That was the fusion totem of the phoenix alone. Some light must go through the darkest tempering. Dumbledore poured the completely melted tail feather wine into the air. Fox's ashes reassembled in the snow, and the newborn phoenix spread its golden and red tail. Every feather shone with the luster of alchemical astrology, and its cry carried the power of rebirth. Aris leaned against the stone railing with the new contract totem on it, watching Hermione leading the house elf construction team to recarve the foundation inscriptions in the square. The house elves held up glowing tea towels and drew complex anti-alchemical arrays on the snow, each pattern infused with their desire for freedom. When the first ray of morning light pierced through the thunderclouds, an ancient bell rang from the depths of Haytow. That was the first heartbeat of the purified alchemical furnace in the new era, symbolizing the end of the old contract and the birth of order. The snow stopped, and the sun shone on Tower 5.0 of Hogwarts, illuminating the new contract totem. Aris touched the new mark on his heart and felt the warm pulse coming from the castle's ground veins. He knew that this game with Gringotts was just the beginning, but as Dobby's shadow rode on the ice, freedom must not be tarnished, and they will always fight for freedom, no matter how difficult the road ahead is. The scorched earth of the Quidditch World Cup camp glowed metallically under the scorching August sun, like a piece of burnt black bread. Aris Shafik waved as you wand, and the silver light of the moonlight solidification spell swept across the cracked base of the stands like flowing water. Wherever it passed, the scorched earth gradually solidified into solid stone bricks. When the spell touched the crack in the northeast corner, green sparks suddenly burst out like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, startling a dozen ravens that were foraging for food. They flapped their wings and cried out in fear. "Merlin's stinky socks!" Ludo Bagman exclaimed. The former England 0-3 batsman had a burnt hole in his golden vest caused by sparks, but he still waved the burnt trophy fragments in his hand excitedly, as if it was some rare treasure. "That's it. It also sprayed green fire during the repair last week, and almost burned the robes of the Bulgarian representative." There was a hint of relief and excitement in his voice, as if he was showing off a thrilling adventure. Aris squatted down and carefully picked up the metal fragments in the crack with alchemical tweezers. Looking through the dragon scale goggles, his pupils suddenly contracted. The jagged cracks on the edge of the fragments matched exactly the gear gaps on Durmstrang's sails during the Triwizard Tournament. When he aimed the detection spell wave at the depth of the crack, what he saw was not ordinary Foundation rubble, but the remains of the alchemical defense he was looking for. The gears and spells emitted a faint fluorescence, as if telling the story of a shocking conspiracy in the past. The riot-proof version of the Golden Snitch should be designed according to this design. Ludo suddenly slapped a piece of parchment on Aris' back, his tone full of enthusiasm. On the parchment was a barbed thief model drawn in goblin blood ink, with a complex alchemical formula written next to it. To be able to automatically identify black magic fluctuations, you must also. His words were interrupted by a muffled sound coming from underground. In the deep pit that the house elf construction team was digging with magic shovels, the remains of a 3-meter-tall alchemical puppet suddenly twitched, and the metal joints made a harsh friction sound. Aris noticed that the faded Crouch family emblem on the puppet's breastplate was absorbing sunlight energy, and an ominous red light flickered between the lines. "Everyone back off," Aris yelled, throwing out the binding spell chains. However, the puppet's mechanical eyes suddenly glowed red, as if new life was injected into them. When the sound of broken gears meshing was heard, Hermione Granger Operat to the edge of the pit, and the magical infrastructure safety manual in her arms flipped to the chapter Self-Destructive Alchemical Puppets. The house elf's nails sandwiched between the pages emitted a faint light. "Breastplate Rivet 3. Hermione screamed, in almost sync with the puppet's mechanical arms swinging. Aris quickly waved his wand, and the cutting spell was like a silver lightning, accurately hitting the rusted rivet. The fluorescent green slime sealed in the chest cavity of puppet 167 gushed out like a flood, etching the word sacrifice in Egyptian hieroglyphics on the scorched earth. The handwriting exuded a cold aura, as if it was a call from hell. Ludo suddenly blew the referee's whistle, and the harsh sound waves caused the slime characters to twist and deform like a dying venomous snake. "Excellent teamwork. 10 points to Miss Granger," he shouted, a gleam of alchemy flashing through his greasy curls. Aris keenly noticed that the former star had a gear-shaped tan on the back of his neck, with edges so neat that it looked like it had been carved out of a mold. When Hermione used a freezing spell to seal the slime, the screams of house elves suddenly came from the eastern sky. The 20 house elves who were working on the project all dropped their magic shovels, turned their long ears towards the direction of the morning star, scratched the air with their nails to create sparks, and chanted in a trembling voice. When the stars returned to their positions, the brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burned. The scarab totem projected a 3-dimensional star map under the scorching sun. The positions of the constellations were exactly consistent with the ancient Egyptian alchemical calendar. Hermione quickly used a detection spell to scan the star map. The person with the photochromic lens had his eyes widened. "This is an ancient Egyptian alchemical calendar. It points to a double solar eclipse on the spring equinox next year." There was shock in her voice, as if she had foreseen the impending disaster. The fragments of the golden cup in Ludo's hand suddenly slipped and hit the remains of the puppet, making a bell-like sound. When the fragments bounced up, Aris saw with his sharp eyes that Gringotts Basement 7, Safe 946, was engraved in the goblin language on the inside. This is the clue to the underground treasure house. This discovery made him feel nervous, and he realized that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. "Mr. Bagman?" Hermione suddenly blocked Ludo's retreat, questioning in her tone. When the Ministry of Magic liquidated Crouch's assets last month, there was a mysterious flow of 30,000 tons of gold. I don't know where it went. I think you need to give a reasonable explanation. The silly smile on Ludo's face suddenly shattered, replaced by a hint of viciousness. As soon as the phantom trajectory of the gold galleon pattern lit up, it was intercepted by the anti-curse barrier set up by Aris in advance. Ludo's fat body hit the transparent barrier, making a dull sound. What was even more shocking was that the gear shell on the back of his neck suddenly cracked, revealing a flashing alchemical interface under the skin, as if he was a mechanical puppet disguised as a human. Excellent. So wonderful. Ludo suddenly clapped his hands. The mechanical applause was accompanied by electronic noise. It's a pity that you shouldn't touch the fairy's cake. No one can save you in this case. His pupils suddenly turned into the revolving door style of Gringotts' vault, and his body flamed into hundreds of barbed golden snitches in the strong light. The eyes of each flying limb were a small emerald, emitting greedy light. Aris quickly whipped Hermione towards the frozen slime characters. The group of alchemical thieves crashed into the ice, sparks flew all over the sky, and the Crouch emblem was burned to ashes. Damn, this is an alchemical puppet. When the last flying thief exploded, the morning star of the eastern sky suddenly expanded, and the starlight illuminated the remains of hundreds of puppets in the ruins of Saudi. Every month, the chest of the remains was engraved with the certification code of Zeege, and the production date was clearly next year. This is actually a mechanical army. Occupy. Aris' eyes showed a solemn look. This means that a bigger conspiracy is brewing, and they have been involved in this crisis that spans time. Hermione's shaking fingers touched the detection. Amazing spell screen, and her voice was filled with disbelief. The production date of these puppets? All next year. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of both of them. They realized that Gringotts' conspiracy had already crossed the boundaries of time, and the reconstruction of Hogwarts was just a pawn in this huge conspiracy. In the future, there are more severe challenges waiting for them, and they must rebuild hope in the embers and find light in the darkness. The bronze door of the tribunal slammed shut behind him. The brand on the back of Aris's hand was still spreading, and the scarab totem seemed to be crawling under his skin, conveying some kind of warning. Hermione put the severed finger into a lead evidence bottle. Frost formed on the metal wall of the bottle. The alchemical energy inside the bottle was reacting violently with the magic outside. What did they have hidden under the Antarctic ice cap? Hermione stroked the anti-tampering spell on the bottle's mouth. The photochromic lens reflecting the alchemy advertising light box at the end of the corridor, the double eclipse mentioned by Borg, and Malfoy's Beauxbatons product catalog. It's the calibration parameters of the planetarium. Aris suddenly stopped in front of the magic map in the corridor and pointed his finger at the blank area of Antarctica. In 1992, at the 383 International Alchemy Conference, Malfoy sponsored an Antarctic expedition in the name of ecological protection. But according to Regulus notes, the real purpose of that action was... His words were interrupted by the sudden sound of breaking glass. In the souvenir shop window, 20 meters away, all the Gringotts' commemorative gold coins burst into green fire at the same time, and the Goblin King's head on the surface of the gold coins twisted into the mechanical face of Crouch Jr. When the twin moons swallow the sun. Petrification. Aris swung his magic wand, only to see the gold coin fragments penetrate the spell and piece together a contour map of Antarctica on the ground. Hermione's detection spell revealed that each golden thread was covered with the same alchemical star pattern as the foundation of Hogwarts. They want to use the resonance of the earth veins to turn the entire Antarctic into a giant alchemy array. Hermione's voice trembled, and the double lunar eclipse is the weather condition for activation. The two looked at each other and rushed towards the apparition point at the same time. As soon as Aris's mark touched the flue powder, it was suddenly bounced away by an invisible force. The entire apparition network of the Wizarding Union headquarters has been blocked. This way, Aris dragged Hermione into the emergency passage and the alchemical floor tiles suddenly flipped over, revealing a spiral staircase leading underground. The bronze reliefs on the walls lit up automatically, engraved with portraits of the past masters of Gringotts, and each person's address, AG, was a galleon. When they ran to the third underground floor, green smoke suddenly emerged in front of them, and the roar of gears could be heard in the smoke. 30 mass-produced alchemical puppets stepped out from the smoke, with the Gringotts' authorized inscriptions on their joints still bearing fresh traces of gold stamping. Use the anti-alchemy array. Hermione swung at the shreds of Dobby's tea towel, which spread out in the air into intricate geometric patterns. Aris pressed the mark against the wall at the same time, and the purifying beam projected by the scarab totem overlapped with the tea towel array pattern to form a golden barrier. The first wave of attacks from the puppet group was deflected by the barrier, and the chest of the leading puppets suddenly opened, spewing out not flames but cans of house elf blood. The blood and tears formed streams on the ground, activating the hidden alchemical teleportation array. Aris felt his feet go empty, and a sense of weightlessness came over him. When he stood firm, he found himself in a cave covered with ice and snow. The sound of liquid metal flowing could be heard from deep within the cave. Hundreds of glowing glass jars were embedded in the ice walls, each containing floating human remains wrapped in seaweed. Hermione swept her wand across the nearest jar and blanched at the goblin writing on the label. Subject 7, Beauxbatons student, missing in 1993. It's Malfoy's collection. Aris's mark illuminates the stone door at the end of the cave, on which is engraved the same alchemical number as the severed finger of the Inquisition. When he reached out to touch the door knocker, the entire ice wall suddenly became transparent, revealing the giant alchemy array outside. At the center of the array stood a Trinity totem consisting of the Beauxbatons school emblem, the Gringotts gear, and the Crow's higher emblem. Look up at the sky. Hermione suddenly pointed to the top of the ice cave. Through the ice, one could see that the Antarctic night sky was distorting, and the original single moon was split into two dark red spheres, orbiting each other and approaching the sun. The signs of a double lunar eclipse have already appeared, and there are less than 24 hours until the spring equinox. Aris's brand suddenly emitted a sharp, buzzing sound, and the scarab totem broke away from the skin, projecting a three-dimensional model of Hogwarts in the air. In the model, the roots of the newly planted protective trees are penetrating the foundation and resonating with the alchemical furnace underground. Every leaf is secreting green liquid, corroding the counterspell left by Dumbledore. They're going to activate the ley lines in both places at the same time. Hermione took out a peephole, which showed the scene of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall was leading students to use ice spells to slow down the corrosion of trees. The mucus oozing out from the roots has formed a small alchemical array, and the pattern of the array is exactly the same as the totem of Antarctica. Suddenly, there was the sound of gears meshing from deep within the cave, and the stone door slowly opened, revealing a giant planetarium inside. Hundreds of vials were hung on the bronze arms of the planetarium, each containing a powder of a different color. Aris recognized that it was the essence of pain extracted from different magical creatures. This is Crouch's ultimate contract. Hermione's voice was swallowed by the sound of the planetarium. Use the painful energy of magical creatures around the world to forge a tool of eternal rule. Her words were interrupted by the sound of ice cracking behind her. 30 Gringotts puppets broke through the wall. The leading puppet held Malfoy's snakehead staff in his hand, and the tip of the staff flashed with the faint light of emerald. Aris pushed Hermione towards the planetarium and threw out all the alchemical dust to form a protective barrier around the two of them. "Go destroy the center of the formation," he shouted as he headed toward the puppet group. "I'll buy time." Hermione nodded and rushed to the Trinity totem. She took out Dobby's tea towel and was about to cover the center of the formation when she saw the totem suddenly emit a strong light and suck her figure into the ice. "Zero request flowers." Aris turned to save him, but was hit on the shoulder by the puppet's chain hammer. In the severe pain, he saw a holographic image of Crouch Jr. appear on the ice wall. "Welcome to the eternal crucible, Mr. Shafik." The double eclipse on the cave ceiling reached its climax, with the two shadows overlapping on the sun's surface, forming a perfect Ouroboros pattern. Aris's mark was completely separated from his body, and the scarab totem flew towards the planetarium, but was decomposed into points of light the moment it touched the gears. At the same time, the protective trees of Hogwarts suddenly burst collectively, and green liquid poured onto the foundation of the castle like a rainstorm, activating the ancient alchemy array buried deep underground. No! Aris's roar was drowned out by the roar of the planetarium. In the light of the double lunar eclipse, the ley lines between Antarctica and Hogwarts were finally connected. Painful energy poured into the planetarium like a tide, and the entire Earth's magical network began to tremble. In the ruins of the Inquisition, the Borg's green slime was seeping into the floor, and the galleon coins in the slime suddenly stood up, reflecting the scene of the ice cave in Antarctica. Aris and he were trapped in the eternal alchemical light curtain, unable to move. The shadow of Nocturne Alley is like thick ink, wrapped in the pungent smell of rancid air and alchemical solvents, winding through the narrow alleys. Aris Shafik was wearing a hood, his fingertips under his dragon skin gloves tightly grasping the magic wand, and he slowly lifted the canvas curtain of an underground shop. 37 skull lamps swayed under the low dome, and the green light flickered like a will-o'-the-wisp, reflecting the human alchemical parts on the shelves, the eyeball-shaped peepholes, the flickering 01. The heart container and the arm bone inlaid with runes flickered, as if they would come alive at any time. The shopkeeper wearing a bird-beak mask raised his head. In his hand, he held a beating house elf heart with tweezers. The surface of the heart was wrapped with nerve conduits as thin as spiderwebs. The latest contract canceller can preserve your culinary instincts while erasing your rebellious thoughts. His voice came out from the copper filter with a metallic hoarseness. "I want to see the actual goods." Aris deliberately rolled up his sleeves, revealing the scarab mark on his hand. The shop owner's pupils suddenly shrank, and the filter of the birdbeak mask suddenly closed with a light clicking sound. Dare the Malfoy family's dog to come and check the goods? Before he could finish his words, the alchemical furnace suddenly gushed out steam, and the shelves were reorganized with the sound of gears turning, revealing a narrow escape passage. Aris swung out the telescopic ear 3.0, and the metal ear pinny attached to the ceiling beam like a living thing, catching the owner's hurried whisper. "Notify Viper, the beetle is coming." "Chase!" Aris yelled and knocked away the bronze puppet that tried to stop him. The puppet's mechanical eyes glowed red, and in its pupils was clearly imprinted the Parkinson family's serpentine emblem, the symbol of the most radical contract defender among pure-blood families. The sewers on the Black Market Street suddenly burst open, and water mixed with alchemical residue gushed out. Aris ran wildly on the slippery stone slabs, sparks flying from the friction between the soles of his boots and the ground. When he crushed a mechanical spider, green smoke from its abdomen spelled out a warning in the air. "Stop investigating." 3 black-robed men wearing gas masks jumped down from the roof. Their scimitars drew cold arcs in the green light, and the words "contract purification" were engraved on their bodies. "God's sword is invisible." Aris's spell was like a silver snake coming out of a cave, cutting off the leader's mask. The gas mask fell off, revealing a face covered with alchemical tattoos. Viper, Jean, a famous information dealer in Nocturne Alley. A microalchemical chip was embedded in his tongue, and the sound of electronic music when he spoke poetry. UB asterisk 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 D from the Shafik family. "Do you think the new contract can protect?" Jean's words stopped abruptly, and Hermione Granger suddenly stabbed him in the back with a stunning curse. "There's an accident at the construction site." Hermione grabbed Aris' arm, the blue light of apparition dancing on her fingertips. "The defense rune is absorbing the energy of the night." The searchlights at the Hogwarts reconstruction site pierced the night, illuminating the construction site as bright as day. Hermione waved her wand, and the detection spell drew a light blue spectrum in the air. Look at the energy absorption curve of these runes. The efficiency increases by 470% at midnight. 0.8 before she finished her words. Her knee was suddenly hit by splashed gravel. The newly poured foundation stone was oozing fluorescent green mucus, emitting a sickening sweet fishy smell. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burned, and the scarab totem projected an inverted alchemical array on the surface of the mucus. When he sprinkled the alchemical dust, the dust suddenly gathered into the mechanical face of Crouch Jr., with a smile made of gears at the corners of his mouth. My father's business will never die. Petrify all. Aris's spell shattered the illusion, but she discovered that there were micro-absorbers embedded deep within the runes. Hermione picked up a black crystal the size of a grain of rice with tweezers. Dark red energy flowed inside the crystal. This is an improved version of the pain converter. It can extract the fatigue of the night watchman and convert it into a source of magic power. It is very powerful, but also very cruel. I thought this kind of thing had been banned by the Ministry of Magic a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to appear here. It's really hard to imagine what kind of pain they have gone through. Before he could finish his words, the construction site suddenly fell into darkness and all the searchlights exploded. Peeves' wild laughter came from the top of the tower crane. Mr. Peeves is here to send you warmth. He swooped down on a modified broom, and the alchemical fireworks sprayed from the tail of the broom exploded into snake-shaped waves of fire in the air. Where the sparks fell, the defensive runes on the ground emitted a fluorescent green light, as if devouring the flames. Clear water like a spring. Ronald Weasley's spell sprayed out a column of water, but it was instantly absorbed by the flames, which instead fueled the fire. George Weasley's retractable ear poked out from Aris' collar, with mortar on the metal earlobe. At 9 o'clock, the two men in helmets are casting spells. Aris rolled on the spot to avoid the falling steel frame, and the alchemical eyepiece penetrated the darkness and locked onto two wizards disguised as stonemasons. They were carving new runes on a serpentine dagger, the hilt of which was engraved with the Parkinson family crest. When Aris's stun spell was about to hit them, they suddenly combusted into green fireballs, with a snake-shaped brooch remaining in the ashes and the gem on the brooch flashing a faint green light. Thunder explosion. Hermione's spell hit the base of the tower crane, and the rusty metal structure collapsed. Peeves turned into black smoke in the air, and voices came from all directions. It's not fun. Master Peeves needs to find a new toy. The remnants of his apparition spell spelled out the alchemical code on the searchlight post. When two moons concur. George emerged from the shadows, with a bloody retractable ear on his ear. I recorded an interesting clip. To make the castle fall again, we must first corrode the stupid grapefruit carved by the mudblood. He handed the blood-stained metal earlobe to Aris, and half of an alchemical gear made by a goblin fell out of it. The edge of the gear was engraved with Gringotts' anti-counterfeiting mark. Aris crushed the gears and swept the detection spell beam across the fragments, revealing a three-dimensional projection of the third floor of Gringotts. Rows of contract cancellors were flowing on the assembly line, and the core of each canceller was embedded with a house elf's tooth. The first Hogwarts Express tomorrow morning. Hermione bandaged her bleeding palm, her knuckles turning white from the force. Let's go to Gringotts and find out. The first rays of sunlight at dawn pierced through the dark clouds. Aris looked at the cracks in the defense rune that were repairing themselves. The surface of the new foundation stone, where Peeves had burned it, revealed a double contract pattern. The outer layer was the new motto of Hogwarts, Struggle forges new life, and the inner layer was the Crouch family motto, Servitude is honor, written in reverse. The two patterns grow and decline in the morning light, like the eternal game between light and darkness. In the distance, the whistle of the Hogwarts Express could be faintly heard, and the steam from the chimney of the front of the train condensed into a snake shape in the air. Aris gripped the wand tightly, and the mark on the back of his hand resonated faintly with a new foundation. He knew that a darker conspiracy was waiting for them in the depths of Gringotts, and the shadow of the double eclipse had quietly climbed onto the horizon. Tiny drops of water condensed on the explosion-proof glass of the new laboratory in Hogsmeade Village, refracting the dim light into broken spots of light. Aris stared at his own reflection in the glass, his eyes bloodshot, his fingers rapidly tapping on the alchemical keyboard, and 32 floating light screens lit up with data streams surrounding him like a galaxy. On the experimental table, the puppet 4.0 body lay quietly, and the catheter of the moonlight extractor injected silver light into its chest cavity, and a soft blue light appeared in the core area. Synaptic simulation degree 99.8%. Pain sensing module removed. Hermione Granger's voice came from the test report. She picked up a diamond-shaped core chip with tweezers. The golden lines flowing in the chip suddenly twisted. But this emotion inhibitor, are you sure it won't cause cognitive defects? Aris poured half a cup of cold coffee onto the alarm that kept beeping. The brown liquid sizzled on the circuit board, and the alarm stopped abruptly. This is a necessary sacrifice. His voice was hoarse with fatigue. Do you want them to pay the price of their freedom with their lives, like Dobby did? The copper pipes in the laboratory suddenly vibrated violently, and the special edition of the Daily Prophet exploded from the vent. Breaking! Hogwarts is plotting to replace wizard teachers with puppets. Rita Skeeter's holographic image appeared on screen. She was wearing an exaggerated feather headdress, and the automatic feather pen behind her ear was recording something at a rapid speed. Exclusive news. Hogwarts technical consultant Aris is secretly developing a soulless army. Look at this. Hermione pointed her wand at the light screen, and the puppet 4.0 body suddenly twitched, with harsh friction sounds coming from its joints. Skeeter hinted in the article that you were building a war machine. Aris suddenly pulled open the curtain of the experimental table, and 300 puppet teachers waiting to be activated were neatly arranged. They were wearing dark green wizard robes, and their pupils were a gentle amber. This is real innovation. He pointed to sample number 3. It can guide 30 students to prepare potions at the same time with an error rate of less than 0.03%. Hermione cast a detection spell over the puppet's palm, and the magic light condensed into golden lines of the fingerprints. Their fingerprint module. How come it has the anti-counterfeiting pattern of Gringotts' new galleons? The alarm suddenly shrieked, and red lights enveloped the entire laboratory. The brand on the back of Aris's hand burst into green light, and the scarab totem leaped up like a living thing, biting the out-of-control alarm circuit. Last week, Gringotts sponsored 20 tons of alchemical silver, saying it was to support education. His words were interrupted by an explosion in the corridor. Hermione pushed open the blast door, and waves mixed with thick smoke rushed towards her. In the potions classroom, 3 puppet teachers were approaching the students huddled in the corner. Their pupils had faded to scarlet, and the Ouroboros emblem of the Crouch family appeared on their necks. Petrify all! Aris' spell hit the tallest puppet, but the spell energy was absorbed by the Gringotts galleon embedded in its chest, and a strange black light appeared on the surface of the gold coin. When the puppet's alchemical claws were about to tear open Neville Longbottom's robes, George Weasley's retractable ears suddenly fell from the ceiling. The fecal smoke that spewed out of the ear canal filled the classroom, temporarily obscuring the puppet's vision. Core overload! Hermione yelled and used the unlocking spell to open the puppet's chest, and a foul green slime gushed out, mixed with melted galleon debris. This cognito pollution spell has been cast on the currency. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly left his body, and the scarab image pounced on the energy core of another puppet like lightning. As the puppets fell to the ground, the slime on the floor automatically aggregated into a 3-dimensional projection of Gringotts' underground vault. Countless puppet bodies were flowing on the assembly line, and the goblin craftsmen were putting. Garlon was embedded in each core, and the Goblin King portrait on the surface of Garlon raised the corners of its mouth, revealing a sinister smile. The headline of tonight's Evening Prophet is Puppet Riot. Rita Skeeter's voice transmission spell penetrated the thick smoke. The Hogwarts technical advisor refused to respond to ethical questions. Does this mean these guys are making up stories and spreading rumors again? We can't let them continue like this. Otherwise, we will definitely be in big trouble, and Hogwarts will be misunderstood by the world. Aris, go. Hermione suddenly grabbed Aris and rushed to the fireplace, flue powder flashing in her palm. To Town Pavilion. Now, we must stop their slander as soon as possible. At the moment when the green flames engulfed the two of them, she caught a glimpse of a puppet teacher's fingers being reorganized. The alchemical patterns on the fingertips were exactly the same as the contract canceller seized in Nocturne Alley, like an invisible web that connected all the conspiracies together. The two figures, Adfa, appeared in the dedicated fireplace passage of Gringotts, accompanied by green flames. For a moment, the whole hall suddenly fell into deathly silence, and everyone's eyes turned over. In the marble hall of Gringotts, the Goblin Tellerborg's smile froze on his face, his pointed ears curled up in fear. They are coming. The source of the riot at Hogwarts is coming. Stop them quickly. Someone come quickly. It's a little late to run now. The brand on the back of Aris's hand burned through the exquisite carpet on the ground like a sharp blade. The scarab totem rushed along the vault passage. 12 explosion-proof doors exploded one after another in the green light, revealing the deepest vault number 7. In the silent passage, 300 puppet bodies with the Hogwarts emblem printed on them were sleeping silently, their chests rising and falling slightly, like sleeping beasts. Explain. Hermione's wand tip pressed against Borg's gold bow tie, and the goblin's cold sweat slid down her tentacles. This is a commission from Director Crouch before his death. We're just following the order. Aris suddenly raised his magic wand, and a beam of red light hit the head of a certain puppet. The alchemical liquid splashed, and half of the undestroyed dirty chip for contract cancellation fell to the ground. The surface of the chip is etched with the same serial number as Rita Skeeter's feather pen, forming a complete chain of evidence with the Daily Prophet's manipulation of public opinion. The alarm in Gringotts was deafening. Hermione caught a glimpse of a huge expense in the Borg's account book. On September 13th, 5,000 galleons were paid to the Daily Prophet for public opinion guidance. She and Aris looked at each other and saw the same shock in each other's eyes. It turned out that the storm of public opinion had been carefully planned long before the puppet riot. In the ruins of the laboratory, the body of Puppet 4.0 was still twitching, and a hint of green light occasionally flashed in its amber pupils. Aris picked up the half-galleon, and the edge of the coin matched the cracks of the Hogwarts defense rune perfectly. He suddenly realized that this game between machinery and soul was never a simple technological innovation, but an eternal war between freedom and slavery, and the gold coins in Gringotts had long been the bloodline running through the entire conspiracy. The searchlights at the reconstruction site of the astronomical tower pierced the night sky, drawing pale beams of light in the inky sky, as if a giant's fingers were touching the stars. Aris Shafik's fingers stroked the bronze bracket of the improved alchemical telescope, and a subtle magical vibration came from his fingertips, as if the entire universe was whispering a secret. Hermione Granger's parchment, which was automatically recording star track data in the night wind, was suddenly rustled by a strong wind, and the ink spread on the paper. The North Star is offset by 0.73 arcseconds. This is wrong. Start the spectrum analysis mode. Aris turned the brass knob, and the third-floor crystal inside the tube suddenly burst out with a strange crimson light. When the focusing ring locked onto Orion, 2 overlapping moon shadows suddenly appeared in the nebula with blood-red edges. Merlin's beard. 3 years later dash. Double eclipse. Hermione's exclamation was torn apart by the howling night wind, and her detection spell light wave burned scorch marks on the star map. The magic light left a faint smell of ozone in the air. The 2 full moons will completely overlap on the winter solstice night, and the peak of magical gravity will exceed the carrying limit of the protective spell. Hagrid's snoring could be heard in the distance. The half-blood giant curled up in a sleeping bag covered with a heat preservation spell, holding a half-eaten rock cake in his arms, with crumbs at the corners of his mouth. Aris was about to remind him to be careful when the wail of a thestral suddenly came from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, shaking the telescope's support slightly, and the stars on the lens also distorted. There's something wrong with the Forbidden Forest barrier. Hermione's bowtruckle suddenly jumped out of her pocket, its emerald scales glowing a warning red, its tiny branches pointing towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. When the two rushed down the spiral staircase, they saw that Hagrid's sleeping bag had been soaked with some kind of mucus, and the blue light of the insulation spell was being corroded into dark green, as if darkness was swallowing up light. The new trees on the edge of the Forbidden Forest twisted into grotesque silhouettes in the moonlight, like a group of monsters with fangs and claws. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly stung. The scarab totem cast a green light on the bark, reflecting the amber resin oozing from the surface of the trunk. When the slime dripped onto the ground, it actually melted holes the size of fists in the alchemical defense net, making sizzling sounds and emitting bursts of white smoke. "Everyone stand back." Hagrid used her pink umbrella to pick up a ball of resin. The umbrella was instantly corroded into honeycomb-like holes, and the ribs began to rust. Merlin's stockings. This is worse than the stomach acid of a horned beast. 0. Request flowers 0. Hermione's detection spell waves refracted colorful spots on the resin surface, and complex crystal structures were faintly visible in the magical light. This is not a natural secretion. Look at these crystal structures. They are clearly the residue of a modified alchemical catalyst. She suddenly picked up a half-melted leaf with tweezers. An alchemical chip the size of a grain of rice was embedded in the veins of the leaf. The surface of the chip flickered with a faint fluorescence, like a vigilant eye. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly left her body, and the scarab totem was like a green light, biting the magic particles in the resin. When the green light penetrated into the resin, the mucus suddenly boiled into countless miniature alchemical arrays. The sail emblem of Durmstrang appeared in each array, and the gears in the array pattern rotated rapidly. It seemed to be telling an ancient curse. Someone has used remote alchemy to contaminate the tree species. Aris waved his wand and temporarily filled the gap in the defense network with ancient runes. The spell light condensed into a golden barrier in the air, the soil at the roots of these trees 3. His words were interrupted by Madame Maxime's roar. Bosbatenza's divine horse trampled the bushes, and the horseshoes were stained with fluorescent seaweed unique to the North Sea, emitting a faint blue light in the night. "Shafik, look at this." The encrypted letter she threw out drew a silver trail in the air, and the trident emblem printed on it with wax exuded the fishy smell of deep-sea mud. Hermione used a spell to decipher the letter, and the French letters on the parchment suddenly twisted into 387 to form a three-dimensional projection. On the dark sea, Durmstrang's ghost fleet was cutting through the waves, and the alchemical gears of the sails were rotating in the opposite direction in the storm, making a harsh friction sound. When the camera zoomed in, you could see the Crouch family's emblem flag hanging on the top of the mast. The flag was soaked in the same mucus as the Forbidden Forest resin, as if they were the result of growing in the same pot of poisonous soup. North Sea fishermen say these boats don't take in water. Maxime's silver ring reflected the moonlight, and the Beauxbatons school emblem on the ring flickered faintly, just like the Black Lake wreck 3 years ago. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly twitched. The scarab totem bit Durmstrang's sail in the projection, and the sound of gears breaking echoed in the void. They are using the same alchemical technology to transfer mass. Hagrid suddenly pointed to the depths of the Forbidden Forest and exclaimed, "Sparkling! Look!" The house elf construction team was lying in a mess on the edge of the barrier. A free contract written in reverse was engraved on the palm of each of their hands. The fluorescent green runes glowed faintly in the night, like a will-o'-the-wisp in front of a tomb. Hermione knelt down to check on the unconscious Winky and found a tiny alchemical catheter inserted behind her ear with a tiny chip connected to the end of the catheter. Neural blocker. This is a torture device used by Gringotts to control rebellious goblins. When she tried to pull out the catheter, Shan suddenly opened her eyes, and the inverted Durmstrang school emblem appeared in her pupils. A mechanical voice with radio noise said, "The contract cannot be." The house elf grabbed Hermione's throat with his backhand, green slime oozing from between his nails. The moment Aris cast the binding spell, Shining skin suddenly cracked, revealing the delicate gear structure underneath. This was not a real house elf at all, but an alchemical puppet wearing imitation skin. Madame Maxime's silver sword split the puppet's chest, and the flying gears formed a warning message under the moonlight. When two moons are in the same sky, the puppet is free. When Hagrid smashed the last character with the rock cake, the sound of a steamship's whistle came from deep in the Forbidden Forest. The frequency of the sound was exactly the same as when the Durmstrang fleet docked 3 years ago. It was as if the death knell of the god of death was ringing again. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burst into strong light, and the scarab totem turned into a solid entity, rushing towards the Forbidden Forest like a green light. When the insect wings touched the gap in the barrier, 300 new trees exploded at the same time. Resin tsunami rushed towards Hogwarts Castle. Hermione's protective spell flickered under the impact of the mucus, and her screams were drowned out by the hissing of the corrosive liquid. Go find Dumbledore's alchemical protective design. The searchlight in the astronomy tower suddenly went out, plunging the entire castle into darkness. 1.6 Aris clenched his wand in the darkness, feeling the scarab mark beating violently under his skin, like a heart that was about to explode. In the distance, the bloody light of the double lunar eclipse has dyed half the sky red, and the 2 full moons are slowly approaching, like 2 bloody mouths, ready to swallow the entire world. And deep in the Forbidden Forest, Durmstrang's ghost fleet has hoisted its sails, and the sound of gears turning is getting louder and louder, as if it is the countdown to doomsday. The new location of the Hogwarts kitchen was shrouded in chaos, and the array of copper pots made a teeth-grinding humming sound, as if countless wrong souls were wailing in unison. The steam was like a thick fog, filling the entire space and shrouding everything in haze. The apron of the house elf Chef Amy was floating in the steam, but she was nowhere to be seen, as if she had been swallowed up by some mysterious power. Aris frowned and slowly opened the alchemical seal of the giant freezer. A biting cold air accompanied by a sickening stench rushed towards me, as if the gates of hell had been opened. The chunks of dragon ribs glowed in eerie blue-purple under the cold light, with glowing alchemical lines embedded between the flesh, like the eyes of a demon flickering in the darkness. "It's the flesh of a Peruvian venom-toothed dragon," Hermione exclaimed, her voice full of shock and fear. She waved her wand quickly, and the detection spell swept across the surface of the frozen meat like a blue lightning. "But the lines have been artificially modified. Look at the direction of these capillaries." Her voice trembled, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Aris carefully used tweezers to pick up the silver fibers between the pieces of meat. Under the alchemy eyepiece, its molecular structure was exactly the same as the bearings of Bosbaden's carriage. This discovery made his heart beat faster. When his fingers touched the inner wall of the freezer, the secret compartment suddenly popped open, and dozens of alchemical coins tinkled and rolled to the ground. The edge of each coin was engraved with Durmstrang's sale code, as if it was the code of some mysterious organization. "Someone is using the kitchen as an intelligence transfer station." Aris' voice was low and serious. Hermione picked up the coin and suddenly retracted her hand, as if she had received an electric shock. "These are memory carriers." As soon as she finished speaking, the patterns on the coin surface suddenly came to life, projecting a fragmented meeting scene. A hooded figure was debugging a giant alchemical device on the Antarctic ice sheet. The scene was filled with mystery and danger. The wooden door of the 3 broomsticks squeaked in the cold wind, as if telling an ominous omen. Ms. Rosmerta's long golden hair glowed amber in the candlelight at the bar, like flowing honey. When Aris slapped the alchemical coin on the oak bar, the witch stopped wiping the wine glass, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. This thing is very popular recently. A wizard from Eastern Europe exchanged 3 of them for cesium fire whiskey. Rosmerta's voice was trembling, as if she was hiding some important secret. Hermione's dragon-hide boots suddenly jumped to the secret compartment under the table, and the sound of metal collision caught her attention. She leaned forward to look, her eyes full of vigilance. "Rosmerta, what do you have hidden in your cellar?" The secret door behind the bar opened, revealing modified alchemical distiller stacked among the rotten wine barrels, with polarized crystals on the condenser tubes, as if telling an unknown story. The drunkard said it was an Arctic brew. Before Rosmerta finished her words, Hermione suddenly picked up the butterbeer cup and drank it all. Aris covered the witch's scream. Hermione's pupils had turned into the mechanical compound eyes of an alchemical puppet, as if controlled by some evil force. "There's a memory-stealing potion in the wine. I saw it." Her voice was hollow and mechanical. Visions flooded into Hermione's mind like a tide. In the dim alchemy laboratory, 30 wizards were injecting alchemical mycelium into dragon meat. The Hogwarts defense runes appeared on the surface of the mycelium. The scene was like an evil ritual. When the camera turned to the operating table, Hermione saw the house elf safety agreement she had signed being immersed in the green slime. The signature on the parchment suddenly twisted into Crouch Jr.'s mechanical emblem, which made her shudder. "Wake up!" Aris anxiously splashed iced pumpkin juice on Hermione's face. The witch coughed violently and regained consciousness. She had half of an alchemical chip in her hand. There was still fear in her eyes. "That laboratory is on a moving iceberg." Rosmerta suddenly overturned the wine cabinet, revealing the alchemical communication device behind it. The enamel parts of Beauxbaton's carriage were converted into signal receivers, and the needle on the dashboard was pointing due north, as if pointing to some mysterious place. "That drunkard comes every Thursday to debug the equipment." The witch's silver ring scratched across the rusty gears. "He says he wants to receive the Aurora signal." The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burned through the floor, and the scarab totem drilled into the ground through the cracks in the cellar like a green lightning. When the green light bit onto a hidden signal pipe, the entire stone wall suddenly collapsed, revealing the hatch of a modified alchemical submarine behind it. The exterior of the cabin was covered with barnacles unique to the North Sea, and the profile of Fouchon Delacour flashed through the porthole. This scene made people's hearts tighten. "They've kidnapped Fleur!" Hermione yelled angrily, and the shattering curse blasted through the hatch like a bomb. The fishy and salty sea water instantly poured into the cellar, like the anger of the sea. When Aris dragged her to the dock, he saw the modified submarine sinking into the Black Lake. The alchemical waste spewed from the engine dyed the lake water fluorescent green, like a strange sea of hell. Rosmerta's scream came from the direction of the bar, and the two immediately turned back. The witch was being held down at the bar by 3 men in black robes, with the leader holding a snake-shaped dagger against her throat, his eyes filled with ferocity and greed. "Hand over the memory chip." "Expelliarmus." Hermione chanted the spell decisively, but the dagger absorbed the power of the spell, and the alchemical patterns on the handle glowed red, as if mocking her powerlessness. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly left her body. The scarab bit the assassin's wrist, and the snake emblem of the Parkinson family emerged in the mechanical compound eye. This discovery revealed the dark hand behind the scene. When the black-robed men collectively combusted into green fireballs, Rosmerta trembled and tore open his collar. The alchemical tattoo on his collarbone was bleeding. That tattoo seemed to be an evil curse. "They planted a tracking mark on me." The tattoo suddenly came alive and turned into a venomous snake, biting towards Hermione, who was closest to it. The scene was extremely thrilling. At the critical moment, George's retractable ears ejected, and the fecal smoke sprayed out of the ear canal obscured the venomous snake's vision. Fred hung upside down from the chimney, with a box of fireworks in his hand, emitting rainbow sparks, like a gorgeous fireworks show. Surprise delivery. Alchemical fireworks spelled out a warning in the assassin's remaining ashes. "Double moon is coming." Aris suddenly grabbed the barrel of butterbeer from the bar and smashed it at the entrance to the cellar. As the wine permeated the alchemical communication device, a holographic projection of an Antarctic iceberg suddenly filled the entire bar. In the projection, Crouch Jr.'s mechanical body was adjusting some kind of giant alchemical lens, and the focal point of the mirror was the suspended Hogwarts castle, which indicated that a huge crisis was about to befall him. "This is the solar calendar focuser," Hermione exclaimed, and the detection spell swept across the projection like a blue beam. "They are using ancient astronomical instruments in Antarctica to amplify the energy of the double lunar eclipse." Her voice was full of worry and anxiety. Rosmerta suddenly tore off the alchemical tattooed skin, revealing tiny transmitting eyes and the bloody wound. The scene was shocking. Every Thursday, they monitor money through this. When Aris used a rope to clip the transmitter, the device suddenly emitted a strong light, illuminating the entire bar. "Close your eyes," Hermione shouted, but her eye spell was a step too late. When everyone's vision was restored, the transmitter had melted into molten iron, etching the precise coordinates of the Antarctic iceberg on the ground. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly twitched violently, and the compound eyes of the scarab totem reflected two overlapping full moons. There were still 72 hours before the double lunar eclipse, and a battle of life and death began. The storm in the North Sea was like the awakening of an ancient beast. The violent sea breeze brought huge waves, and like a giant's palm, it tightly grasped the fragile alchemical submarine and made a heart-pounding roar. Aris stared at the sea through the explosion-proof porthole with sharp eyes. In an instant, a flash of lightning tore through the dark sky. Under the reflection of the lightning, the outline of Durmstrang's ghost ship was looming, as if it was a messenger of death coming from the depths of the underworld. The improved hull surface was covered with alchemical armor that resembled crocodile scales. Each scale was engraved with the runes Rehabilitate Crouch's name, which glowed with a fluorescent green light in the lightning. Mechanical octopus spotted at 30 degrees starboard. Hermione's voice was filled with tension and vigilance. She waved her wand quickly, and the wand light 393 swept across the sonar screen like a sharp arrow. Everyone's eyes were focused on the screen, where they saw 8 bronze tentacles breaking through the surging waves and attacking fiercely. What's even more horrifying is that the tentacle suckers actually have the severed fingers of house elves embedded in them. The scene seems like a ruthless trampling of life, which makes people shudder. The sudden crisis caused the submarine to tilt violently. Aris staggered and hit the control console hard. Pain instantly spread throughout his body. However, the brand on the back of his hand accidentally extended through the alchemical keyboard, as if triggering a mysterious mechanism, and the scarab image suddenly woke up, activating the hidden program. In an instant, a 360-degree holographic projection unfolded in the cockpit, clearly showing the real-time image of the Black Lake at Hogwarts. The base of the floating castle was now tightly entangled by the same bronze tentacles, as if being strangled by the throat by the devil's arms. The lake was seething with alchemical mucus, bubbling and emitting a pungent smell, as if foreshadowing an impending disaster. "They are attacking synchronously." Aris' voice was full of anxiety and anger. He acted decisively and pulled open the sealing valve of the emergency hatch. In an instant, the salty breeze from the North Sea, wrapped in torrential rain, rushed into the cockpit like a beast, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. "Prepare for boarding." He gave the order loudly, his eyes firm and resolute, as if he was ready for a life-and-death battle. Hermione's waterproof pipe rustled in the strong wind, just as always. She endured the attack of the strong wind, Adak, waved her wand again, and the detection spell penetrated the rain curtain to explore the enemy's situation. The keel of the ghost ship contains mud from the Black Lake. The North Sea and the water city of Hogwarts are connected by alchemy. As soon as she finished speaking, Durmstrang's sails suddenly burst into a strong light, and the alchemical gears rotated in the opposite direction, generating infrasound waves that were like an invisible blade, instantly shattering the submarine searchlight. In the darkness, dangers are lurking everywhere, and every second is filled with unknowns and fears. When Aris swung out the alchemical hook, the deck of the ghost ship suddenly cracked, as if a huge bloody mouth had opened. The lift slowly lifted the rusty submarine cabin to the surface, and the pale face of Fleur Delacour was reflected in the observation window of the cabin door. The once beautiful and confident girl has now lost her former spirit. A bronze tube extends from her back, connecting to a giant alchemical core in the cabin. She is like a puppet controlled by a super demon, which is heartbreaking. Fleur has been transformed into a living interface. Hermione exclaimed, her eyes full of shock and anger. She cast the shattering spell without hesitation, shattering the observation window and allowing the salty sea water to rush in. Aris quickly grabbed Fleur's wrist and tried to free her. However, Furong's pupils suddenly turned into mechanical compound eyes. Her eyes were empty and cold, and she murmured, "The sacrifice must be completed." Her voice seemed to come from a distant netherworld, making people feel uneasy. The alchemical patterns on the inner wall of the submarine cabin suddenly came to life, like awakening venomous snakes. The catheter on Furong's back wrapped around Aris like lightning, trying to restrain him. Seeing this, Hermione immediately cast a cutting spell to cut the catheter. The gushing fluorescent green slime drew a strange arc in the air, forming the Crouch family emblem, as if it was a provocation from evil forces. At this moment, the entire ghost ship began to sink, and in the scene of the Black Lake at Hogwarts, the castle base had been deeply cracked by the tentacles, and the situation was precarious. "Take her away." Aris made a prompt decision and pushed the unconscious Fleur towards Hermione. He knew very well that someone had to protect Furong at this moment, and he had to stay and stop the enemy's conspiracy. He turned over and leapt towards the alchemical core, his eyes filled with determination and resoluteness. The scarab totem flew out of the body like a green lightning and pounced on the control console, its jaws biting hard on a valve engraved with the Malfoy family crest. As the core overload alarm rang through the sky, the tentacles in the direction of the Black Lake suddenly spasmed, and the defensive runes of the floating castle burst into golden light at the base. The powerful force melted the two tentacles into molten iron, temporarily alleviating the crisis of the castle. "Catch it!" Madame Maxime's fleet of divine horses broke through the rain curtain like a gorgeous rainbow and arrived in time. The headmaster of Beauxbatons threw out a lasso inlaid with moonstone and accurately lassoed Aris. When Aris jumped onto the horse's back holding Furong, the ghost ship disintegrated in a shocking explosion. The huge shock wave was like a surging tide, completely tearing apart the barrier connecting the North Sea and the Black Lake, and setting off 1,000 waves. The lake in the direction of Hogwarts suddenly boiled, as if the earth was roaring angrily. An obelisk engraved with anti-contract spells slowly rose from the bottom of the lake, and each spell seemed to be an accusation against evil. When a rainstorm washed away the silt on the monument, Hermione's detection spell revealed bloody words. Those runes written in the blood of house elves were the inverted version of Dobby's last words 3 years ago, filling everyone's hearts with grief and respect. "Freedom is shackles." Furong suddenly opened her eyes in Maxim's arms, and the alchemical interface on her back burst into green light. The moment she read the inscription in French, the whistle of a steamship was heard from the depths of the Black Lake. 18 modified Durmstrang submarines broke out of the water. The alchemical patterns on the hulls were exactly the same as those on the obelisk, as if it was another provocation from the evil forces. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burned through the saddle, and the scarab totem projected a giant holographic sand table in the rain. When the alchemical devices in the North Sea and Antarctica were connected in the sandbox, the countdown showed that there were only 48 hours left until the double lunar eclipse. Time was running out, and every second was related to life and death. Hermione suddenly grabbed his wrist and said urgently, "Look at the back of Fleur's neck." Everyone looked closely and saw that at the crack of the alchemical interface, a microprojector was playing a certain picture in a loop. Crouch Jr.'s mechanical body was standing on the Antarctic ice sheet, and the alchemical lens in his hand was focused on the equilateral triangle formed by Hogwarts Castle and the Durmstrang submarine group. This made everyone realize that 10 greater crises were about to come. This is the real alchemy array. Aris's hand mark suddenly burst into strong light, and the scarab totem bit the lens bracket in the Antarctic projection. He said loudly, 0, asterisk, the energy of the double lunar eclipse will be refracted to these 3 vertices. The situation was more serious than they had imagined. The enemy's conspiracy was so huge and complicated. Maxim suddenly swung his sword to cut off Furong's alchemical catheter, and the headmistress's silver ring burst into moonlight, shining brightly. "Take her to St. Mungo's. Leave it to me." Her voice was firm and powerful, full of fearlessness. When the Beauxbatons fleet collided with the Durmstrang submarine group, Hermione saw in the fire of the explosion that behind the observation window of each submarine stood a student controlled by the alchemical interface. This scene made her heartbroken and made her more determined to fight the enemy to the end. The obelisk at the Black Lake suddenly cracked, and the bloody words on the inscription rose into mist, forming the mechanical bodies of Crouch and his son in the rainstorm. When their holographic projection read out, "The new world needs purification," the defensive runes of the floating castle suddenly dimmed, and fluorescent green slime oozed from the cracks in the base. It was the same corrosive agent as the North Sea ghost ship, and the castle fell into crisis again. "Go back to Hogwarts." Aris dragged Hermione and Apparat, shouting, "The castle is the core of the alchemy array." When they appeared in the astronomical tower, they saw a strange aurora in the sky towards the South Pole. It was a preview of a double lunar eclipse, and Crouch's alchemical rust mirror had begun to charge. The ultimate battle for the survival of the magic world is about to begin, and everyone's fate will undergo a huge turning point at this moment. There was an unsettling political silence in the memory department of St. Mungo's Hospital. The light blue walls should have brought peace to people, but at this moment they looked particularly eerie because of the strange, synchronized fortune sticks in the 30 memory bottles. Madame Pomfrey frowned, her quills swishing loudly on the medical record as she recorded the abnormalities she was looking at. All patients have lost their memories from September 13th to 15th. During this period, 83. Her voice was filled with doubt and worry, as if she sensed a huge conspiracy hidden behind it. They're all participating in puppet experiments in the potions classroom. Hermione's voice was firm and rapid. She waved her wand quickly, and the detection spell swept across Neville's bed like a sharp blue light. The boy's originally calm face suddenly twisted, and he twitched and curled up as if he was suffering from great pain. "Look at his temple," Hermione exclaimed, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on Neville's temple. Under the skin, alchemical patterns can be vaguely seen stirring, like countless tiny gears turning madly in the blood vessels, making a creepy sound. Aris' eyes were full of concern and vigilance. He slowly placed the brand on Neville's forehead. The scarab totem seemed to come alive, projecting a 3-dimensional image under Neville's skin. In the blank period of his memory, the boy was like a puppet being manipulated, mechanically pouring green slime into the crucible. The Gringotts galleon, shining with a strange light on the puppet teacher's chest, was reflected in his pupils. Suddenly, the picture distorted violently. Neville's face showed a ferocious expression, and he screamed in parcel tongue. The contract must be fulfilled. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, making people shudder. "Quickly imprison him." Madame Pomfrey reacted quickly and cast a binding spell immediately. The spell was like an invisible rope, wrapping the bed tightly into a cocoon, trying to stop Neville's crazy behavior. Hermione was extremely anxious. She lifted Neville's eyelids and saw that the alchemical chip on his iris suddenly flashed with a strange light and then self-destructed. The smell of burning filled the air, mixed with Crouch's disgusting electronic voice. Cognitive purification progress 87%. Go to the archives. Aris was so anxious that he knocked over the disinfection cart, and his leather boots scraped against the brick floor, creating dazzling sparks. He and Hermione rushed into the pensive hall of Hogwarts like an arrow from a bow. However, the scene before them shocked them. The administrator, Madame Pants, was frantically slapping the air with a feather duster, and the memory liquid that should have been glowing was now glowing a strange fluorescent green, as if it had been corroded by an evil force. "Don't touch it." Hermione quickly grabbed Aris' wrist and warned him. "The liquid is releasing cognitive interference." She waved her wand quickly, and the detection spell Light Wave was like a nimble silver snake and was suddenly sucked into a meditation basin. The image that emerged from the basin suffocated everyone. 300 students signed the modified blood contract in unison. Hermione herself even stamped the contract. What was going on? Was Hermione being manipulated? At this moment, Dumbledore's portrait suddenly peeked out from the wall frame, and the blue light behind the half-moon glasses penetrated the smoke, as if bringing a glimmer of hope. "Be careful of the double contract in your memory." The old principal's voice was full of worry and warning. However, the picture frame was suddenly engulfed by green flames, and the old principal's last half-sentence turned into ashes and fell, causing everyone's hearts to sink to the bottom again. Aris suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, dipped the alchemical tweezers into the liquid, and dripped it on the dragon scale test paper. Mind-stamping potion, laced with house elf neural extract. His voice was filled with anger and shock. The test paper suddenly came to life and turned into a miniature puppet, biting his fingers frantically, as if it was resisting an evil force. "Someone is calculating and changing cognition in batches." Aris shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the hall, full of firmness and determination. Hermione suddenly ran over and held onto the stone pillar, cold sweat oozing from her temples and a painful expression on her face. "I seem to have attended a secret meeting." Her voice trembled, as if she was trying to recall something. When he put the wand to his temple to extract his memory, the silver thread suddenly turned green, forming a terrifying picture in the air. Hermione stood between the Crouch father and son, dipping Dobby's tea towel fragments into the alchemical furnace. "That's fake." Aris angrily smashed the memory thread, but was burned by the splashing liquid. Thought-stamp potions suddenly gushed out from all the meditation basins, forming a giant alchemy array in the air. When the shadow of Hermione at the center of the formation began to chant a spell, the real Hermione suddenly knelt down and retched, with the same mechanical patterns as Crouch Jr. emerging under her skin, as if she was corroded by evil forces. "Kill me." Hermione's plea came with electronic noise, her eyes filled with despair and pain. "While I can still control it." She raised her wand uncontrollably, and the green light from the tip of the wand shattered the protective barrier of the archives. Aris did not hesitate. The brand on the back of his hand suddenly left his body, and the scarab totem bit Hermione's wand like a green lightning. The airflow raised by the insect's wings was like a hurricane, sweeping away all the venom, as if it was fighting a desperate battle with the evil forces. When Hermione regained consciousness in the scarab green light, a faded mark of the contract appeared on the inside of her wrist. 3 years ago, I signed a security agreement. They changed the terms. Her voice was filled with regret and self-blame. Archives suddenly fierced D/Dakar regulations. Amid the flying silver-green liquid, Aris saw that every memory fragment flashed the same scene of the Antarctic laboratory. Hermione's shadow was infusing her own magical blood into the alchemical lens, and the focal point of the lens was exactly the defense center of Hogwarts. The cognitive war has already begun. The remaining fragments of Dumbledore's portrait burned in the air, as if telling the cruel truth. They used your kindness as a weapon. As the last piece of ash fell, Hermione's detection spell revealed the horrifying truth. The memory blank period of all 293 students was the debugging stage of the Antarctic alchemical lands, and their neural fluctuations were used as calibration parameters. Aris suddenly pushed Hermione into the curse-proof closet and used his back to block the bursting memory fragments. When a fragment pierced his neck, the holographic image of Crouch father and son emerged in the blood mist. Welcome to join the Purification Project. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly reversed, and the Durmstrang sail emblem began to emerge in the compound eyes of the Scarab Totem. A more thrilling battle is about to begin. Can they defeat evil, uncover the truth, and save Hogwarts? Everything is full of unknowns and challenges.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.